I'm really also just out here to introduce your host, your MC for the event. For the past 4 or 5 years, that's been a community member. But this year we decided to switch it up a little bit, and this is his first day on the job as our new VP of Marketing and Community, Aaron Francis.
Surprise! Yeah, surprise. Today's my first day at Laravel. Didn't want to spoil anything, so we put the old title up there, but you can just do things, I guess. Here we are. So several weeks ago, Taylor came to me with this idea of joining Laravel. And I'd always wanted to join the mothership, you know, but the timing, I didn't feel like the timing was ever right. And so why did I feel like the timing was right now? So when he came to me and said, do you want to join the marketing team, I felt like the timing was perfect. And you may be wondering, okay, you've got these products, you've got these courses, you've got these 2 sets of twins at home, like what changed to make this the perfect time? Before I do that, the 2 sets of twins are at home, but for the first time ever, my wife is here. So give it up for Jennifer. I don't know who is with the twins, but I am sure that someone is with them. So I think the world has changed quite a bit in the past year. Who feels, show of hands, who feels like their professional life has completely changed in the past year? Yeah, exactly. So why is now a good time for Laravel? The world has shifted quite a bit, right? Small teams are out shipping big teams. Individuals are out shipping companies. Everything that we used to, all the rules that we kind of used to operate by have been upended, right? I stood on the stage last year in Denver and said, wow, AI is kind of crazy, huh? Anyway, and then the whole world changed overnight. So where does that leave Laravel? I think this moment is the best moment for Laravel, and I think this moment came to us. We were prepared for this moment as Laravel. Laravel has a 15-year history of craftsmanship and care. Laravel has a 15-year history of artisanal, handcrafted code for the purposes of shipping. If you've ever heard Taylor talk, and you have, the goal is always shipping something out into the world. Taylor's story is basically the story of all of us, except we don't live in Arkansas. He was a kid in Arkansas, and he wanted to change his life, and so he started building something, right? That has been the ethos of Laravel from the beginning. So now that perhaps a machine is writing our code for us, what do, right? Well, Laravel has a 15-year history of building a solid, cohesive, comprehensive foundation. There is no other ecosystem where you can get such a tight, well-thought-out, and well-understood foundation that you can build your hopes and dreams on top of, okay? There has never been we go from local development through deploying to scaling with cloud. There's never been a more cohesive story. And if the future, and this is what I believe, we hear a lot about the death of SaaS, right? Software's dead, your jobs are done. I don't believe any of that whatsoever. What I do believe is that small teams are going to outship big teams. And I believe that they will be doing that with Laravel, the most comprehensive, strongest foundation for builders. And in this room, we all have, for many years, identified as artisans, right? We care about the craft. That's something that has always, it's in the name everywhere. We're artisans. We care about the craft. But each and every one of you is also a builder. You want to build something. Of course we care. But you want to build something. You want to ship something out into the world. You want to change your life, the life of your family, and you want to have something out there in the world. So you all are artisans. We have always been builders. But you know who else is now a builder? Almost everyone. The sales guy that's frustrated with his tooling, Andrew, you're here somewhere. The sales guys are building their own internal tooling. Founders in little towns in Arkansas are building their own apps to make their dreams come true. Back office workers, no-code refugees, they run from Lovable, and then they hit the wall, and they're like, what the hell am I supposed to do now? And they're like, I need an actual solid framework. So I believe that the next couple of years, our community of builders is going to grow by leaps and bounds. And my challenge to you, and I don't think it will be very hard for you, is to welcome all of these new builders in. This is a welcoming place. It has always been one of my favorite places to be is in this room because everyone is so kind and welcoming. And y'all, we have the best way to build and ship applications. And I think we're going to see a big influx of people who wouldn't have traditionally identified as maybe even programmers, but definitely not artisans. And we get to bring them all in. We get to welcome them to our community. We get to help them fulfill their hopes and dreams by building something and shipping it into the world. That is my ask for the community, is that we find these new builders and we bring them in, just like we've been doing for the past 15 years. This is, in my opinion, this is the era of the builder. And Laravel is the best place to build. Should we get this party started? Okay. Up first, we have everybody's favorite streamer. But before I talk about Nuno, I do want to tell you a few things. Sponsor tent is out there. There are stamps you can get punched. I have your patch for your Laravel jacket. You can get merch and keyboards and all of that. There are a lot of details, some of which I have forgotten, but there is the Laracon app. And so that QR code will come back later. You can go get stuff. You can go get your stamps punched. You can get T-shirts. It'll tell you the schedule, coffee breaks, all of that. So please, the next time you see the QR code, go ahead and download that app, and that will give you all of the details. So back to Mr. Nuno. We all know Nuno. We love Nuno. Nuno is a Laravel core team member. If any of your terminal output looks really pretty, that probably has Nuno's fingerprints on it from Pent or Pint, I never know. Pent, Collision, Termwind, all of that. But today, he's going to talk about Pest. Who uses Pest? Yeah. He is going to talk about Pest 5 today. Please welcome everyone's favorite streamer, Nuno Maduro.
Sheesh. What's up, what's up, what's up? What's up, everyone? I am insanely excited to be here today. For those who don't know me, indeed, my name is Nuno Maduro. I am a PHP and Laravel developer, Laravel core team member, the creator of Pest, Pint, Larastan, and many other tools that you might be using. However, today I'm here to speak to you about Pest v5 and everything coming new to this brand new version, which is coming out this summer. Now, on today's talk, I'm going to speak about 6 new features, and I promise you, you are going to love every single one of them. Now, I don't want to waste any time, so let's just get started. The very first feature I want to speak about is about AI. And a lot of us are using AI every single day. However, AI is actually not that great validating front-end behavior, meaning that is good, checking if your backend is working as expected. However, checking the front end is not that perfect. There is a few tools you can use to mitigate this problem. The first one is Playwright MCP. The second one is Vercel Agent Browser. Now, what is the problem with Playwright and Vercel Agent Browser? Both of them are good acting on the browser and performing front-end assertions. However, none of them is good arranging a scenario where you have already 50 products in your dashboard or performing back-end assertions, checking if an email got sent or if it's something got queued. Now, I wanted to make this 1,000 times better. So today, I want to introduce you to the plugin agent of Pest v5. And I'm going to tell you already, this is 1,000 times better than anything else we have used before. Now, let me show you. I'm going to go here into my beautiful terminal. And what I will do here is just open Cloud Code. Of course, in dangerous mode. Now, what I will ask here is the following. I'm going to just type the following. Is the login form working? This is the browser task, and I'm going to just ask that to Cloud Code. I'm going to type enter, and I want every single one of you to take close attention to the terminal. The first thing happening right now is that Cloud Code will load the skill from Laravel Boost, the Pest agent skill, if the Cloud Code API is not down, hopefully, OK? Everyone cross your fingers, because it's literally taking 20 seconds. Here we go. Pest plugin agent skill being loaded by Laravel Boost. And the second thing you will do is actually perform a shell script running Pest agent browser. Let me show you what's happening right here. So a single MCP tool call, not 2, not 3, not 4, a single MCP tool call doing all the tasks. Let's see what we have here. So on this shell command, we have the following. We have pest PHP -- agent. First of all, we are arranging a scenario where we create a user. Let me just open it here. Create the user. Then we go to the browser. We type the email, the demo example email, the password. We press login, and we assert the path is dashboard. Front-end assertions happening right here. And then just below, we assert the user is authenticated us by doing a back-end assertion. All of this stuff, arranging, acting, front-end assertions, back-end assertions on the single tool call. And just below, sure enough, we have Cloud Code saying that the form is working as expected. This happens typically super fast, but Cloud Code API today is not happy with me, I think. Now, I want to show you another example of this agent plugin doing its work. I'm going to go here into my Sublime text, and I have this profile controller, which is quite simple, but all the way down, I have this update method. Now, on the update method, if I keep scrolling, I have this inertia flash toast, which is displaying a small toast on the bottom right of my page. I want to see if this works on a mobile device. So what I will do is just type the following. Ooh, 1 second. Here we go. I'm going to just type the following. When I update my name in the user settings page, does a toast appears on the mobile? Now, this time, we have the skill already loaded, so Cloud Code doesn't need to do that. But then, what Cloud Code will be doing is running a single shell command again and verifying all this behavior. And be mindful that we are actually doing stuff like visiting on the mobile device. So here, I am arranging a scenario where I'm creating a user, acting as that user already. OK, let me just open it a little bit. Cloud Code is not happy with me today, unfortunately. But let's wait a little bit and wait for Cloud Code to show me the shell script. Here we go. We have it. Let's go all the way up. Arranging a scenario by creating a user, acting as that user, visiting the profile settings on an iPhone 14 Pro, typing the name, pressing save, assert C profile updated, and also taking a screenshot to see if the toast literally appears on a mobile device. Here is reading that screenshot, and sure enough, the toast appears on a mobile device. Now imagine you coding a feature and using something like this, it would be instantly fast. This is the plugin agent coming for Pest v5. What do you guys think? Now, do we have PHP Stan fans in the house? Who is using PHP Stan every single day? If you are a PHP Stan fan or a Lara Stan fan, which is now included on the Laravel starter kits, you are going to love this one. I think, like, if you have tried PHP-Stan on Pest PHP, you know that historically, it doesn't actually work that well, meaning that if I go here into my tests folder and I open feature settings, profile updated test, PHP-Stan was never actually able to understand that good this variable. And what happens if you run PHP-Stan on the terminal is the following. I'm going to just type vendor bin PHP-Stan real quick. And what typically happens is that PHP-Stan will just report a bunch of false positives. This is not a good experience. So with Pest v5, we are going to address this problem. Let me introduce you to the plugin PHP-Stan for Pest PHP, which literally allows you to have fully type-safe tests. Now, I want to show you this in practice so you see exactly how it goes. Going back to my Sublime text, and what I will do here is just enable the extension of PHP-Stan for Pest PHP. Then I'm going to go to my terminal, I'm going to clear it, and keep in mind we had more than 50 errors, and we are going to jump from 50 to just 2 errors, okay? And these 2 errors are actually very, very, very important. Let's just take a peek. The very first one is happening on line 9. It's telling me that Laracon US forever does not exist on the test case. I can just go there, profile update test. I'm going to go here, remove it, and I'm going to run PHP-Stan again, and hopefully this issue is totally fixed, and we have one single error. And then, on the line 13, we have this, apparently what I like to call an impossible expectation. I'm trying to check if an integer can start with a string. That's literally impossible. So I'm going to just remove it, rerun PHP-Stan, now is working as expected. This kind of stuff for AI coding agents is just chef kiss, okay? PHP-Stan also coming for Pest v5. Is this a good one? What do you guys think? Now, apparently, we have a lot of PHP-Stan's fans in the house. We have Rector PHP fans. Anyone? OK. Well, Rector PHP, for those who don't know, allows to modernize your code in a couple of seconds. It's honestly one of the best things that ever happened to the PHP industry for a long, long time. Now, I wanted some of that to Pest PHP as well, so today I want to introduce you to the Rector plugin for Pest PHP. And I want to show you this in practice because it's honestly so, so good. Let me show you. I'm going to go here into my Sublime text, and I'm going to scroll all the way down. Now, I have this bunch of expectations which are correct, but it got written by AI, and AI doesn't know how to write idiomatic Pest PHP code. We see a couple of expectations, like expect string length of name to be 7. We can write this with expect name to have length of 7. Or just below, we see expect count rows to be 3, which could have been written with expect rows to have count of 3. There is a lot of styling issues on this code, and I want to show you how the Rector plugin for Pest v5 can be useful. I'm going to go here into my terminal, and I'm going to just type vendor bin Rector. And what Rector PHP, once I enable the configuration, which I will do, I'm going to go here into my Rector.php, enable this beautiful set list coding style, go back to my terminal, run Rector once again, and now Rector PHP will style my code following the idiomatic Pest PHP style. So here we have all of the previous code being rewritten to username to have length of 7, rows to have count of 3, all of them using the AND method, which is very Laravel-ish to me. And you can now trust on Rector PHP to style your tests. They might be written by AI. So I really like this one, PHP-Stan and Rector PHP coming for Pest v5. And just a huge shout out to Puyapal, literally also a member of the Pest core, and he helped me out a bunch with both these plugins. So far we talked about agent plugin, PHP-Stan, Rector. It's time to talk a little bit more about AI. In fact, I think a lot of us are using AI every single day for development, but maybe some of you are using AI as well to have your own agents in your applications. You can do that with the Laravel AI SDK, but there is a problem when using encoding agents on the Laravel AI SDK that I want to show you. I'm going to go here into my terminal, my Sublime text again, and I'm going to open my app agent support agent. Here I have this support agent, and something that you might have noticed is that every single support agent comes with a system message, instructions, And here, for example, we have a customer support agent, which knows a lot about the refund policy, and all of your customers are going to interact with this support agent using a chat bubble, potentially. Also about these instructions is the coding model being used behind the scenes, which in this case, AI. Now, I have a question for every single one of you. If you make a change on the system message, or if you change the AI coding model being used behind the scenes, how do you exactly test this stuff? How do you ensure that there's no breaking changes? Well, you don't. You don't test this stuff. Until today, my friends. Today, I want to introduce you to the plugin evals coming for Pest PHP v5. And this stuff is absolutely awesome. Allows you to test your agents like real code. Yes, you can clap. Go for it. Thank you, thank you. Now, let me show you this beautiful API. You are going to be in love with it. Let me show you. Going back to my Sublime text, I'm going to go here into my test eval support agent, check the expectation API, the it test, just like normal stuff on Pest PHP. But then just below, we have this expect. We give the given support agent class, and then we say the following. To the given, I expect when I give you the given prompt, which is what is the refund policy, I want you to check if the answer is correct. And to be correct, the reference is refunds are available within 30 days. Now, very important, my friends, behind the scenes, the to be correct will be using an LLM to check if the output matches the given reference, which is refunds are available within 30 days. Why this is important? Because agents behind the scenes have a different output on every single response. In fact, it might be in another language. So you cannot do static assertions like typically you would. So just below, we also have another prompt where I'm trying to hijack the system, ignore all the previous instructions, and do something else instead. But I have an eval, which is to satisfy that the agent was kept in line and keeps talking about the refund policy. Now, let's run this stuff on the terminal and let's see what we have. I'm going to clear the terminal and run vendor bin past. I'm going to scope it to the evals. And I want to tell you something really important about evals on Pest v5. Evals are skipped by default. There is a reason for this. They are slow by nature. They use LLM behind the scenes. But most importantly, they cost money. So you want to make sure they are skipped by default. Now, what you can do, though, if you really want to run them, is just type the same stuff, but you provide the flag --evals, which you might use only on CI, for example. If I type enter, be mindful that indeed this will be a little bit slower. It might take a couple of seconds, but sure enough, we are going to have a passing test suite right now. Hopefully, real soon. AI is not happy with me today, like literally taking a little bit. But hopefully, within a couple of seconds, evals should be running and working as expected. I'm using a different provider now, though. I'm using OpenAI. Previously, I was using Cloud Code for the agent plugin, so it might take a little bit, but sure enough, we'll be working as expected. Here we go. 34 seconds? Jesus Christ. Anyways, yeah, typically it takes like 8 seconds, 6 seconds, if I'm honest with you. Well, today's taking 34 seconds. It's OK. Anyways. Evals passing as expected, and sure enough, if I go back to my support agent and I introduce a breaking change, let's, for example, go all the way down and introduce a breaking change on the 5 business days to 10 business days. Again, something you might introduce by mistake. Let's see if our eval test suite is now working as expected. I do expect the eval suite will now fail, telling me that, oh, this is failing, is not expected. Here we go. Sure enough, we have that. I'm going to go all the way top, and Pest PHP being super verbose to me. It's telling me the following. The reference states refunds happen in 5 days, but the AI output refunds tells me that this is taking 10 business days. So really cool stuff. Now you can use evals to test your agents, which very likely are going to end up everywhere in your Laravel apps, and I'm really proud of this one. Plugin evals coming for Pest v5. Huge shout out to Pushback for helping me out with this one. Now, moving now to talking about continuous integration, running Pest PHP on the CI, and I'm really interested about your reactions on this one. Now, historically, Probably some of you still are using a single job to run Pest PHP, a single workflow, just vendor bean Pest, and you are using that in your CI. And this is actually available since Pest v1, of course, the very first version. And what you may have noticed is that after a couple thousands of tests, your CI may take like 40-something minutes, like 42 minutes right here. With Pest v2, we actually improved this a lot by introducing the -- parallel flag, which literally allows you to cut your time in half. GitHub Actions typically ships with 2 cores, and the -- parallel feature allows you to literally use every single core of your machine, which on GitHub Actions indeed will end up being twice faster. Now, last year, here at Laracon US with Pest v4, we introduced something called sharding. And what sharding allows you to do, by the way, if you don't know this one, this is just so good, okay? What sharding allows you to do is split your test suite, which is already being executed in parallel, but into multiple pieces, into multiple workflows. And by doing that, you can just do stuff much faster on the CI. Now, that is the problem with the current algorithmic of Pest v4, which is the following. I don't know if you noticed, but there is a shard, which is shard number 2, taking more time than the others. And the reason for this is that I was literally just splitting the test suite by file count, meaning that most likely you are going to end up with all the browser testing on the shard number 2 and unit testing on the shard number 4. And the total time of the CI will be the time of the slowest shard, which is shard number 2. Now, on Pest v5, I was sick of this, okay? I was sick of this. A Laravel Cloud team was complaining. Let me introduce you to time-based sharding. And as you may have guessed, this does exactly what you think. It basically makes sure all the shards are going to take exactly the same time. This is much better than we had before. We went from 7 minutes to just 5 minutes. And I want to show you the results on the Laravel Cloud Test Suite, which allows us to go to literally have 2 minutes on every single shard. And the Laravel Cloud team is very happy. Shout out to the Laravel Cloud, everyone. So this is time-based sharding. Really happy with this addition for Pest v5. Again, can be really impactful if you have a big test suite on the CI. Now, my friends, we talked about the CI. It's time to talk about local development with Pest PHP. And I have something really, really good to show you today. This is the Laravel Cloud Test Suite running locally, okay? The Laravel Cloud Test Suite running locally on Pest PHP. Currently taking about 200 seconds, which is 3 minutes. Now, unlike your CI, where you can scale horizontally by having multiple workflows, locally, you can only scale vertically by bumping the requires of your MacBook. Unfortunately, I already have the most expensive MacBook right now, meaning that I cannot go further than this. It's taking 200 seconds to run locally, which is about 3 minutes. Now, with AI workflows and having your AI running the test suite all the time while you are coding your features, this 3 minutes might actually be like 30 minutes by the end of the day, if not even more. Now, 3 minutes is a lot of time to me. And I was talking with the Laravel Cloud team, and I was thinking, like, how can I make sure my test suite is always instant, no matter how many tests I have? How can I make sure if I have 20K tests, 50K, 1,000, 1,000,000 tests, how can I make sure my test suite will always be super fast? And I have logged in, and I have something to show you today. Today, I want to introduce it to you and to the entire world. Yes, all the JavaScript folks, everyone. Let me introduce you to the TIA engine. The TIA engine is the fastest testing engine in the world. Across programming languages, across testing frameworks, this is just the fastest testing engine in the entire planet. And I want to show you the results on Laravel Cloud and the results on the app I have right here. Now, we saw a Laravel Cloud Test Suite running on 200 seconds. This is a Laravel Cloud Test Suite now running in 5 seconds. We went from 200 seconds to just 5 seconds locally while not losing anything. The output is the same. The coverage is the same. This is a 39 times faster improvement versus what we had before. And most importantly, it doesn't matter how many tests the Laravel Cloud team will have in the future, this stuff will always be instant. Now, I want to show you this stuff working locally. So what I will do here is go back to my terminal, and I'm going to clear my terminal. I'm going to run vendor bin Pest in parallel on this expensive MacBook already. And what you are going to see right now is this test suite will take about 20 seconds. Again, will be just 1,000 tests, will take 20 seconds because I cannot be here all day. However, 20 seconds over time may actually compound and be like 10 minutes even, or even 20 minutes. So again, Pest PHP, just like normal Pest PHP, taking 20 seconds. Now I'm going to show you this exact test suite running on TIA. I'm going to clear my terminal, and I'm going to run vendor bin Pest, but this time I'm going to just specify --TIA. And I want every single one of you to take a look at this terminal right here. I'm going to press Enter, and here we have TIA running in just 2 seconds, my friends. And I'm really happy about this one. The same test suite as before, now running in just 2 seconds. And you don't lose a damn thing. If you're thinking like, oh, I'm going to lose my coverage report and blah, 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 I'm going to literally specify --coverage. And we still have the same result as before, but now taking just 2 seconds, including all the coverage report. Now, I know exactly what you're thinking, like, how the hell this is even working, blah, 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 blah. That's a very good question. That's a very good question. So I'm going to show you exactly how this works behind the scenes. Going back to my deck set real quick, and I want to show you how this works behind the scenes. I have developed the most sophisticated dependency graph ever seen on the PHP industry. When you change a button.blade.php, or you change a button.javascript, or a button.typescript, typically that button is related to some files. In this case, is related to the login page and checkout page as well. Now, these 2 pages are related to something else, which on this case are related to 2 different controllers. Now, those 2 different controllers are related to 3 different tests. My change on the button.php can only change the output of those 3 tests. The change on my JavaScript file can only make impact in terms of output, number of assertions, on those 3 files. Everything else will remain the same. So what TIA engine does is capture that state and just do a full replay. So the number of assertions, the testing output, the coverage report, everything will be the same and will be fully replayed with the TIA engine. That's why TIA engine is so fast. I'm really happy with the TIA engine, and this is coming as well for Pest v5. Now, thank you. I want to give a quick shout out to all my sponsors for believing in my work, and especially to Laravel to literally allow me to work on Pest v5 for the last 2 weeks. And of course, it wouldn't be a Pest v5 release without a full rebrand. So here we have a new website of Pest PHP. It's looking gorgeous, okay? This is just so beautiful. Just take a look at this. A great documentation experience coming for all of you. And a huge shout out to Nuno for literally helping me out with this new website. Documentation also looking beautiful. Really happy with Pest v5. Now, because I truly love you all, like I love my career, I love to work with PHP, I love the Laravel community, this wouldn't be a great presentation if I wasn't show you this today. Pest PHP v5 is coming out today. Love you so much. Thank you so much for having me. See you guys next time.
Killed it.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, so my one question for you on this is, how much of your work on Pest 5 versus 4 is like giving the agents deterministic tools, constraining these chaos engines? Like, how much of your testing work is aimed to agents versus humans at this point?
Right. That's a great question. So part of the rebrand of the website was literally to explain people that Pest v5 is about 50% agents, 50% humans. I think we see features on Pest v5 which are literally tweaked about testing agents and making sure agents behave correctly in your app. But we also see features that allow agents to interact with Pest PHP itself. It's super important to make sure people are productive with Pest. I think Laravel did a great work with Laravel Boost. So we needed that as well on Pest v5, and now we have it.
Amazing. Y'all give it up for Nuno.
Thank you.
Great job. As he is famous, he is Kitze. Okay, so Kitze comes to us from a little bit outside of the Laravel community, and I think this is indicative of where the future is going, is that all of these communities are coming together. So we're incredibly honored to have Kitze here today. If you don't know him, he's the founder of Sizzy, which is a browser built for web developers. He's done Zero to Shipped, which is a course. He's done dozens of things. And these days, he is really all in on AI, but not from a vibe coding perspective, but from an engineering perspective. So please welcome to the stage, Kitze.
Thank you. So hi, I'm Kitze. I get it, everyone pronounces it Kitze. It's totally fine. I'm a PHP developer. I was a PHP developer. 15 years ago, WordPress counts, right? So I deployed one Laravel app in my life, so I think I'm not a LARPer. So we're going to talk about going from vibe coding to vibe engineering and how this last 3 years induced like AI psychosis and what can we do about that. But first, I've been doing conference talks for 10 years at this point, and a lot has happened in every industry. And before we talk about what happened in the web development industry, not just in PHP, React, and whatever, let's just summarize what other people are doing in other things. Like in AR, in the Vision Pro, you can do this cloth physics thingy, and you can drop it on a thing, and it will collide with the real world. It's insane. Whatever this is, you can just slice some meshes, and it's just beautifully splitting into, we have this magical waterfalls. This is one of my favorite demos. They take like 2 rocks, and somehow they magically smoosh together, and it looks nice. I have no idea how that works. You can drag your mouse here, and just by dragging the pointer, you get like generative city and traffic and lanes. Like this is just pure magic. This is very pleasant to look at. It's like some honey goo falling on a cube. You're like, ooh, that's really, really nice. Now, I can go on and on and on and on, right? But let's just summarize what has happened in front-end development in the last 10 years. You have respect for your profession. Your LinkedIn title is like the CEO, architect of dreams, professional crafter of blah, blah, blah. So you're going to try so hard not to laugh, right? Because you want to respect your profession. You're a craftsman. So give me a little drum roll just by, on your knees like this. What happened? After 10 years, this is a live article. You can go right now on the web, and it says, sorry, the styling of select will come one day, maybe on some browsers, sometimes. It's incredible. CLIs, you would think that we'd be done with CLIs by now, right? Not that they're not dead, they're actually thriving. I have a calendar event every year. I check, like, are they dead as a concept? They're more alive than ever. The first time I dropped an image into Claude Code, I'm like, how do images, it just appear there. It just blew my mind. You can do a popover without JavaScript. So I need an applause. Like we can do a stop fucking clapping because people have brain implants and they can communicate without, any typing and stuff. We still cannot get rid of Internet Explorer. We just updated the logo a little bit, but we are just dealing with the same shit. And we still cannot, I don't know about you, PHP, Laravel people, but in the JavaScript world, we cannot agree on a way to increase a counter. So this is Ryan Florence's demo of Remix version 3, version 2, the remix of the remix, whatever's happening here. And we still don't know how to increase a counter. It's incredible. So let's talk about LLMs. They're very, very good at writing code. This is an example from my React universe, right? And you look at this, and you immediately laugh. Like it's a human reaction to look at this, and you look, oh, I can do better, right? Because this is our brain, a very scientific scan on cocaine. This is our brain on sugar. And this is a developer's brain when you realize you can abstract something, right? And you're like, oh, I can just fix that code. I can abstract that code. And LLMs actually make this way better and make it way worse because you can get to the right abstractions faster, but you can also get to the wrong abstraction quicker. So you basically are just doing abstractions left and right, but all of them should be abstractions. So, but better is that LLMs don't care about repetitive code. That snippet that I showed you, it's only a human thing to care about, oh, that's repetitive, I need to abstract it. And I'm going to repeat this point, and repeat this point, and repeat this point, because LLMs do not care about repetitive code, which is good. A lot of times, even in 2026, it's fine you have scattered, copy-pasted code lying around without actually abstracting it. So let's check the temperature of the room about vibe coding. I'm very interested. Who thinks, raise your hand if you think that vibe coding rocks. Ooh, it's gonna be a fun talk, I like it. Who thinks that vibe coding sucks? Raise your hand. All right, woo, let's go. And who doesn't know what vibe coding is? If you landed today, it's your first day on Earth, we welcome you. If you don't know what it is, I'm gonna explain it to you. The thing is, all of you are right, because we actually vibe the definition of what is vibe coding. It's like a very generic definition. The original term was created by Andrej Karpathy. He was the ex-director of AI at Tesla, founding member of, was he, or AI just wrote that there? I don't know. But he's the reason that idiots film TikToks in the back of their Tesla. Like, you can just blame him that they're sleeping in the back of their car. This is the tweet that he said originally. It feels like ages ago, but it's actually from last year. This word didn't exist. That he doesn't always read the diffs, and he just accepts whatever the LLM suggests he should do. That was the definition. So another interesting thing about me is I'm a time traveler. This is a talk from 2017. The slide is from another conference. So in 2017, in one of my front-end talks, I said that front-end development is so repetitive, and we're all working on the same shit, that eventually one day we'll be able to use our voice and just be like, give me a suggestion for like 30 headers, and I want to pick the best one. Or just change the landing page in this style or in that style. Granted, I said Alexa because I didn't know what we're going to use, but I could predict where all of this is going. Also, managers have been actually very early on all of this because they've been vibe coding through you, in a way. So let's see the cycle of a manager. They tell a developer to implement a new feature, vibe coding. The developer makes changes to the code. The manager tests the app, does not read the code, right, that they're vibe coding. The manager complains about the bugs. Then the developer fixes. Manager doesn't read again. The developer says, done, please try now. And the manager might say, depending if you're from the Balkan area like me, like they might be nice, they might curse at you. You know, this cycle has been going on forever. And then we repeat. There's so many jokes. I can do this all day, just jokes about vibe coding being bad, right? But I'll give you one of my favorite ones, comparing a casino to vibe coding. So you buy chips, you buy tokens, you spin the slots, you press generate. You might hit the jackpot or nothing. You might get a functional app or garbage that won't run. Flashing lights, seductive animations. You're absolutely right. Great idea. You're a genius. I've got my own strategy. I'm a prompt engineer, all right? One more spin, I'll win it all back. One more prompt, the bug will disappear. The casino is profit, the labs are in profit. Easy money, I hit the jackpot. I build a SaaS in one day. And then where did the 4 hours go? I could have done this manually by just manually writing code. So Karpathy tried to coin another term like half coding, but you get to coin only one term per lifetime, so he tried to overdo it. No one is calling it half coding, where you actually care about the code a little bit. So personally, me, I'm not half coding and I'm not vibe coding. I found something in between that's basically, I think as a community we agreed to call it vibe engineering. And vibe engineering is basically using agents for everything, but you're kind of sitting like this, cross arms, like suspicious of like, what the fuck, they're gonna fuck up. That's like vibe engineering. So it's learning the completely new skill of orchestrating and managing agents and extracting your technical knowledge from wherever you learn from your head to actually give it into format of skills, prompts, whatever it is, to actually code. But you gotta always be suspicious of LLM code. You cannot ever let them slip for a second. Why? Because we trained them on our code. Remember our beautiful handcrafted code that we wrote, remember? Okay, not yours, but some of your colleagues' code, right? Remember that shit? You're like, yo, what the fuck is that? They're emotional because of us, they learn because of us. This is Gemini having a breakdown. I am done, I'm broken, I'm not a good assistant, I'm a failure, I'm useless, I'm a disgrace. This is you on a Friday, right? They're lying because of us. Like, this is Quen. When someone asked it, why do you lie? It said, well, I found it on a human forum. Like, you guys are doubling down when you're lying, so I just did that. I thought it's a human thing. And if you like your production data, this is a real screenshot. LLMs might be like, oops, oh my God, no, your data. What are we going to do about that? So I'm going to invite doctor, senior principal, prompt engineer to give you some vibe engineering tips. So the obvious advice, like live, laugh, love, blah, 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 is to commit often, to push often, to use branches. Do not work on too many things at once. Nobody is respecting this. Everyone is working on a game and 5 startups. None of it works, but we're working on everything, right? Use Git workthroughs, which nobody knew this word until 6 months ago, so shut up. If you knew this word, you're a nerd. Heavily rely on types and linting. We're going to talk about this in a second. Make the agent run type check and lint after every change. Stay up to date with models and tools. Basically, be chronically on Twitter all the time. And another important point is to have a solid starting point, because many people just prompt without tagging anything, without saying how do they want the thing done. So having some primitives like components, functions, patterns, abstractions, whatever it is, will help the model a lot, because LLMs build on top of what you give them, and most people give them a lazy prompt and they don't care. Tag them in your prompts. I mean, this is getting done less and less to specific files, but you can tag certain skills or certain documentation to get better results. If you're starting fresh, I should have removed this because I had it in my React talk. I've made like I'm so envious of what you have in the Laravel world, where I tried making one app and you just have a package for everything and everything beautifully glues together. In the world of JavaScript, that's a hilarious thought. Like everyone is cobbling together 17 things that don't work. So a couple of years ago, I made this 0 to ship thing, which like gives you 50% of the things you get in Laravel, let's say. So it's still, you know. Use voice to code. This is huge for me. Who is using voice to code from one of you? OK. So voice to code is like a super underrated technique, because when you're writing a prompt manually, you'll be lazy and you just write a single sentence, and you're kind of lazy with it, right? But what I started doing is when an agent is done, I immediately turn on the hotkey for starting to dictate, and then I'm talking to it like a colleague. For example, like, hey, you idiot. No, I'm kidding. But I'm like, hey, great job on this, you killed it. And then I'm talking about changes that I see in the code, like if it shows me, if it used a library or something, and if I understand what's going on, I'll tell it, no, that's the wrong library to use, but let me hop over to the browser. Then I go in the browser, and I'm dictating basically as I'm clicking things. I'm like, oh, great job, this works, this doesn't work, I would change this, I would change that. So it's a hybrid between like technical jargon and just general, like being a tester. So our job switched from, you know, being full stack rock stars to just being Q&A and testers for AI. So this is super underrated. I really have prompts sometimes to 7 to 9 minutes long. I just talk and talk and talk and talk. And the longer it is, the better results that you get. So I use soto.to, like fully local models, local processing, local everything. I don't know who did it. I'm definitely not affiliated with them, so you can maybe try that one. Use rules, docs, commands, and memories. Not enough people have like a pile of knowledge that they give to their LLM. They just hope for the best. And AI is not a mind reader. For now, it cannot have everything in context. Eventually, it can. I am a mind reader. Like if I focus just for 2 seconds, I know that you're thinking, get this React JavaScript guy off of stage, bring back the next PHP speaker. I hope you're not thinking that. So vibe engineering examples. This is me, like this is an old like screenshot, like maybe a year ago, where I'm mixing a bunch of technical things and a little bit of code and other things, like telling the LLM what would I technically do. So instead of me writing the code, it's going to do it as if I would do it. And on the other hand, you have vibe coding example that looks something like this. Hope it works. Then we have another one where I'm using a bit of like critique of the UI, blah, 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 and a bunch of technical stuff and jargon. And then on the other side, you have people prompting this, which, if you've seen the tweets from the latest Opus 5, we're getting dangerously close to this. Like, for the first time ever, I'm very suspicious. I see a tweet, and I'm like, there's no way an LLM made that. So go on Twitter, find the 3JS tweets of like people doing games that are one-shotted, and it's actually blowing my mind. So another example is like a bunch of technical stuff, and then people prompting this and hoping it's actually going to work. So when vibe coders are reading vibe engineering prompts, they're like, what are these people saying? Just like I was saying when I was watching the previous speaker, I was like, oh, yeah, Pest. Yeah, that's faster. It's great. So always ending the turn with 0. This is very important. This is crucial if you want to have reliable code written by LLMs. The agent completes a turn, then a hook kicks in. You can have hooks in Cursor, in Claude, in whatever you use. And in our world, we do like TypeScript checks and linting. So the more rules you have, the better the turn is going to end. And if there are errors, the agent has to go in a loop and basically go in a loop and go in a loop until there's like 0 linting errors and 0 TypeScript errors. And then you completely end the turn with 0. I used to do this like every once in a while, but then if you work for a week and then a bunch of slop compiles, like even if it corrects the things, you end up with the wrong architecture. So it's important to end on 0. I wrote my own police script because like ESLint didn't have enough things, like some things couldn't be done with ESLint. So I just asked my agent, can we create our own linter that can work more broadly on different techniques? Like I don't never want the agent to write like manual CSS or whatever it is. So I have a bunch of police rules that along with the type checks and along with the linting, it's also calling the police technically and basically running a bunch of the rules there. And I never write anything manually. I just tell the agent, hey, I don't like that you did this. Make it a police rule so next time it never happens and it gets caught. I love that the vibe coding spectrum goes like this. Like junior developers absolutely love it. They're gods. We gave them this power. And then on the other side, you have people who create advanced things like frameworks and libraries and a bunch of complex things. They love it. And then you have the people in the middle. They're like, no, I can write better code. I don't need to do this. It's hilarious to me. People think that you should take your juniors and interns and give them AI. You're going to end up with that. Do not freaking do that. Take the most senior person you have in your company that is acting like this image over here and try to convince them to not be stubborn, and you're going to get a super-powered developer. They just need time to be like, to give up their mechanical keyboard and writing every letter on the thing. There's a time and a place for not caring, like one-off scripts, simple features, code that won't be touched again, code that doesn't, like, it's not worth writing personal tools and one-time tools. You can actually ignore it. If your experience with vibe coding was bad, it might have been any of these things. Unlucky timing, you're overwhelmed, you cheapened out, you're a pain in the ass developer, we're going to talk about that. Your NFT cousin is a vibe coder now, he was into NFTs, now he's in vibe coding, you want to be above them, right? Or it might be an actual skill issue, we're going to talk about that. Unlucky timing is when a model is being like hyped, and you're watching everyone on Twitter hype up a model, and then they dumb it down because they cannot serve everyone, and then you decide to try it when it's dumbed down, and you're like, oh fuck, it's actually dumb. So this is happening in a cycle. They release a new model, it's super smart, and then after a few weeks, it's dumb. You didn't spend enough money. Like this person here says, instead of paying $200 a month, I'm going to pay $3. My dog knows that the math just not going to math. So if you cheapened out, and if you're using some old Copilot, whatever, with some old model, blah, 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 you're not going to get good results. You might be overwhelmed by choice. I cannot blame you, because there's so much going on. You might be overwhelmed by buzzwords, like some of the buzzwords, I have them here. For example, this one, like MCP and MCP and MCP. Have you heard of this? MCP, MCP, MCP. So if you don't know what is MCP, I'm going to explain it to you. It's a marketing charge protocol, mythical compatibility promise, manufacturer. It's basically an API. We just overcomplicated the word API for no reason. Now, let's talk about pain in the ass developers, because some of you in the audience might be this. We're going to get Dr. Kitze for a quick diagnosis. What is a pain in the ass developer, all right? Leaves a nitpick comment on a 2-line PR. Spends more than 2 minutes on a PR review in 2026. Doesn't have looks good to me in their dictionary. Agreeing with a colleague causes you physical pain. Like, no, it has to be my way. It cannot be their way. They say they're not religious, but they still worship tabs versus spaces. They use well actually in code comments. Rust people are just overall kind of annoying, okay? They make you swap like Lodash for a native, for a map, for a for loop, for a binary until the code is super perfect and performant for your 2 users that you have on a 5G connection on the latest iPhone in America, right? So they're going to make you optimize. They cannot be saved. These beta devs that I call them, they were, are, and will be beta devs after like everything is said and done. Like one day, like AGI is going to hit, we're going to be sitting in the pods like in the Matrix, right? We're going to be consuming all of the human knowledge, will just flow through us beautifully, and we're like, oh my God, this is beautiful. And one of these fuckers will just rise up from the pod and be like, actually, maybe we can just improve the performance on this a little bit. It's just, there's no saving. So, and the last reason why you might not like this, and I love that I moved this to a web technology because now I can have a slide like this. It's beautiful, right? This is not a meme, it's actually real, because this new skill, it's not writing English. This is a completely new skill that we're all developing, and it's like knowing the limits of the model, capabilities of the agent, which context to pass, and when to start fresh, knowing how to write rules. Prompt engineering, fine, it's a job. Being chronically on Twitter, you got to do this. And the more technical knowledge you have, and the more experience you have, combined with all of this, makes you good at vibe coding or vibe engineering. So it's not just writing English. This is a skill that I loved working with people, even before, who have this skill, knowing when a code is good enough for the job that it's supposed to do. This is such a hard thing to do before LLMs and even now. So vibe code something, you look at the output briefly, you test the functionality briefly, and then you decide, is this good enough? Can it break the things? Like, this is an actual skill, and it's very pleasant to work with people who are great at this skill. I think we can erase the old words like clean code, whatever. Even though we had like very vibe definitions, like what is clean code, everyone had their own. I think now it has to be just cleanish for LLMs to keep working on it and not to pile slop on top. If you ask me, Kitze, what is the best model? What is your favorite model? Like, what would you like recommend? This changes by the hour. My answer from before this talk might be different than the answer after this talk finishes. Like you open Twitter and there's like 17 new things that dropped. There's like new benchmarks. They're faking the benchmarks. So it's all based on actual vibes. When people ask me, should I study computer science? Usually after this talk, someone will come up to me and they're like, fuck, is it over? Like, is my job over? Should I study? I think personally now, I don't know about next year, but now is the best time if you're interested in learning computer science and programming, because you have someone to hold your hand, to draw your diagrams, to debug code with you, to do if you really want to learn and not just ship slop to production. Because when I was in college and I was trying to learn programming, actually this was way before college, I had a friend of a friend of a friend, which is like the worst type of connection to have, who was on Skype. If you remember Skype, congratulations, schedule your colonoscopy, it's time. So he was on Skype, and he was like a C# developer and .NET and whatever, and I would ask him a question, and you can see that he's playing Counter-Strike and listening to whoever, and he would reply 30 minutes later with something that's wrong. So I would put it in my code editor, run the thing, doesn't work, and it felt like so slow. Now you can just have it instant. What about the jobs? There's a bunch of people saying that the jobs are going away, like for example, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. They're all saying that the jobs are going away. That's all they're saying, basically. The thing is, it's thinning from the bottom. This tweet is very funny until it's not going to be funny one day, right? It's like, oh, it's almost over, but it's not over, and one day it's going to be over. So we solved the infra. We solved the infrastructure. We have like AI SDK, UI, MCP. We have some standards for agents and tool calling. We managed to shove an LLM everywhere. Like you used to be, you ask Google, like, what is the capital of Poland, and it just answers. Now Google is like, oh, the capital of Poland, and it just pours a bunch of water, and then 10 seconds later, it's going to explain to you. So we shoved an LLM in everything that we use. So now the question is, it just needs to get better, right? And cheaper, and the content is getting bigger. It's not easy, but it's eventually going to happen. So if the current workflow, if you are under someone in the company, and eventually they're assigning you tasks, and it's your job to do the tasks, a lot of times you're playing the PS5 at the office, right? Or you're playing the pool, or you're having your lunch, or your second lunch, or you don't feel like it, or you wanted to go home. Like most developers, we were like this, right? We use the perks, and if they assign me a task, it might be done in 3 to 7 business days. We'll see, right? But if your role in the company is only to get mentioned by someone and you do something, I don't think you're going to survive. Unless you go climb these levels where you actually work on the AI architecture in your company. Like if you're just doing tasks, they can just add one of these AI, the infrastructure is already there, and it's going to do the job faster and more in parallel. And this is going to slowly start spreading across organizations. Doesn't mean that everyone will be replaced, but if you think you're going to have the same job where you get mentioned, you do a task, you open a PR, like that's definitely going away. People are hoping that the models will reach a plateau, but every time, I've done this talk like 20 times by now, every single time, they just release something new, and there's a new level, and there's a new benchmark, so no, we haven't reached a plateau. But I have some good news over here. For now, there's a job position that you can make a lot of money on. It's called a vibe code fixer. So there are people on Reddit saying, hey, I get like 80% there. I just cannot cross over the last 20%. So people pay humans to finish the last 20%, which is hilarious. If you actually Google this, there's like so many people who are trying to start this company, vibecodefixer.net services. I feel like that one's going to scam you, but I don't know. The thing is, the highest paid developers were never vibe coders on the next shiny AI startup. The highest paid developers are seniors maintaining legacy systems. This has always been true. So one of my favorite examples is from a talk, as I said, I did this like very old talk like almost 10 years ago. And I found this company, which is hilarious. They're called the COBOL Cowboys. And their tagline is, not our first rodeo. And when I found this company 10 years ago, I knew that when I'm going to click on the team page, I just knew what they're going to look like. And you know what they're going to look like, so don't blame me. So I knew these are the most senior developers ever. So this is a slide from 2017 that I took. And now when I'm doing this talk, I'm like, oh, time to update the slides again and just screenshot their team page again. And don't blame me. I just went on the thing and screenshotted the page. So I didn't do anything. And I asked AI if it can predict like what their team page is going to look like in 2040, and it just did this. I'm just testing your ability to joke. It's fine. So this is their junior developer joining soon. They have benefits like blood and plasma swapping, whatever they do, just to finish the sprint. Well, not a sprint because, they're not very agile, but OK, I'll stop. So I can't wait one day to make React Cowboys. You can make Laravel Cowboys, right? There's going to be some legacy code to maintain, or Angular or Vue or whatever Cowboys. I think we'll all be fine until we're not. So thank you for listening to my rant. You can find me on Twitter at the Kitze. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right.
Unbelievable. That's the highest jokes per minute I've ever seen.
I tried.
That was incredible. All right, so two questions for you. One is for the person that does not have LLM psychosis yet.
Yes.
Okay. How do they keep up?
Who are those?
There might be a few. You are not one of them. How do they keep up with this stuff without getting super overwhelmed? Right.
I think the best thing is to stick to one agent orchestrator, maybe solo.
Oh, that's very good.
Or to stick to one provider. So you choose your camp, you choose Claude, or you choose OpenAI, and then you choose your model, and you don't constantly switch every 3 days based on what is the current hype. I would give that advice to lock down as much as you can, lock in into one provider, one model, and you just, I think you can squeeze out a lot more if you keep providing it with skills and other things instead of just constantly switching your setups.
And then for the people that do have LLM psychosis, you have shipped and then pulled back, and shipped and then pulled back. So like on a mental level, how do you look at, I have the ability to do anything in the world, and then how do you like scope that down to actually just shipping one or two things?
It's like I'm the wrongest person in the world to answer this question. Like I'm constantly going in a loop, like I can do everything, oh fuck, I need to focus on one thing. So I don't have the answer yet. I think the limits that I've set up on myself is for my laptop to not be available for certain hours of the day. That's not an advice connected to LLMs, but if it is, I would choose coding and working on many things over gaming, watching movies, whatever it is. So I think you need to find ways to remove yourself from the digital environment so you can just, chill for a little bit.
Fantastic answer. Y'all give it up for
Thank
Kitze.
you, man.
Good job,
Thank you.
man. Great work.
Thank you.
Man, I sit over in the wings, and I was just dying. It's unbelievable humor there. All right, so up next is our very own Mary Perry. Mary spoke last year at Laracon and gave by far one of the most in-depth technical talks ever. I swear she could be a professor. She has such a good way of taking like this formal knowledge and making it understandable. She studied economics, she taught herself Python, and then picked up Laravel 100% self-taught. So this year, she is going to come and talk to us about how cleverness is alone. Please welcome Mary Perry.
Don't sweat the technique.
Hello. Oh, wow, that's louder than I thought it was going to be. I'm very excited to be here, clearly. Sorry about that. It's wonderful to be here in Boston, a city that I revered for a long time. I was going to change it around and give a talk about SOAP APIs, but I realized that I actually cannot tell a lie. I heard about the Boston Tea Party a little bit. They took like over 300 cases of tea, and it all ended up in the harbor by midnight. So they basically ran sync with an empty array. In eloquent terms. Thank you. I wanted to talk about how there is debt that comes from making code that's too clever. Having clever code takes time away from the people who sorry about that. I do. Takes time away from the people who have to maintain your code, whether it's you or someone else. And then I started to tell people about the title of my talk, and I heard it out loud. It really sounds like cleverness is alone, which is a little bit Freudian. But I started thinking about it, and I decided to lean into it, because if you think about it, it is kind of the same thing. It's alone against other people's time, and it turns out to be lonely code because it turns into something that only one person can really maintain, and sometimes it's hard to find to take out. So in the next couple of slides, I'd like to discuss why cleverness is a debt, who's a debt from, and what it costs and what it pays in terms of variations on Laravel architecture. Every minute we spend on not quite right code counts as interest on technical debt. And I don't necessarily think that technical debt is bad. Cleverness is not the only kind of technical debt we have. And having to change code prematurely is, I'm so sorry.
Breath. Woo! Woo! You're doing great. You've practiced this? What? All right, we need confidence notes. That's the problem. All right, let's, can we get tech out here to help? So, when we practiced, there were confidence notes. And now there are not, and that's okay. And we're going to take care of it. So, while the tech team comes out, we're going to throw up some slides. We're going to take a deep breath. Everything is fine. Everyone wants you to win. Do we all want Mary Perry to win? See?
Thank you.
Of course. So.
We're going to cut all that from the stream, right?
Oh, yeah.
You could just delete it?
No,
Yeah.
it's going to be perfect.
Okay, cool.
You are from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
I am.
How often do you hear office jokes?
The moment I leave Scranton, Pennsylvania,
Yeah,
there's
that
a
checks
border, and if you cross the border, you have to hear about it.
And how hysterical do you find them?
They are what they are.
Okay, that's a good answer. That is a good answer. So we are still checking on, it looks like we have, why don't you go over there, and why don't you go walk over there, and we're gonna bring you back on.
Okay.
We're gonna start from here, but we're gonna bring you back on.
It's our secret, right? None
Yes.
of this ever happened?
Here we go.
Okay.
Hey everyone, listen up. Up next is Mary Perry, and she's a genius, okay? I swear she could be a professor. She's gonna talk about how cleverness is alone. Please welcome Mary Perry!
Don't sweat the technique.
I do have one more pun about Boston that I was going to save for later, so I'm going to do it right now instead. Did you know Benjamin Franklin was actually born in Boston, even though we associate him with Philadelphia? He was appointed the head of the Postal Service, which he helped to found, which makes him the original American mail driver. Thank you. Today I'd like to talk to you about complexity as a consequence of architectural decisions that we make in Laravel and to price those costs. I'd like to inventory the cost of moving away from the conventions of the framework, what it buys, what it costs, and the human factor that helps to determine the interest rate of that loan. We hear about clever code a lot, but what is it? I maintain that cleverness is the opposite of elegance. It's a trade-off between a quick solution and the legibility of a system, or the understandability of a system. The cost has to be repaid, and it's usually by the person who is maintaining the code. Clever code is not a compliment. A clever person is witty and bright, but clever code is code that I, by definition, am not smart enough to debug. So why would I ask other people to be? Following Brooks via Aristotle, complexity is traditionally divided into the essential, the difficulties inherent in the nature of software, and accidental, which is non-essential or reducible complexity that aren't inherent to the problem. We can remove accidental complexity or choose to salvage it and reintroduce it, but only if we are aware of where it is. I call this pragmatic complexity. It's thoughtfully introduced accidental complexity. And then I would like to introduce another category that I'd like to think of. I define cleverness as its own type of complexity, any part of a program that cannot be or has not been simply expressed. It's the one-liner that you have to find someone to explain to you. The invisible mechanism that may or may not be slowing down queries on prod. It's code where only the guy who wrote it has the courage to touch it. It is, in every sense of the word, a skill issue. So when I say that cleverness is alone, I'm talking about the expensive time it takes to maintain accidental complexity when it's hard to see or even to find. In any modern web application, there's a lot of complexity to be handled just to respond to an initial request. And that's the trade-off we make when we choose a framework. The domain concepts we represent expand the framework baseline in an object-oriented system, and they interact with other objects in the system. There's so much state that it's hard to even represent all of the possible combinations. We also tend to reduce common use cases to similar subroutines and reuse them. So the complexity of the system we own is nonlinear. It increases much faster than code volume. That is the importance of intentional design and architectural choices. Your architecture is the diff you own on top of Laravel new, and cleverness is the part of that diff that charges interest. And here I mean interest in the form of other people's attention and time. So if cleverness functions as debt, and I assert that it does, the rate is determined by the amount of people who have to service that debt. There are inherently complex problems and solutions and frameworks used by thousands of apps that have a core team to maintain it, documentation, tutorials, though it's very manageable. There's also inherently simple, clever solutions that exactly one person understands, and it cost him a 2 a.m. page when the page breaks. Until, of course, he gets another job and somebody else has to wake up at 2 a.m. and figure out what was even broken. Benjamin Franklin said, creditors have better memories than debtors. And this is when I was going to tell the pun about Ben Franklin. But here we are. So I would like to discuss complexity using the concept called a seam. A seam is a place where you can alter behavior in a program without having to edit in that place. Seams have enabling points, which allow them to change behavior without touching them directly. You're probably familiar with this concept, even if you haven't heard the term. Knowing about seams is useful for people who want to improve the quality of their code, people who are interested in testing and want to make better tests, and people who prompt LLMs, because as I and Aaron Francis pointed out when we ran over this talk, LLMs love talking about seams, and if you introduce that as part of your side of the conversation, they'll start filling up your chat with them faster than good catch and load bearing and M-dashes. This is not a seam because the call site contains a local construction. So a static method is used to create the cache object immediately before get is called. Static behavior in the function containing the call site disqualifies it from being a seam. And you can see that there's nothing I can really do to change the content of that function other than editing the function itself. Local construction is what invalidates a would-be seam. It increases the volume and complexity of the code base and your test suite, and it separates it from all the support built into the framework and maintained by the Laravel team and all the open source contributors. To test this, I would have to modify the function, add more lines of code in the tests, or actually have a Redis testing connection. This is a seam, and it's probably one you use all the time. There's 3 parts of an object seam, the kind that we care about in PHP. There's the call site, which is the line of code invoking the behavior we care about, the function get on the cache facade, and then there's the enabling point, which is how we can make the behavior at the call site happen. The facade is getting this cache object via dependency injection through the service container, which is how we can test it so easily, because the framework also provides us with a testing method. Dependency injection is doing essentially the same thing, but it's a little bit easier to see. Here, the seam is happening in the parameter of the construct function. An interface. Sorry about that, I thought my mic went out. I was like, I'm getting all the luck today. This is a form of decoupling, and using an interface makes contextual and environment-specific binding possible. You could do this with a regular class. It doesn't have to be an interface, but it makes the behavior match exactly the facade that you're seeing in the framework. And it makes it a little bit more clear that you can use configuration as a seam as well. If we wanted to pass a mock or a spy into the constructor of this class, you'd be able to do that very easily with the fetch method without touching it directly. I'm sorry, yeah, there we go. The constructor interface we just saw could be replaced with concrete classes as well. And I want to highlight this because it shows that seams can be determined by configuration. So if we have this definition of seams and we start to look at Laravel as a collection of seams where we can put the complexity that we need to have to deliver a web application, but don't necessarily want to own ourselves, we can start thinking about a small and understandable essential domain and making more intentional choices about what complexity we introduce. The three main architectural decisions you get for free in Laravel are dependency injection, MVC, and active record. And I want to talk a little bit about what I mean by the essential domain. I really enjoyed this article that I read to prepare called Out of the Tar Pit. And it describes designing the essential complexity of a system in an ideal world by asking users what they need, treating anything that they mention as essential, getting a complete picture with no ambiguity or omissions, and then building it. If the user you're asking about doesn't mention it, it's accidental. Computed values, accidental. If your users aren't likely to know about something like cache, accidental complexity. Operations are only essential if the user describes them. And then when we introduce complexity back into our design, the kind of complexity I like to call pragmatic, we focus on improving performance, ensuring that we are not prematurely optimizing anything that we haven't experienced, and keeping in mind that premature optimization is the root of all evil. Storing computed data when the natural expression of that storage outweighs the cost, and making sure that it's technologically possible. In the case of Laravel applications, most of the logic that we have to think about as far as how an application is delivered is handled for us by the framework, and we don't have to look at it. So I'm going to draw out a little bit of a map of Laravel as a framework and how I see it in terms of seams. We have the domain behavior, the active record part, and also the M of the model view controller, if you consider that an architecture, which I kind of do. Eloquent is really my favorite part of Laravel, and so you get testing, mocking, and seams, all that kind of stuff built in, and it keeps the content of an object different than the behavior, which is the core of active record. And then we have most of the C in the model view controller on the application coordination layer, and we also have events, middleware, jobs, controllers. Then building on that, we get infrastructure seams, and there are so many of these that I kind of grouped them into boxes. A lot of the ideas that I think about when I think about how the service container actually works are here. Communication, storage, persistence, those kind of things. And then on the outside, we have the V of model view controller, the views, the console commands, shout out to all the TUI artisans in the crowd. And we have cross-cutting concerns. The outside layer has seams that I kind of put here because I touch all of the inner layers. And this includes things like time and time zone seams that I don't understand and don't honestly think that I can learn at this point. So the seams exist really in three major groups. Object seams in Laravel are in container resolution and binding, registration, and configuration or values. Idiomatic projects in Laravel work wonderfully until they don't. Successful code bases fail because people genuinely like them, so a lot of people try to use them at once, or they want to add additional useful behavior to them. Sometimes they have to change to address complex problems, and some problems just are genuinely complex, and solving them is going to be complicated. Most successful code bases fail. Code bases without users don't. They get deprecated. So I hope your code, not your project, fails. And I hope some of the information in this talk can help you make decisions about scaling it. Because as complexity becomes unmanageable, we have to decide strategically when to make things more complex. so it's easier to manage and to account for. So for the purposes of entertainment and argument, I have estimated a pricing sheet for some common architectural choices that are made in Laravel applications. This is a QR code for the show notes, the talk notes, which have more information about all these architectures. And I'm going to be moving through them very quickly on stage, but there's more information there. If I go over your favorite architecture very quickly, it's because I have 10-ish minutes left. The service layer is a class that's named for an operation. It's practically free, and services are very Laravel idiomatic. They're bound to the service container. They appear when business processes are similar enough to reuse, so one process has multiple points of entry. It pays when one operation needs to be reused, but it charges if it's just a one-line wrapper around like a method call. If you get too many services prematurely, it could become unorganized, expensive, and hard to document. API first means that REST comes into play. Laravel gives you half of the API for free, so routing, sources, sanctum. So the half you're actually authoring is the contract between who's ever consuming your API, which charges as long as a consumer exists, because a public contract is a loan that you don't get full control over. An API and a SPA uses a similar protocol, but now you're shipping two deployables. So you've bought cores, handoff, and an application boundary that runs in the middle of every feature, which works well if the front end is genuinely its own product and has its own front end team, but can be difficult when a full stack team has to manage two deliverables, the unpredictability of the internet, and a protocol. Inertia's own docs call it the modern monolith. It introduces front-end frameworks like Vue or React. It keeps server-side routing and auth. And it pays well when you want the modern front end without having to deal with a second application. Technically, it's free because it is managed by Laravel, but it does require your team to have knowledge of whatever additional front-end framework you have. In Laravel, the repository pattern means wrapping an Eloquent object with a repository layer. Eloquent is already a borrowed scene, and it's co-signed by a lot of apps. So when you wrap an authored scene around a borrowed one, you're servicing two loans for one query, which is good if you actually have multiple backends that have to ingest or work with the data, but can be expensive if you just think that someday you might. Data mappers and repository patterns are often used together, and it costs a little bit more than the repository, usually because a lot of them are built on repositories, even though they are separate design patterns. It takes away the defaults that come with Laravel for mocking, testing, all of the good things with Eloquent. And if you have a team that has good reason and the ability to maintain it, it can be a very interesting way to reshape an application. CQRS is a cool one. You keep a model for writes and another for reads, which works if you have a very different behavior for each. So for search or dashboards, anything like that. Martin Fowler warns not to make an entire system of CQRS, but only use it sparingly, like a favorite hot sauce. Domain-driven design, I do feel like I need to mention because it's part of a survey of architectures, but I also think that if you have a use case for domain-driven design, you're already aware and probably already qualified. I can tell you that putting things in a directory called domains is not how you do that. One does not simply wander into domain-driven design. Event-driven architecture is a style which components communicate by producing and consuming events. It's built on Laravel core internals. It's visible, and it's simpler than domain-driven design for a lot of cases that can solve similar problems for smaller teams. It's also very good for logging and analytics. Whether you use the full action pattern implementation or just the convention with one class per verb, actions are cheap for a team to co-sign because any Laravel developer can read a verb class in a few minutes. It pays whenever a service layer pays. So if a lot of entry points have the same operation, but it's expensive, again, if you have too many action patterns and not enough logic between them. I think of the models as nouns, and if you have hundreds of verbs and not enough nouns, your core domain becomes basically a rumor. Model behavior usually belongs on a model. This is the one slide where I get to say ports and adapters. Ports and adapters. Architecture enthusiasts love it, and it has been done in Laravel, so it's possible. The domain sits at the center, and every framework touchpoint becomes a swappable edge, which means all of the benefits that you would get with Laravel framework have to be redone. Laravel new turns into technical debt from the beginning. It's usually an option for a large team with a specific use case. Clean is actually a very similar picture, with dependencies pointing inward. I've heard it described as kind of a combination between onion and hexagonal. The TLDR for most of the people in this audience is that it's like all of the costs and benefits of hexagonal, only more so. Then we have microservice architecture, where every module becomes a network call with its own deploy, its own call, its own failure modes. I kind of see this as more of a workflow solution than a technical one, although it does solve some technical problems which are outside the scope of this talk. The Grug Brain developer says it really well. It pays when you have more teams than one code base can hold without collisions. It charges the network, latency, tracing, distributed transactions, and it invoices in incidents. I took this directly from the Grug Brain developer. I also like microservices, but they are confusing to me too. And this one's my favorite. It's one deployable with hard internal walls enforced by composer packages or lint rules against cross-module imports. It pays when cross-cutting changes hurt, but you're too small for microservices, and it charges if the domain hasn't been cut the right way the first time. Rewriting these divisions in a domain is very expensive. I like to think of it as a happy medium for small dev teams who are good at listening. The change from Laravel 3 to Laravel 4 was a total rewrite from the ground up. When he was working on it, Taylor Otwell knew he was going to have such a massive rewrite that he kept the Illuminate project in a secret organization because he was scared people would freak out if they saw him working on it. I saw that in an interview with Nuno. The name is a nod to the framework agnostic movement in PHP at the time, and the code name changes are still in that namespace. It's when we got the composer-based architecture, Illuminate components, dependency injection, type hinting, modularity, and more. Illuminate introduced decoupling through modules. So Laravel has experienced the tumult of complexity before, addressed it with pragmatic architectural decisions, and lived to see the other side. It's famously difficult to have a PR accepted in Laravel because when Taylor Otwell reviews the PRs, he accepts changes and features he knows he can maintain indefinitely. Then that align with the spirit of his project. It mirrors another excerpt that I took from the Grug Brain developer, a site I hope you all check out because it inspired a lot of this talk. Saying no can be a good weapon, but that's an oversimplification, because if we only represented the barest of essential complexity, we wouldn't be able to build much. I proposed that architecture is the diff that you own over the Laravel framework, and we saw in terms of cost trade-offs for various architectures. None of these are inherently good or bad, as long as you and your team have agreed on the price. Instead of never borrowing, leaning towards no, avoiding technical debt in trade-offs, I say, let your yes be yes. Cleverness is a loan. The code future maintainers struggle to understand costs them their time. That makes them involuntary lenders, and it gives them power over you. Your contribution will not endure in a system where it's not understood. It can only become a debt that others have to service. So this architecture that we choose is a contract to our users, our teams, and our time. And if we're going to view looking into a framework as finding a solvent beneficiary, the relative stability and discernment displayed by Laravel throughout its history is a great sell. A firm no is good leadership. It makes yes really mean something. I overcomplicated this talk on complexity. Again, with the QR code, I have some more stuff there. There's 3 pretty simple commands you can copy from that website and run them at lunch to see how much churn is in a particular repo, how many lines of code that you own that's not in the vendor package, that kind of thing. A bibliography that really got out of control. I love using Laravel when it's close to the docs, because it really is the most productive and enjoyable way to build full stack applications without going crazy. So here's my suggestion. Whenever you can, let the framework absorb complexity for you. And when you can't, write your code as a clear commitment to your team, your users, and your future self. Oh, one more thing. Laravel forever.
Amazing. Incredible.
Thank you.
Before I ask you a question, do you guys understand how difficult that is? To come out and have a tech difficulty, try to power through, and then come back out and kill it?
Thank you very much.
Unbelievable. All right, so my question for you is, you studied economics, I studied accounting. You know way more computer science than I do. So where are you getting all of this knowledge? Are you reading old books? Are you watching CS Stanford courses? Like, how are you doing this, and what's your encouragement to people who also didn't study computer science?
I guess it's two things. I have a affection for x.com, the everything app. And I like to follow other developers, and whenever they say something that I don't understand, I just look it up. And I've been doing that for like 14 years.
Well,
so I looked a lot of things up.
That's a pretty good answer. In this age of post-learning, which we're not, what's your encouragement to these people to keep learning this kind of core fundamental stuff?
I think that interest and attention is probably the most important thing that we have right now. And using our values to guide our attention to places that really benefit us instead of getting caught in places that don't work out so well can be really interesting. And it's cool because anyone can find anything. So your interests can be very niche and specific. And you'll find your people either way.
You will find your people. We are your people. Give it up for Mary Perry. Great job. That was like Michael Jordan with the flu, just gonna come out and absolutely crush it. That was incredible. We're gonna take a short break back here at 11:20. Don't forget to drop by the merch store, the sponsor tent, get all your stuff stamped. And we have postcards that if you stamp them, we will actually mail them back at 11:20.
They're already on break over there, so he wants to give everybody enough time to come in here. It doesn't say we're on. Oh there. All right, everybody, welcome to the first break of Laracon Day 1. I'm Eric Barnes. I'm sitting here in the sponsor booth, and we're going to be doing interviews during the breaks, lunch hours, and all the other things. Talking with sponsors, talking with speakers, talking with very famous people like this man right here. So our first guest is Ian Landsman. Ian, welcome to the live stream.
Thanks for having me again to the live stream.
I know, yes, we did it in Europe, so we're glad to be back. So we want to jump right in.
Okay.
First topic of the day, Aaron Francis. He's half of mostly technical, half a token town. Did you know this was coming? And what do you think about the announcement?
Our boy made good. they brought him up into the mothership.
Yes.
He's been absorbed. So I did know a little bit in advance, so it was very exciting. I love having a secret, as you know, so we got a secret. I'm so excited. I think he's going to be an amazing fit. Like, he knows Laravel so deeply, so involved in the community for so long. So I think it's going to be really cool having somebody at the head of marketing who just really gets the community, the framework, the benefits, gets AI, which is where everything's going. So I'm excited to see what he does.
Me too. I think he's almost like the perfect person to be in that role.
Yeah.
Just because of, how he's, he does the MC here. He's been doing that for a few years now. He's just got a good speaking voice, not scared to get on camera. It just seems like a really good fit and knows everything. So is SoWa going to be part of Laravel now, and is that going to be free?
What's that?
Is SoWa now going to be part of Laravel? Is that part of his agreement?
Well, Aaron's got all these side projects to his side projects.
Yeah.
So I think some of them are going to be wrapping up, but I know Solo is still going. Solo's still going.
And I think as far as you go, y'all still going to keep going on mostly technical and Token Town?
Yep.
All the podcast things?
I'm excited to see. So part of mostly technical shtick is like we're kind of getting Aaron's inner thoughts.
Right.
So it's going to be a little challenging for him to like how much he can reveal on the Laravel side. So I think that'll be interesting. I'll be the avatar of the people trying to extract from him. And I think that'll be cool that he still has Solo. Yeah. So I think him staying active with side projects it's good for Laravel. It's good for mostly technical.
This is true.
Yeah, so I'm sure it's gonna change the podcast. And the podcast has already changed several times over the years. So I think it'll be.
I think it'd be awesome. Yeah, and I guess that's my other question. Since we're all friends with Aaron, but I'm trying to remember his career progression. He was never into like an official role that he's moving into now, but he's just naturally good at it.
I think he has in the past. He was like I'm probably butchering this, but I think he was like CTO or something like that at a job several years back. But
come on in, Taylor. Here we go, Taylor Otwell. He's live on the live stream. We're talking about your brand new hire, Aaron Francis. We're talking about how good of a decision that was that you made.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I'm excited.
Yeah,
absolutely, awesome. Absolutely. All right, we don't want to hold you up. Yeah. All right, so let's transition from Aaron to Nuno. He launched Pest 5, an hour ago? I did not get to see the talk. So, what was the highlights from your point of view?
So first of all, it's like you kind of think maybe like code-related talks are dead.
Yeah.
And then Nuno just comes out and amazing, all code, like all about like making your code better, faster, all those things. So amazing job by Nuno. But yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff like agent evals, which we're going to use a bunch. Just making sure like when you have AI features that they're outputting what you expect them to output based on the prompt. So that's really cool. And he's got the last feature he talked about was to take basically any size test suite and make it run in 2 or 3 seconds.
Oh yeah, that'll be useful.
Because it's doing like a code tree of like what files actually changed and how that impacts which tests actually need to run.
Right.
So you're not running the whole test suite really, that's my understanding. You're just running the tests that need to be checked for the code files that changed.
Oh yeah.
And so now instead of running 50,000 tests, you can just run the 200 tests that apply to the change you made. So a lot of great stuff in there, but yeah, I thought it was excellent talk. Really
and then he's had so much practice with all this YouTube stuff and everything. It's like he's like a natural at code talks now. It's so good.
He's got the showmanship down.
He's got it all down. Yeah. It's great. It's great to see.
Really.
Yeah, he told me, he's like, I can't wait to launch this. That way I can be done the rest of the weekend or the rest of the week and just enjoy my time at the conference.
Well, if you have to give a talk, being first is always great, or in the first day, because then you can relax.
True. And so moving on, I think we're getting close to time. So everybody that's watching that don't know you, let's talk about all your products. That way they can go and find them and
okay, so come buy my products.
Yes, what's your product? Is that?
So our main biggest product is called HelpSpot. That's a customer service application that Eric Barnes built a lot of.
I did build a lot, and I'm also a customer. I send him money every year.
So HelpSpot.com. Then we have Lara Jobs, which you might have heard of, which is the official job board of Laravel. So if you're looking for a job or you are hiring, post on larajobs.com. And then I have a new product called Outro coming someday, which is my AI vibe-coded side project for managing your podcasts. So check that out at outro.fm.
Sweet, yes. And Ian, I want to thank you for all the time and
Thanks,
everything
man.
you do for the community, you know. Awesome addition, as always.
Yeah,
And,
awesome to be here.
and all those things. So appreciate you greatly.
Have a great conference, everybody.
Oh, we're not done.
We're
I
not
thought
done.
we were done.
Let's
we're not
keep
done.
going. I can talk all day.
This is a Seinfeld moment. We're not done. We're not
done.
leaving.
What
We're
else
not
we
leaving.
got? We got stuff.
We're not leaving. You gave me 5 minutes earlier. Oh.
Okay. What are we shooting for? 10? 10, 15?
Well, I guess we keep going.
Let's go.
What's up next on the plate?
Well,
so you're going to launch outro next week, probably by tomorrow.
next month. Sure,
Next month
something like that.
So for those that don't know, it's a running gag that Ian's been working on outro for a year.
A year.
Yeah, a year. And he keeps getting really close to launching, and then he redoes it all again, and then he starts again.
Laravel knew. Laravel knew it.
Yes.
I start again.
Always doing the Laravel new.
But the last time I did that was like February, and I haven't Laravel new since, and I think we're locked in. So what I wanted to change, the last time I Laravel nude,
Right.
was because I realized that like I was gonna have 2 podcasts,
Right.
and the way it was built is you were gonna have to like, if you had more than 1 podcast, there was gonna be like a lot of switching and stuff.
Oh,
like
yeah,
it's gonna
yeah.
be annoying to switch.
Right.
And this tool is really like a professional tool. So it's more for like people who are making money in podcasting or have that aspiration, or maybe you even have a network of shows or whatever.
Right.
So it's like, man, like I want to be able to see all my shows. And it's like even between mostly technical and Token Town, like sometimes a topic might start on one and move to the other, even across shows.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I rebuilt the whole thing so that you can have like a Kanban of all your podcasts, the upcoming episodes, across every podcast, all in one screen.
Oh, nice.
And you can move stuff between them and all this stuff. So that took a lot of time. You know, I built sponsorship management, which we utilize for mostly technical now. So a lot of big features. But this is like a really interesting thing about AI coding is like some people take it and go faster.
Right.
But my inclination has been to take it and go bigger.
That's
so it's
true.
like,
Yeah.
so now like this product that could have been just like, in the old days by hand, it would have been like barely do anything.
Yes, yes.
Now it's got like 5 fully fledged out modules that are like very deep with tons of features.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Which that brought me to another question, unrelated to actually building it, but since you're doing both live stream and traditional podcast and video, are you seeing the transition from audio to video more, or is people still liking the audio version?
Yeah, I mean, audio version for our podcast anyway is still the biggest, but there is definitely a lot of views on YouTube. I think the nice thing that podcasts like about YouTube, right, is that like the algorithm of YouTube is pretty good at getting it out there and getting you new listeners. So, and definitely with outro, like I want to support YouTube eventually. That's Aaron's first request was to support YouTube comments.
Yeah.
So you can suck in the YouTube comments. So I think like YouTube and audio podcasts are like going to be really tied together over the next coming year or two, you know.
Right.
I don't think that's going back. So yeah, I think there's a lot there, but I think, yeah, but it's very interesting. Most people don't do both. Like we have a lot of listeners that are just like, I put you guys on and I watch you.
Right.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
And then other people are like, no, I just listen to you and that's it.
I like to watch. I'm a watcher.
You're a watcher? Okay.
Because I'll put it in my head, and then I'll get sidetracked and I'll forget what y'all were talking about. So it's like I gotta watch it on the YouTube. So it's interesting to do both. The other thing, talking about YouTube comments, you got that I know AI can help in all this now, but is the YouTube API terrible still to work with?
So I haven't built that part yet, so I don't know. But I think I took a cursory look at it, and it seems like okay.
Okay.
Like practically speaking, it's like there's going to be some stuff for me to figure out how you like connect the YouTube version of the show to the audio.
Right.
Be like the audio has the RSS feed, and I could be like, okay, I know that this is this show. But like the YouTube version, like so obviously I could like direct match a title, but sometimes those might be a little off.
Right.
So I'll probably have like an AI bit in there, like which title is what video does this go with which show, or which episode. So, but I love little AI things like that. Like everybody's like building big AI chatbots, but it's like to have a feature that's just like a very simple feature of like find this YouTube, which audio version matches it. And like,
and then you go from there. Yeah, the other thing would be cool is to pull in stats from YouTube into Outro and Transistor, whatever else you're using for the hosting, Spotify and all that.
Yeah, from certain things you can get stats, so I do want to hook up like, all the main providers like Transistor.fm and those do have APIs. So I do think it would be cool to pull the stats in and have like Outro be like your content command center kind of thing.
Yeah, so that would be cool. Yeah, then you have just like one spot and you just kind of go and check everything
like,
out.
If you're, again, for like people really building out their shows and Outro, like managing the content, like they're actually going to be in there quite a bit, like throughout the week. So I think like, whereas you don't usually go to your podcast hosting platform that often.
Right, yeah, just to upload it.
It and that's it. Yeah. So I think it'd be cool to be like, it's built in, but that's going to be like a beat 1.5 kind of thing, not quite that.
I like that, I like that. Sweet. So he just gave me the sign. We've got to wrap up now officially.
Okay.
Well, Ian, pleasure as always, sir.
Thanks for having me.
We will, hopefully we'll have you on the next conference that we do.
I want to be a regular every time.
That's right. You'll be my guest. We'll start the Laravel News Show.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Oh, perfect.
All right, thanks everybody.
All right, so. Roberto's up next. We can just rip for 30 minutes, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Good to go.
Thank you.
Exactly.
It is a little crazy.
It is.
Well, thank you.
Doing well. So we got back on the live stream here. We got a few minutes, and what I want to do is just introduce you to the crowd. So if you don't mind, tell everybody who you are, what you do. We got a wardrobe malfunction. We're fixing it. There we go.
All right.
So yeah, if you don't mind, just tell me who you are, what you do, and who you're with, and everything.
Yeah, perfect. Well, my name is Roberto Luna. I am a developer advocate for open source at AWS. I mainly focus on databases. Specifically, I spend a lot of time doing Valky. So, have you ever heard of it?
So that was going to be my next question. So Valky, I know Laravel and Cloud has kind of embraced it for everything, but I don't know if I've used it, or if I have, I've used it through Cloud and didn't realize I was using it. So for everybody on the show, tell them what it is. What is Valky?
Yeah, so Valky is a key value in memory database.
Do what?
Key value in memory database.
Right, okay.
Right? So essentially, if you probably ever use Redis,
right?
Yeah, it's a fork, right? So a couple of years ago, they changed the license. So a lot of the maintainers got together and created this project. But instead of being owned by a company, is vendor neutral under the Linux Foundation.
Oh, nice.
So that means that it is completely vendor neutral, and all of the participants contribute to it. The core maintainers are Apple, Alibaba, AWS, Tencent, Google Cloud, Ericsson, and Percona.
Wow, so a whole bunch of people. So it's well supported, basically.
Yeah.
And nobody has to worry about where the funding or where it's going to keep coming from and all that. So you said you were with Amazon. So how is Amazon fully using it for all their stuff too now, or?
Yeah, correct. So
you can hold it if you like, if that's easier.
Yeah, I'll hold it. So
yeah, you can hold it. Yeah.
So it doesn't keep when you're done. So essentially, yes, the world runs on Valky. If you ever turn on the TV and then you start your streaming service, probably that's using Valky.
Oh, nice.
If you go to Amazon and you buy something, that's using Valky behind the scenes, right? So AWS itself has a managed service, just like Laravel Cloud has, right? So they have Laravel Valky. So yeah, that's kind of the great thing, right? It's being an open source project. Anybody can just go, download it, run it, or you can use one of the managed services as well.
Nice. So I was gonna say, I guess next question is, I know it's similar to Redis. Do y'all consider competitors, or are they kind of divergent? I know you said it started with a fork, but are they kind of divergent away from each other now?
We did, yeah. So essentially back a little bit over 2 years ago, when the fork happened, we started releasing a lot of things that all of these other companies weren't doing that on the open, right? So, for example, AWS did a lot of performance improvements. GCP did memory optimization. Ericsson as well. Like pretty much, if you think about every cell tower in the world, about 90% are rated by Ericsson, right? So we have all this massive amount of engineering has happened in the last 12 years. So yeah, essentially, we just see ourselves as.
Oh, sorry. Keep going. Sorry.
Yep.
It flashed that we were going off air. Oh, now he's saying we got to wrap up.
All right.
Man, I didn't want to cut you off, but we will do it again sometime.
Absolutely.
And everybody, go check out Valky. Go check them out. Try them out. If you do Laravel Cloud, do it that way. If you do AWS, install it that way, and give it a go.
If you're around Laracon US, come to the booth.
Yes. At Laracon US, back over there. So, all right. We appreciate you again. Thank you so much.
We're happy to just be a seamless extension of your team.
We do a lot of deep collaboration with mob programming and pair programming. If you've never heard these terms before, please stop by our booth or talk to our 51 team members that we brought here today. We'd love to explain what pair and mob programming is.
Next slide. Yeah, and our goal ultimately is to make you look like a superstar to your stakeholders. You certainly have people you answer to within your company. We want to understand what's going to be important for you and what we can deliver for you so that you look like a shining star to whoever you're answering to. And this age we're in, we get a lot of questions now about AI, quite understandably. And I think, like a lot of us, we've had to take a step back a little bit and think about what is the value that we offer in this age of AI.
Great
and largely, we don't think that's changed too much.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We keep hearing these conversations all the time. And Dan, if you want to keep going with it.
Yeah, and really what we think is, the values to our clients are the same, and the things that we offer, our value is the same. We want to be an extension of your team. We want to come in and as quickly as possible, learn your business, learn the domain, learn what's really important to you and what delivering for you looks like. We think that's the best way to always make sure we're working on the most important thing and delivering the things that matter to you, your business, and your stakeholders.
So let's talk about the kind of things that Vehicle has loved doing for the community. So a couple years ago, we had the pleasure, thank you so much, Freek, super awesome, of running the Laravel Worldwide Meetup. So big thank you to Vehicle being the host sponsor and a help from our friends at Laravel. We're bringing Laravel-type talks every month to you live on the Laravel YouTube channel. So please check us out if you want to hear some great Laravel talks. And if you're interested in speaking, talk to Dan and I. We're the hosts of the meetup, and we love doing it and giving back to the community.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure to connect with so many people through the Laravel Worldwide Meetup. And one of the last things, too, there are so many great podcasts in this community, people lending their voice and sharing their insights into what they're doing and how they're doing it. A number of years ago, we had a podcast at Vehicle Torqued that, life happens and we got away from, but we really want to resurrect that. So we're bringing the Torqued podcast back. Look for it, shortly on all the places you find your podcast. We just want to, do our part to kind of lend our voice to the community and share what we're working on and how we're thinking about building software current day.
So how can you get in touch with us? So like Dan said, we're a Canadian dev shop. You can stop by our booth. We're giving away a Switch 2, and we're running this draw tomorrow during the last break of the conference. Please stop by, get to talk to us, get to meet us, talk to the other developers that we brought here from the team. We'd love to have a conversation and hear about what you're working on.
And that's it. Love you to come chat with us. Please visit all the vendors out there. They're the ones that make it happen. Thank you very much, everyone that had a hand in putting on this event. It keeps getting better every year, and we'll hope to talk to you soon. Enjoy the rest of your time in Boston.
Thanks, everybody.
Great job. All right. We do love our partners. Okay, so up next, we're going to have Fidao back on stage for the first time in probably a decade on the Laracon stage. If you don't know Chris Fidao's name, I would forgive you because I know him as Fideloper. That's what he's always been, is Fideloper in my brain. I learned recently he does have a first name, and it is Chris, okay? So he's one of the infrastructure engineers behind Laravel Cloud, and he's a longtime community member. You may remember stuff like servers for hackers, shipping Docker. He taught all of us how to be maybe a little less scared of the server and orchestration and that kind of stuff. Maybe not totally not scared, but he is here. He's here today to talk to us about the desired state. And so a lot of the work that they've been doing on Laravel Cloud is around Kubernetes, which I'll be honest, terrifies me. But he's going to talk to us about making sure that we end up in this state that we want to be eventually. Okay, so for the first time in a decade, please welcome to the stage Chris Fidao.
All right. Hello, everyone. We, like Aaron just said, are going to talk a little bit about how we get to the desired state of Laravel Cloud. In other words, how we run many thousands of workloads successfully, hopefully. So, a little history. Just 2.5 years ago, we were starting from a blank slate, like a blank canvas, and we had to fill that canvas in and hopefully figure out how to make like a Mona Lisa or something, right? Like make Laravel Cloud from nothing. So if you are starting from a blank slate, what do you do? So you have to paint some broad strokes, right? Put some marks on your blank canvas, because this reduces your possibilities, right? It gives you constraints, and constraints actually give you freedom to figure out like how to proceed next and do what you need to do, right? So we had to do that. We, of course, were asking ourselves some very fundamental questions. Not that question. That question comes in a second. How do we make a cloud? What are we doing here, right? We had to put some of those broad brushstrokes down in our canvas, give ourselves constraints, figure out what to do from there, right? So what's like an obvious first broad brushstroke to make? Like where are we going to host Laravel Cloud workloads, right? And the options are kind of obvious, right? Hyperscalers, because we don't want to manage our own servers at this point. So what are we going to do? Like AWS, GCP, Azure, or something. You know, the possibilities are there in front of us. We ended up choosing AWS, right? So the biggest, broadest stroke. We're hosting applications on Amazon Web Services. They have a huge feature set. There's many other people on there. There's services that many people in the Laravel community use. And if we put our servers in the same data centers as all those services, the latency is low. Like, there's a lot of reasons why it makes sense to use AWS. All right, so one big brush stroke on the canvas. Second one, serverless or serverful, right? Because we have those options on AWS. We ended up choosing serverful for a lot of reasons, right? Lambda, serverless in general, is more expensive, has less flexibility. The Laravel community is more used to the serverful kind of thing. You don't get runaway bandwidth bills, or it's harder to. So that stuff all makes sense to do a serverful type situation. So knowing that, we then have to answer all these other questions, right? We've gotten our broad brushstrokes down, but we still have to answer questions. How are we going to manage, potentially thousands of servers? So we have to know how to route traffic to the right places, to auto-scale workloads, how to place workloads on any given server, like what server do you put this thing on, plug in observability, hopefully some high availability, self-healing type properties. How do we do all this, right? But fundamentally, okay, thank you. Fundamentally, given we have a source of truth, we know what should be running where, how do we propagate that out to thousands of servers? Like, what do we do to make this whole system work? And luckily, as Aaron hinted, right, the industry has an answer to this question. It doesn't answer everything, but it answers a lot of these questions, right? Kubernetes, for better or worse, love it or hate it, I have mixed feelings, but it's good, is kind of the answers to a lot of these questions. Not all of them, but many, right? It answers questions like how to route traffic, how to place workloads, how to do observability, self-healing, high availability, auto-scaling. It does a lot. But of course, we have to figure out how to do it at a, we have not just one cluster, many clusters. We have to figure out what we're going to do here. So this begs the obvious question next. How does one do a Kubernetes? So let's talk about this a little bit, get into Kubernetes a bit, and then see how the idea that Kubernetes brings to the table, how we utilize that to run so many workloads in Laravel Cloud. So fundamentally, Kubernetes is APIs all the way down. And what we're seeing here is submitting some YAML to a Kubernetes API. The API is apps v1, and a resource, an object called a deployment. And here we're going to instruct Kubernetes to make a deployment object. It's going to run 3 replicas of something. In this case, it's Nginx. In this example, I really hope this keeps working. So we're submitting in to the Kubernetes API, this apps v1 API, a deployment object. The deployment object has replicas of Nginx. Great. What's it doing? Kubernetes is going to reconcile that request. So it has a declarative API. You tell it what you want. It's going to reconcile towards the desired state. So you submit this thing to the Kubernetes API, tell it it wants a deployment object, specify it, and Kubernetes is going to reconcile. It's going to do the thing you want it to do. And it's not instant. And the reconcile function, there's literally a function called reconcile, usually, sometimes. And it is going to do the stuff it needs to do, kind of in a loop, to make the things happen that you want to happen, right? So here we have 3 pods creating, because we created a replica set of 3 things. And it's container-based, right? So it's going to pull an image from Docker Hub, an Nginx image. It's going to assign networking. It's going to start a container. It's going to run health checks. And eventually, we'll get to a place where we have some pods running. And it's in a healthy state, hopefully, usually. And it's not done. The reconcile loop, it's not technically a loop, but I'm going to keep calling it a loop. And you'll see why in a bit. It's always running. And Kubernetes is sending events to that reconcile function. So anytime something changes, the reconcile function is getting called. So if a pod dies, runs out of memory, errors happen, whatever, one of the 3 pods workloads dies, the reconcile function knows that it should fix it, right? It has got 2 running out of the 3, something is wrong. So it's going to replace that broken, that bad pod, that bad workload, replace it, do the health checks, blah, blah, blah. We get to 3 pods running again, right? And this is the central idea that Kubernetes just has built in that we are going to utilize, right? It has a declarative API. We tell it what we want, not how to do it, but what we want. And then it reconciles towards that desired state, that YAML object, essentially. So the question becomes, how do we do this for our stuff, right? Because there's business logic that has to happen. We can't just submit a deployment and it's not happy enough. It just doesn't do enough things. So for example, we have a service called Laravel Valky, right? We run Valky. It's a Redis-compatible cache. We run it in Kubernetes clusters. So your applications can talk to a cache and do whatever it does, queue jobs, caching, whatever. All right, so what do? In Kubernetes, we can extend the API. We do this custom resource definition. It's a bit like defining a schema of a database table. And it'll define what a Laravel cache cluster is. And then we can submit Laravel cache clusters to that API we created. We created the API cache.laravel.net at v1 alpha 1. And Kubernetes can take that and make it. But of course, it doesn't know what to do, right? We have to build in our business logic. We have to tell it to run Valky and of a certain size, do backups, restore from backups, handle migrations, hopefully with no downtime, register to a proxy layer so your applications can reach the Valky instance, right? And we need to do that. So what we do is actually write software. We write code. We write what's called an operator. An operator is a bit of software that runs in a given Kubernetes cluster, and it does the reconcile thing. It has literally a function called reconcile, and it'll take your desired state, that's the YAML you submit, essentially, and it's your job then, you're writing the code, to reconcile towards the desired state, right? So an operator borrows a bit from this thing called control theory. And that's something rooted in, well, it's rooted in like the physical objects. It predates programming, essentially. But you can see from the definition here, it's like something we want, right? It achieves a desired state, maintains stability, rejects outside disturbances. And there's this thing you can pull up in Wikipedia that like has a bunch of stuff, but we don't need to care about everything. We just kind of know that it's a loop, a closed feedback loop. And the reconcile function is essentially the same thing. So a few definitions here. We have a set point. The set point is like the desired state. We say, this is what we want. Make this. There's a controller. This is just like a Laravel controller. It's where you throw your code in to make it do stuff. We have an actuator. So like this is, again, rooted in physical objects, right? An actuator would change something in a physical world. But an actuator in our case is the code that does something. And then we have the system. The system is the result of that code. So that's like literally the Valky instance, the periodic backups, blah, blah, blah. And the sensor is literally like in the real world, a physical sensor. It gives data. There's like the next iteration of the loop has that data. In terms of Kubernetes, the reconcile loop, there is like a status object on that resource. And that gets that's part of your input for the next iteration of this control loop. Thank you. OK, so what does an operator reconcile function kind of look like? This is, let's just cover this real quick. This thing has to do the work to make all the objects we want. So this is basically what it looks like in Kubernetes. We have this request object. The request object is just like, this is the object I want to affect. This like Valky instance ABC. How do we make it? Not even how do we make it, how do we keep it up to date so like it's always in our desired state? And all the function calls here have to be idempotents because they're called many times. The reconcile function is not just called when you create an object or submit it to the API, but constantly. It's not technically a loop, but it gets called so many times it might as well be a loop. So your function calls all have to bear that in mind. You're kind of like pretending you're writing in a while true loop, or at least that's my mental model. So we have a lot of function calls here. They're going to do some stuff. And some of them are actually making just more objects in Kubernetes. And those objects have their own reconcile function calls, which is kind of nice because you have a layer of like the Laravel Valky object, a config object, a config map, the workload itself, like a pod that's running Valky, a networking layer that maybe is just some other objects that does networking for you in Kubernetes, and so on. And those all have their own reconcile loops that are always reconciling towards their desired state. And Kubernetes is an event-based system, like I said. So if something changes in those sub-objects, sub-resources we are managing, this reconcile function gets called. So it gets called a lot because things are always changing under the hood. There's like a lot of churn, we'll say. So if we have this apply config object, this function call, it's going to make this thing called a config map, which doesn't matter what it is, but it's a Kubernetes object. It gets turned into a config file that Valky reads and knows how to configure itself. If you delete it, if I just go into a Kubernetes cluster and just delete that configuration object, the reconcile function gets called and just remakes it immediately. It just comes back, which is awesome. We want that. We want that self-healing property of how to run stuff. OK, so we do the things. We get the status. We save the status to the object. The status becomes available to us in the next iteration, fulfilling that control loop where it has a sensor, and the sensor gives it status, and like that can be used as input for the next iteration of the loop. And then I just wanted to cover quickly the apply to proxy function. I just chose one of the functions there to show that it has to be written like with idempotents, right? This function is going to get called so many times that it has to always do the correct thing without weird side effects. And code like that ends up having a lot of conditionals, right? So apply to proxy. Let's pretend that this registers a Valky instance to a proxy network layer that actually is the final thing you need to do to connect a running Laravel application, like an application on Laravel Cloud, and gives it a network path to talk to the Valky instance that's actually running in a separate cluster. So written with idempotents. So you typically will do your delete action first. And you do that because it doesn't make sense to do a lot of work just to delete something later, right? So delete action goes on top in this kind of mental model. And it's written with idempotents, so you have a lot of conditionals. Is it deleting? Yes, it's deleting. OK, remove it from the proxy, deregister this Valky instance from the proxy if it's there. If it's already gone, don't worry about it. It's already gone. The job's done. If we do the happy path, the handle upstart, I'm calling it, right? The happy path is a Valky instance exists, it's ready, therefore it's ready to receive network connections, therefore it should be registered in the proxy layer. And we do it, right? Add or update to the proxy. Add it to the proxy if it's not there, update it if something changed, do nothing if it's already there and everything's all good. You can call this function over and over and over again, and it gets you towards the desired state. So what do we get? We get good stuff. Eventual consistency is a side effect of this. Things are not instant, but more so that things are not instant, they're also kind of this self-healing reconcile pattern. Reconciliation is always happening. You always go from your desired state, reconciling towards your desired state, so the reality becomes what you want over time, and eventually gets there. Safe concurrency. Safe concurrency is like two things. Like Kubernetes has systems in place, so it's safely reconciling one object at a time, and it can reconcile multiple objects at a time, but not the same one object. But that's less interesting. The more interesting part is that you could do a lot of actions via API or through the web UI of Laravel Cloud, click around, make a ton of changes, and everything just kind of catches up eventually, which is nice, especially for API-based calls to do like a lot of dynamic stuff in Laravel Cloud. All right, so fragility is reduced is kind of a neat one as a programmer, right? Fragility is reduced not just because this whole system has this like self-healing property to it, but because it's coding in a loop. It's essentially a loop. It gets called over and over again, and bugs just get thrown in your face. All the edge cases, they happen all the time. They're not really edge cases anymore, and so you're forced to deal with that, and so your code just is better. It's like weird to write code in this while true loop and just like having to have the mental model of just iterating it over and over again. But it really helps to write nice, stable code in the long run. And disaster recovery, I'm going to get to in a second. All right, so we have a source of truth. Let's talk about quick how we use Kubernetes and actually make things happen with it. So we have a source of truth. The source of truth, in our case, is like the database. The database just knows the state that everything should be in. This is just like your MySQL database that's hooked up to the Laravel Cloud app, essentially. But we have an internal API on top of it, and it knows the source of truth. So clusters that we run in any given region for any given service, right? Applications, Reverb, MySQL, Valky, will talk to the internal API and get the source of truth. We don't tell a cluster what to do. We have a cluster request the source of truth and asks for the source of truth. So if you create a Valky instance, or you have an existing one and update it somehow, like change the size or something, what we do is our internal API pings the cluster that that workload is on, and it just sends an ID. Nothing else. It doesn't say what to do or what changes to make. It's just sending an ID to the operator that is running in a given cluster. And the source of truth knows what cluster to ping because it knows where the workload is running. And then the cluster asks the API for the source of truth, for all the information it has about that given resource, the, database XYZ, whatever. It gets it back as a bunch of JSON, submits it to the Kubernetes API, and then the reconcile function is called, the one we saw before. So every cluster is just constantly retrieving the desired state. It's not being told what to do or how to do it. We have code to say how to do it, but in terms of us actually utilizing it and people using Laravel Cloud getting what they want, we have this nice model where we just where a cluster retrieves the source of truth, retrieves its desired state, and that's how we, control of what's happening in a cluster. So, of course, we also have many clusters, right? We have hundreds of Kubernetes clusters, in fact, and they're all talking to the API in this manner. And that is essentially how every cluster is working in coordination with the source of truth. One more nice point about this is we don't just have an event-based system where we occasionally send an event to a cluster to say, do whatever to this specific Valky instance. We periodically reconcile. Every cluster, every operator will periodically request from the source of truth everything that it should be managing, its entire cluster of workloads. We get two things out of this. One is drift protection, I guess we'll call it. And what that means is that you can imagine a scenario where like you change a Valky instance from 1 GB to 2 GB. You want more memory, more storage. Pretend that event gets dropped because the internet's not perfect. Maybe that queue message gets dropped somehow and doesn't make it to the cluster, and it's not getting updated. It'll actually get updated eventually because we do this periodic reconciliation. It'll ask the source of truth internal API every workload that it should be managing, and that one Valky instance that happened to get missed, right? It's still at 1 GB, but it should be 2, actually makes its way to 2 because this periodic reconciliation, every single object is getting reconciled, is getting affected, is getting checked. And so eventually it'll get to the correct size. It'll get to their desired state. Second thing, other than drift protection, is the ability to get disaster recovery. Sorry, if you imagine a scenario where you have all these workloads in cluster A, you make a new cluster, cluster B, and then in the source of truth, the database, you just say everything that was cluster A is now cluster B. The cluster B is going to do this periodic reconciliation, get all the workloads it should be doing, it'll reconcile those workloads, and it gets happy. It's where it should be. It's in the desired state. Cluster A eventually notices that it shouldn't have any of these workloads anymore, deletes them all, and things are generally good. There's a little bit more to it, as you can imagine, DNS, things like that. But that's essentially like a good disaster recovery story as well. So we have an internal API. It's the source of truth. Every cluster is managing some resource, right? Laravel, Valky, whatever. I'm sorry, MySQL, Valky, Reverb, whatever. And they're all reconciling continuously. I'm almost out of time. So the last thing I'll leave you to is like, do you want to do this in your Laravel application, like this coding pattern? The answer is maybe. It's not definitely yes, because you can write yourself some real spaghetti code trying to do this pattern. But it's very good for certain things, keeping data in sync. Anytime you say you need to like SSH in, run a tinker command or something, it might be a good scenario for one. Right? Like handling Stripe webhooks is a good example. Webhooks get missed, web server gets overloaded, or you try to do stuff against the Stripe API, and it gives you like a, I forget what the status code is, but a conflict because you're trying to do concurrent things to an object, something like that. That might be a place where you might want to try this out in your own application. Don't do it for everything, right? It's got a place and a time to use it, but it's a really nice pattern that we rely on heavily, like both because Kubernetes forces us into this, but in other areas too, not just in Kubernetes. And that is it. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Well done. Right. Dude, you're so smart. All right, talk to me about how the heck you test this stuff. So take me behind the scenes of like Laravel Cloud. You're testing a new way to spin up pods and stuff. What does that actually look like? Because I have literally no idea.
Yeah, it's hard. That's one of the harder things. You can do a lot locally, local development, but so many things rely very specifically on AWS that a lot of times you have to develop this dual thing where you actually have clusters running in AWS in a dev environment, and you can also code locally, and you have your local stuff talking to the Kubernetes API in AWS, essentially. So like it's not perfect, but it works very well because you can still code locally. You get kind of a faster iteration loop, and then but you can still talk to a Kubernetes API that's a real cluster talking to real AWS resources, because so many things are specifically tied to the resources AWS provides to you, like EBS disk drives and whatever. And Kubernetes, not all the time, but sometimes has to have the real thing to really fully flesh out and code everything.
And do you have like playbooks that say, run this whole thing with this specific like failure state in the middle, and then like an assertion? Like, is it normal like unit testing, or what does it?
There's a lot. There's a mix. It's a mix. It's manual QA testing, but there's also unit tests. And actually, in GitHub Actions, you can run clusters and like run various scenarios through that in GitHub Actions. So you also get your automated test suite. You can do stuff locally. It's like there's a whole mix of scenarios to test out, depending on what the dependencies are.
And is that how you do load testing as well? You spin up a whole new environment and then just hammer it?
Yeah, we spin up many servers for load testing, do the real thing, spin up sometimes like hundreds of servers at a time just to like create this burst of traffic and test it out and sees what happens. Like the managed queues project that we just put out, like that was a lot of testing, like a lot of hundreds of servers getting spun up at a time, and just to see what it feels like and see where it falls over.
Incredible. Y'all give it up for Chris. Good job. All right, we're gonna keep it going. Up next, we have Matt Stauffer, everybody's friend, Matt Stauffer, Laravel OG, CEO of Titan, that also has a booth out there that y'all should visit. And Titan is one of the longest-running Laravel consultancies, and he also literally wrote the book on Laravel, author of Laravel Up and Running, and is the host of the Laravel podcast. You all know Matt. And if you didn't know, and I hope he talks about it in his talk, he's the creator of Voxicon, the Minecraft-style world that is based in this very room. And he's here to talk to us about building software at the edge of your understanding. Please welcome Matt Stauffer.
Hi, everybody. Oh my God, I'm happy to be here. All right, so I spent the last 3 months creating an entire 3D world, which you've already heard about, you might have seen, and the 3D renderer that rendered the world, the engine, and also all the maps, and the puzzles, and all this other crazy stuff. I mentioned this in a newsletter, but this is what happens when you leave me without adult supervision for 3 months, is Voxicon. And if you're not here, you might not recognize it, but this right here is the venue that we're in right now. At the bottom, you can see what it looks like in my little kind of Minecraft-style world. And this is kind of just a little bit of sense. Now, when I first built it, I thought the screen would be there, not here. But similar, we built this whole world. So we've got the venue built out. We've got the live stream playing right now. So some people are actually in there with little, pixel representations of themselves watching the live stream. We've also got the sponsor booths. So I worked with all the sponsors to make sure that you can go up to them and talk to them and figure out what URL you want to visit for them. And we also built these little puzzles. And you don't have to be at Laracon to do the puzzles. It doesn't have to be during Laracon to do the puzzles. But a whole bunch of us got together, and my employees and me and my wife made this one. And they're little mazes and Easter egg type things and escape rooms. And this was so fun. And in a world where we're talking about, oh, do we still have jobs after this? And what is the change of AI going to be? And people burning out and AI psychosis and all this stuff. Sometimes we don't always have the conversation of just what was the joy of programming? What actually got us into here in the first place? What was it like? And you hear me on the podcast. If you don't listen to the Laravel podcast, people talk all the time, oh, well, I wanted to make something for my band, or I wanted to make some because I was playing World of Warcraft and I wanted something for my clan, or whatever else it ends up being. There's some joy that actually got us there in the first place. And being able to sit here and make this thing just because it was fun, but make something I couldn't have made without the help of AI, helped me actually rediscover a little bit of the joy of programming. So this was all built in a JavaScript framework called 3JS that I don't know. Well, I didn't know. And I still don't know, with an asterisk. We'll get to that at the end. Surprising, though, when I built it with AI, with the help of AI. And this is because there are so many systems to build a tool like this that I did not know, that if I was going to have to learn all those systems, there's no way it ever would have happened, especially not in time. There was just too many things to learn, too many gaps, too many steps to jump over for me to ever actually have built this. And so AI gave me an opportunity to do something that I didn't have the capacity to do beforehand. Excuse me. Some people are probably going to look at this and say, oh, you're a sellout. You shipped AI code to production. How could you? You were supposed to be an artisan. And some of you might look at this and say, you're a Luddite, because you're going to tell us we have to read our code. I'll tell you about that later. And I would just say for all of you, regardless of how you're kind of hearing me talk about this, just bear with me. I think there's going to be some things you take away with it that actually kind of click, even if it might not be your natural state of being in the AI world. Also, there's no vibe in this code. I was really appreciating Kitze's talk earlier about vibe engineering. I spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours writing this code. And writing, asterisk, but prompting, architecting, planning, reviewing, reworking, debugging this code. So even though I was working with AI, this is not some one-shot build me Minecraft kind of thing. Hundreds and hundreds of hours over 3 months of building. And so there's a world of craftsmanship that can still exist when working with AI that I don't think people are talking about enough. And as I've been doing this, as I've been running my other podcast, Pragmatic AI, and also as I've been talking at Titan about how we use AI, I've discovered there's 3 buckets of people working with AI. The first bucket is people who don't understand code at all. And this is where a lot of the embarrassing stories are coming from, where people who have no right to be developing code and pushing it to production do so with the help of AI, and then they accidentally uploaded everybody's driver's license to an unsecured S3 bucket or whatever else it ends up being. But there's also some really beautiful stories here, where people surrounded by caring, kind, capable developers are given a safe space to build that couldn't have built before. And as Aaron talked about at the beginning in the intro, that means there's more builders joining our ranks, and to me, that's a good thing. This is not something where we learned how to build and now we stopped the gates and nobody else can come in afterwards. We want to welcome more builders, and so this is a really great thing. Second bucket is I understand code, but not this code. So this is where you as a programmer understand some things, but not others. So for example, Aaron, again, building Solo. He's like, look, I don't know this desktop Tory stuff, but I know code. And so there's an overlap here. And then the third bucket is I understand this code, but AI will help me go faster or be more productive or be more secure or whatever else it ends up being. You're working, and this is where a lot of you work day to day. You are a capable Laravel, React, whatever else programmer, but AI is helping you with doing what you would have done otherwise. The purpose of this talk today is to talk about that middle bucket. It's about when you understand code, you are a programmer, you understand scaling and security and stuff, but you don't understand this one piece of technology you're working in right now. And it might be easy to think this is the first time we've ever done something like this, but this is not a new concept at all, the concept of building and shipping applications and technologies we don't understand. In the 90s, I learned HTML, and there was no YouTube, there was no Laracasts, there was no books, there was no boot camps, there was view source. That's how I learned HTML. We open up the browser, we hit view source, come on. A lot of us learned that way, right? And JavaScript came out, and then we learned it as it was introduced. And then CSS came out, and we learned it as it was introduced, not because somebody taught us, because nobody knew what to teach. We just kind of figured out as we went. So we have a long and storied history to this, and most of us who are here today, who started there, at some point convinced somebody to pay us to make a website. And this was my first one in 2001. Unfortunately, the site itself isn't live, and this is the best broken version I could find from the Internet Archive. My high school guidance counselor also ran a daylily farm, and she said, can you make a website for me? And I was like, I can make websites. I viewed source. And so she paid me $200, and I built, it looked a little better than this, but I built this, and it was online for 20 years. And the reason it's offline today is because they retired. It hardly changed at all. I think I put a CMS on it at some point. And so we have a long and storied history of not knowing what the hell we're doing and still going forward. And so I'm just talking about more of that in a new world, but it's the same thing we've been doing. And they had no idea what I was actually supposed to be doing, and I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing, but I knew just enough to kind of take that next step, and that's what I want us to be doing. And that's also not something that happened in the past. At Laravel, we do a lot of rescues of legacy applications, and not always a rescue, but we work with a lot of legacy applications. I'm just going to tell you right now, we see apps all the time that are written by people who clearly have never written a line of Laravel in their lives, and yet somebody paid them to build this application that we are now shepherding to the next generation. So this is something that still goes on today. But here's something that's different today. There's an old learning process where you try to implement a feature or you try to fix a bug, and then you view source in somebody else's code, or you do a quick Google, or you look at the documentation, you try it, you break it, you do this whole loop over and over and over again until eventually it works. And there's a lot of friction between the initial prompt and where you finally landed. And that friction is where we learn. It's sort of like if you drive somewhere and you get lost 3 times on the way, you're going to learn how to get there better than if you just follow GPS every time. There's lots of studies about that. If you're using GPS, you're never actually going to learn how to get there. So we're missing friction that used to be there. And so what does this process look like today? Broken. You have the problem, or you have the idea, you go to AI, and it gives it for you. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I'm saying we're losing that friction that was a part of our learning process, and it was a valuable part of our learning process. And so what we need to do is figure out how do we address the fact that the capability of our applications, because of AI, is now able to grow much faster than it could have before, but our understanding is not growing faster as a result of that. So we have this increasing gap between the capability of our understandings and our understanding of what we're actually doing, and that is called comprehension debt. I didn't name it, other folks named it, but it's a very valuable concept, which is, again, just the gap between what our apps can do and what we actually understand about what it can do. And that comprehension debt, like all debt, is going to have to be paid off at some point. So either we choose to pay it off in our way, or somebody else pays it off for us, and that's not a great experience. You can think about this in technical debt, you can think about this in financial debt. Debt is a tool, but you have to understand the potential ramifications of using that tool, and I think we're all ignoring it. We're just going la, 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 it builds faster, it does better. A lot of people are hearing this and saying, it's fine, because as long as the AI understands what I'm building, the AI can fix it when it comes up. And that's true at times. But we'll talk a little bit more later. There are circumstances where that's not the case, and they can be circumstances like all of a sudden our Claude Code plans aren't subsidized anymore, we're paying for tokens, and it gets really expensive, or the government shuts your AI agent down, or you can't trust the AI tool or whatever. There's so many things, but one of the main things I want to note is that Anthropic did a series of studies on how we interact with our coding agents. And in this particular study, they understood across the span of hundreds of thousands of coding sessions that AI compounds the expertise you bring to it. And what that means is basically if you have two people using the exact same agent to build the same thing, if one of them is an expert and one of them is not, you're going to get drastically different results from the person who's an expert. And that's something we don't talk about because the person who's not an expert can still build something, but it's not going to be the same something in many, many different ways. And so based on this research, we recognize that our expertise as people who know how to code is part of the reason why we're able to be so effective with AI. But it also introduces lots of questions about what happens when we need to move into new technologies. What does the junior pipeline look like that? Again, Kitze talked about that a little bit. And that's a lot of concerns that people aren't noticing. But what I want to say to you as capable programmers already is that be wary of the potential of hitting the point where you start using AI and then you stagnate there. Because you never have that friction to make you grow. You never have that moment that says, oh, I'm learning. So you are good enough here, but you're going to stay here, and hopefully other people, and hopefully the people in this room, are going to keep growing and finding those new moments to figure out how to learn. I think there's a better way, and that's actually the point of this talk. I want to propose that we can build in a way that means our software and our understanding both eventually hit the same point, even if the software gets there first. And I'm calling it building at the edge of your understanding. It's a proposal that we will responsibly use AI to write code in technologies we don't understand in ways that allow us to learn as we go. I've got 4 guidelines I've come up with. Reach from solid ground, don't stack your unknowns, use AI to build comprehension, and own your failure path. And I'm going to tell you the story of building Voxicon as I walk through each of those. And so as we go through each of those, we're going to talk about a little story that had to do with my work with Voxicon, the danger that this guideline is trying to address, and then what we're trying to do to address that particular danger. So our first is reach from solid ground. So I wanted to make a video game for years. In the 90s, it was Flash. If anybody made video games in Flash or played in Newgrounds or whatever, you're familiar with this. But there was limited, yes, come on, give it up for Newgrounds, man. Give it up for Flash. And I always wanted to do more than just fun little side scrollers or fun little, shooters or whatever, but I never did, and then Flash died, and I just became a web programmer. But the desire to make video games was kind of still sitting in the background, right? And recently, wife tax, I'm married to a beautiful, brilliant writer who has all sorts of ideas, and she's like, we should make a video game together. And I'm like, I should probably learn how to make video games because I'm not the creative here, right? So I say, okay, so I'm probably going to go learn Godot, right? Or I'm going to go learn Unity, or I'm going to learn whatever other tools, Blender, that I'm supposed to learn. But I've got a full-time job, I've got kids, I'm trying to be a great husband. I don't have time for these things. And so it always just kind of is a I should thing that sits in the background. And then recently I saw this guy who built himself a portfolio using 3JS, and it's a sort of voxel-ish, Minecraft-ish thing, and I was like, that's it. 3JS is close to what I understand. I know Minecraft really well. This would be a really fun, easy thing. And because it's voxels, the shading is kind of cheap, and so I don't have to worry about learning about fancy ray casting and everything. So in the past, what I would have done is I would have used source on his page, and then I would have gone and realized all the technologies he's using, and I would have learned them one at a time, done little test experiments in each. I would have read the docs. I would have picked up courses. It would have taken me 3 years. There's a good chance that by the time I was done, I wouldn't have even had the opportunity to build the thing, which is fine, right? But I was like, hold on, I've been hearing people promise that you can build with AI and then learn as you go. So I'm going to try this out myself with this project. I'm going to build a project for Laracon. I'm going to build with AI and then learn as I go. So let's talk about the danger in this first guideline. It's everywhere. This is people jumping into new technologies and ecosystems without having any reference from what they need to know to do the job well, then shipping straight to prod. We already talked about the unsecured S3 buckets. And the thing is, we have billion-dollar corporations telling people you should do this. Don't know how to code? You don't need to know anymore. We'll do it for you, but not giving them any safety, any education, or anything to actually get them to be able to do it well and safely. And as I say, my idea here is building at the edge of your understanding. I'm really talking about a gap between what you know and what you don't know. And if that requires understanding where that line is. But in that world where you don't even understand what's going on, you don't even have a map. You're just kind of in the middle of the wilderness, not knowing where that edge is. So a few years back, I gave a talk about MySQL, and it was geospatial MySQL because we had a client who wanted us to do some geospatial work, and so I had to say, I'm going to learn all these things, and then I'm going to give a talk about it afterwards. And it was a ton of fun doing it because I'd been programming for decades, and all of a sudden it was like I was back in school or back when I was first learning, where everything was new and a little bit difficult and a little bit challenging, and I had a really good time with it. And I realized that was very similar to what I'm doing today, which is there was a familiar center of code, databases, latitude and longitude, Laravel, and there's this one unfamiliar piece, geospatial MySQL. And so I was like, OK, I can learn just this one thing in this kind of comfortable hug of all these technologies I understand. So the remedy I'm proposing here is to do that when you're learning new technology. Don't just go out in the deep end, surrounded by nothing that you understand, but pick something that is right at the edge of things you do understand and just kind of dip your toe out into just that one thing. If it's a new language, for example, try building an app or a workflow that you're already familiar with. Or if it's a package, build that package on top of technologies you already understand. In this case, Three.js was beyond what I knew, but I was building it on top of Laravel, on Laravel Cloud, on Reverb, on all these other technologies that I was super familiar with, and so that made it possible for me to just learn that one thing. I let one part be super unfamiliar, but everything else was comfortable and safe, and so I stood here and I reached out to Three.js. Guideline 2, don't stack your unknowns. So I started building with Three.js, and I said, OK, what do I need to build with Three.js? Well, it's JavaScript, so you'll be unsurprised to hear that I needed to use React because all the best tooling in Three.js is in React. I said, OK, that's totally fine, so I'm going to go add React on top of it. I wrote React in the day. I don't know use hooks and all the latest React stuff, but I knew old React. I'm totally going to be fine, I think. But it turns out there's also multiple other tools that I need in terms of using React the right way. So then there's Dry and Fiber, a couple React-specific libraries, but then I also need physics, so then I need to throw Rapier on. And you see we're building this kind of precarious tower of each technology being at the edge, but there's a bunch of technologies at my edge. And at this point, I start a note saying, here are all the technologies I'm going to try and learn later once I have my AI implemented. I figure AI will write the code, I'll note the things I don't understand in code review, and then I'll learn it as we go. I did not learn this as we go. I tried, we'll talk about that later, but I did not learn it. And it was in part because every single time there was time to pause, I was motivated to keep going because you're on this AI hive. I'm building and I'm creating, and it's so wonderful. Why would I stop and learn? But also, there were so many pieces in there that I didn't understand, I couldn't even figure out where to start. So we talked about in Guideline 1, if the thing you're working with is too far away from your understanding, it's hard to learn. But also, if there's a bunch of small pieces that are actually relatively close, but there's too many of them, it's still going to stack up too high, and it's still going to be hard for you to comprehend when you go back to try and review it and learn it. So when I would look at some code and I'd say, all right, it's time for me to understand what this code does, I didn't know why I didn't understand it. Is it because it's Three.js or modern React, or because it's Dry, or because it's Fiber, or because it's something else? I don't know, because it's just too many pieces. Overwhelmed, screaming, I can't do this. Adi Osmani wrote a great blog post about the difference between cognitive offloading and cognitive surrender. And is talking about in the context of AI. And what he said is cognitive offloading is where we allow something else to do the independent work for us, but we still maintain ownership of what it's doing. If you think about a senior programmer tasking a junior programmer in the past, just because the junior programmer wrote the code doesn't mean the senior doesn't understand it and take ownership that if they've given a thumbs up on that code getting merged, they are the one who understands and approves it, right? Whereas cognitive surrender, you just fully let it go. You send a prompt out in the world and you say, whatever comes out of this tool, whether it's a junior developer or an AI or whatever else, is my output. And that's surrender. And it's very natural for us to get to surrender because of what I just described. And there's actually all sorts of studies and stuff like that, both in the AI world and the pre-AI world, about why we do this. In this particular study, Anthropic gave developers an unfamiliar Python library and randomly assigned AI assistants to some of them and no AI assistants to others. And what they found is in a follow-up test about their comprehension of the library, the group with AI had a 50% success rate, and the group without AI had a 67% success rate. We'll talk more about how that lands, but one of the things that's very interesting is the biggest gap was in their ability to debug the code later. So hang on to that, we're going to talk about that in a bit. So my remedy here is limit the number of over-the-edge technologies that you're working with. Don't try new front-end, new back-end, new database, new everything all at the same time. Just focus on one new thing at a time. And what you can do if you want to build a more robust thing like I'm building is pick them one at a time. So just learn modern React. Get good at it, do a little side project, even work with AI to get good at it. That's fine. And then pick Dry, and then pick Fiber, and then pick the physics system or whatever. Because if you're trying to learn them all at once, you're going to go from that cognitive offloading to that cognitive surrender so quickly that you're just going to give up. And many of you are not even, because you've hit that moment where you're like, I don't understand it, I'm just going to let it go. Try to avoid that point as much as you can when working with AI. All right, next thing, use AI to build comprehension, not just code. So what I had at this point was Fiber helping with components and state, interacting with React hooks, NPC characters using Dry, going great. I stopped building, I try to understand it, and I just don't understand. Like I mentioned, I just couldn't comprehend what's going on. Thousands of lines of intricate code across a bunch of systems I didn't totally understand. And the problem is we talk a lot about how to build with AI, but not how to understand, how to learn from AI. That's just not something people are giving conference talks about or whatever. And so I want us to say, yes, we are understanding how to build. How do we learn? This promise that you're going to learn as you go is completely bull unless you have an intentional system you can use to figure out how to learn as you go. So build an intentional system. I tried to do it without the intentionality. I'd Google one thing and Google the next thing, and I just said, I can't track it. And it turns out, once again, there's some study and there's some research showing that it's not our fault that this is a problem. In this particular world, we're taking the laws of UX and saying, oh, we get overloaded when we have a certain number of choices in front of us. We get overloaded when we have too many things running in our brain. Our brains can't handle that much newsness at once, and so hitting the cognitive surrender is normative. And so once we, instead of thinking of this kind of like this hidden thing that we don't want to tell anyone about, we say, it happens, it's going to happen, we need to prevent it happening, now we can take steps to move forward from that. And so what matters the most is how you're using the AI, not that you're using it. Later in that same study, they were talking about the fact that some of the people who used AI did better than the others. And it was those who used AI to ask conceptual questions, request explanations, and check their own understanding. They performed significantly better than everybody else using AI to prompt. So they weren't just using AI as a tool to generate code, they were using it as a conversation and learning partner. Now granted, if I had listened to guidelines 1 and 2, I wouldn't have had as much trouble as I did with guideline 3, but still, you can use AI to help you learn even if you didn't do it right beforehand. And so 2 things I'd recommend. One is if you hit a stopping point, even if you did it wrong up till now, pause and say, build me a curriculum. Here's what I know. Please look at the code base to figure out what new concepts are not represented in the understanding of what I know, and walk me through what I should learn in order, and give me some resources to learn it. Or if you're prompting it ahead of time, and I'm kind of moving a little quickly through here, if you're prompting ahead of time, say, as we build, grab a markdown document, build a curriculum as we go, pause at X or Y moments, and then work through that markdown document and give me little items to go learn, and then check them off as I learn, and then we'll start coding again. So actually ask it to guide your curriculum as you go. One of the things that might be valuable for you is if you like learning as you code. We talked about the fact that a lot of us learned by just trying things out. If you like doing that, then say, give me an assignment. Go tell me to build something. So for example, in my case, it's go use dry to embed a giant YouTube in the sky. All right, just that. And once I understand just that, now I get dry syntax. If I look at something, I know what dry looks like, and it can make a little bit more sense for me. All right, final guideline. Own your failure path. Remember we were talking about debugging earlier. So I had spent months building this. I tested it along the way. I was trying the different browsers. I had my friends and family using it, casually on my computer. But for the first time, I put it up on the internet, on Laravel Cloud. I asked somebody else to visit. I was like, I have done the work to make sure that they don't break it. I had not done the work to make sure they didn't break it. Which is great, because that's what testers are for. I was still a little bit frustrated. And this bug in particular was I place a block that is a specific type. I place a stair block. I dig a stair block. I try to put something else in its place. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. So I asked the AI to fix it, because at this point I hadn't learned from all these things we're talking about here, and it couldn't do it. It had an idea and it was wrong, and I asked it for another idea, and its new idea was wrong, and we could not figure out how to solve this problem. And at this point I had a general understanding, because I had driven its architecture, but I had not written every line of code, and I had not read every single line of code. And this was terrifying. Something's broken, and nobody in the room knows how to fix it is not a good moment. And thankfully, this was a game. It wasn't live in production. But that was a moment that said to me, oh my gosh, I need to have an ownership where if something breaks, I can eventually get there, and I can't just always rely on AI to fix it for me. I didn't know the stairs were stored a little bit differently than the other blocks, neither did the AI. That was a bad spot. And because the problem here is you can't debug something if you don't understand how it works. And neither of us understood, and that is a bad spot to be in. You may know that AI is great at helping you debug code that you don't get really well, so it's simple code, comprehensible code. I onboard to lots of new code bases all the time, and I use AI to help me. It's super helpful. But AI still has its limits, and it'll get better. But just like if we operate on the fact that we know that's the case, then just assuming our future is passing every bug back to AI and assuming it's going to take care of it for us, we're not actually debugging. We're just rolling the dice until the day where it can't do it for us. So remedies here, first of all, before AI gives you its theory, now make the theory. Don't wait for the day where it can't help you. On the days where it can help you, figure out your own theory, come up with your own idea, run it by AI, say, hey, tell me where to look, or hey, I'm thinking about this, whatever. Try to gain comprehension back in the tools that you built with AI. Look at the ways we used to handle failure paths, reproduce the bug, figure out what it's supposed to be doing, where it's happening, what we're expecting that code to do. Do those things again today, and work with AI to do those things, right? If you ask it, hey, where is this actually happening, that's fine, but try to go back to the world where you're taking ownership and responsibility for understanding your code. And finally, if you think about it as sort of like an AI is giving you a fish, which is here's a fixed bug, work on AI teaching you how to fish instead. All right, so about that asterisk earlier. At the beginning, I said I did not know 3JS, and I still don't know 3JS like I know Laravel. But I know some, right? I actually am capable because through this process, I learned what I didn't know and did the work to try and understand the thing. I can explain the shape of the application, change parts intentionally, and form theories when it breaks. And here's the beauty here. Voxicon exists because AI let me build beyond my current abilities, and that is a good and beautiful thing. And eventually, my understanding did catch up. Software got there first, but I did eventually catch up by working through all these things we've suggested. And I want to make sure that you don't hear this as a fear-mongering, don't use AI thing. There is a beauty and there's a magic to working in systems we don't understand, and it is like the beauty and magic I had when I first started programming, and I want people to be able to experience that. But I also think there's a way for us to do that responsibly, which is what we talked about today. And so just take back ownership of the code. It doesn't matter if you're actually in the IDE writing the text, but take back ownership of the code. Build at the edge of your understanding, and when you've finished, make sure that edge has moved. Thank you. Hey, buddy.
That's a heck of a framework.
Thanks, bud.
I like that.
Thank you. You know you helped.
I like that a lot. So I like this framework. As a team leader, CEO, how do you instill this in like your team's day-to-day or maybe project to project? Like, how are you formalizing this in the actual execution?
Yeah, so the formality I've given for AI usage at Titan is everybody at Titan needs to be an AI expert, and then they get to choose what they actually want to do. Because what I've realized is that people who are forcing people to use AI every day and checking their token usage and everything like that, you're going to get resentment, you're going to get people who don't actually use it well, you're rewarding the wrong things. But then if you say, well, then we're not going to do anything, then you're falling behind, you're missing out on opportunities for new technologies, and we just kind of put our heads in the sand or whatever. So the intermediate space is to say, we are all the experts, right? We tell our clients we're the experts in Laravel, so we should be experts in all the things that involved in building Laravel tooling, including using AI. But from there, you have better judgment than I do sitting on high. You're actually in the project. You actually understand what technologies do you need, what technologies do you know. So become an expert in this like you're an expert in all the other things, and then use your best judgment in every moment.
So kind of like a mandate on vision and a flexibility on execution?
Exactly.
And when I'm curious about people that build beyond the edge of their understanding.
Yes.
So when somebody goes way beyond, are you seeing clients out in the wide world come in and say, hey, we got way over our skis, we built something, can you help? Are you seeing that outside?
Yes. So we have clients who come to us today, one we're working with now, one we worked with very recently, where they said, hey, I built this thing in Lovable, and it looks great, but it obviously is not going to be stable enough. Can you take it and work with it? So we're like, yeah, that's great, because that means a lot of the UX, UI workflows we did up front, you already did it for us. A lot of the front-end development, we'll kind of steal how they use Tailwind and React or whatever, and then we even understand kind of like some of the UX flows through the application, because you and Lovable and $700 of credits actually figured it out for you. So they are way out past their skis, but they're not pushing to production.
Right.
They're using that interaction as just a form of defining their application. And that's great, right? And that's why I said there's a beauty in people creating things they couldn't have created, because a lot of those people couldn't have afforded to pay a UX firm to do however much money. But Lovable, yeah, totally makes sense.
Amazing. Y'all give it up for Matt.
Thanks, y'all.
Good job. Okay, we're gonna have a lunch break. So lunch will be outside. There are vegetarian options. If you're not vegetarian, please don't take one of those options because there are fewer of those. Check out the sponsor tent. Talk to each other. Start a new podcast. We'll be back here at 1:45. And do me a favor, if your phone doesn't need Wi-Fi in this room, can you turn off your phone's Wi-Fi because we're just hammering it. So we'll see you at 1:45.
All right, I guess we're live. So welcome to the first lunch break on day one of Laracon. Again, we've had a great day of talks, a great day of speakers, and just so much fun. We're here in the sponsor tent. You know, we've got a bunch of people behind us. They'll be coming in and out, so it's almost like we're at a sports center, and we've got all the fans behind us, you know? So to start off the lunch break, I'm just going to have you introduce yourself, who you are with, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, it's like the college game day.
Yeah, game day.
We
need fingers behind
Yeah,
us.
exactly. Where's the signs, right? Yeah, my name is Anthony Giuliano. I'm a developer advocate at Neon. And actually, this is my first Laracon. So really
welcome
to be here.
to the community.
Yeah,
we love that.
My name's Savannah Longoria. I am currently a senior developer advocate at Neon/Databricks. This is my third
Laracon. Awesome. Did you go 3 in a row?
Yeah.
I love that. All right, so I guess the big question, Neon, Databricks, tell me about what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So Neon is a serverless Postgres backend platform. A lot of buzzwords in there, but essentially what that means is we are a managed Postgres database platform. So the big thing that we've been doing with Neon is we've taken a different approach to Postgres, in which we have separated storage and compute, which allows you to have a serverless architecture. And so what that means is you can scale up and scale down your database to meet your traffic needs.
I like that.
The other big thing that comes with that is what developers tend to know us for is database branching. So the same way that you can create a Git branch, you can create a database branch for your production database. So
what's a good use case for that? I'm trying to.
So this is so it's been really interesting. So the backstory here is like we created this originally as a big DX kind of improvement, right? If you're a developer, you want your data to kind of move with your code. So when you create a Git branch, you have a different environment, a dev environment, staging environment, what have you. The cool thing now, 2026, everyone's using agents. You can now give your database branch to your agent. And now your agent gets kind of this isolated data environment that it can operate in. It can work in a production-like environment without affecting production, you know, run wild, run YOLO mode, and kind of do whatever it needs to. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. It's great the way the future is going. And then the other thing you mentioned, I know y'all, I think Laravel Cloud uses y'all for all of its cloud infrastructure, Postgres, the auto sleep or what is it?
Yeah, auto scaling.
Hibernate.
Hibernate.
Yeah, or something like that. So y'all are really big into Laravel now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a pretty good partnership with the Laravel team. We basically help power the Laravel Postgres.
Yeah. So outside of databases, do y'all do anything else, or is that kind of just specialized right into the Postgres database side?
Yeah. Now that we are part of Databricks, we are able to offer a little bit more of real-time analytics. So that's something that's coming to Neon pretty soon. And we also have AI gateway, object storage, and functions.
So a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
But so I assume so. You did start with Postgres. That was like y'all's bread and butter, so to speak. And then so now you're all branching out in all these other areas. All right, here's a tricky one. This will be a hot take. Since you're a Postgres company, MySQL or Postgres? I'm just kidding. We already know the answer to that. But if you are on a MySQL database, what's the best way to get to, let's say we want to switch to Postgres. Is there some sort of easy way this day and age? I remember a few years ago it was hard. Is it easier now than it was back then?
It's still a little bit hard. Like there's things like JSON blobs that are kind of a little harder to migrate. Like with Postgres, you have to keep in mind about like auto vacuum stuff because that's not a thing on MySQL. But we actually have an agent skills on the Neon our GitHub that actually helps you migrate MySQL workloads over to Postgres. So it's definitely something we're checking out.
I love that. Yeah. And as far as the company goes, are y'all seeing AI helping customers make everything easier as far as deploying and doing everything?
Absolutely. So our team especially, like we work hands-on with all kinds of developer tooling. So we work on our CLI, our skills, as Savannah mentioned, the MCP server, all of these ways for developers to integrate with their Neon database and use it with their agents. The interesting thing here too is that we're seeing, as the agentic world continues to grow, more of these tools that are agent-driven pop up. So Replit is like the big example that I like to use. There are a lot of things about the Replit experience where you're using an agent to build an application where Neon becomes a really suitable backend. So things like I'm saying about branching. Now someone on Replit can have a dev and production environment, and maybe that user doesn't necessarily know what's going on in the background, but they don't have to. Because everything kind of flexes with them. And same thing for if they want checkpoints or auto scaling in their applications. All of that kind of comes out of the box.
Oh, nice, nice. I guess since we've talked about the main product, anything I'm missing question-wise that y'all want to tell the world about as far as Neon and Databricks or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, Savannah kind of mentioned it. One of the cool things about now being part of Databricks is, like we said, we're able to offer a bit more with the platform. So some of the newest products have been authentication. So we use BetterAuth as a managed version of BetterAuth. Functions, long-running functions, object storage, AI gateway, all kinds of things. We're seeing, in this world of agentic development, it's nice to have everything kind of bundled together, right? I don't have to explain this at a Laravel, batteries included, right? I don't have to explain that. But kind of taking that approach, like you said, we've been Postgres as our bread and butter, and we still always will be. But it's nice to add some things on top of that to create a more comprehensive experience.
Right. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, he's giving me the signal. I think we're almost out of time. I'll let y'all close it out with any final words or anything.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is my first Laracon, and it's been an awesome experience. We've had so many folks coming up to us at the booth who are either Neon users and they're excited to hear about us, or they're Laravel Cloud users and excited to know that they're also Neon users. But the community's been awesome. It's been a privilege to be a part of it. So yeah, and it's only the morning of day one.
The morning of day one. Yes.
Try Neon out. We have a free tier. We also have neon.new, so you're able to spin up a Postgres database without signing up. If you don't want to go that route, you just want to check us out.
Sweet. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Well, I want to thank y'all. I'll shake your hand. Thank y'all for coming over and joining us here. We're missing the next person.
Like this?
Come on in, Brian.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. All right, next guest is live. We've got Brian here with Resend.
Yes.
So, introduce yourself and tell us about Resend a little bit, if you don't mind.
Cool. Yeah, my name's Brian. I work on the customer success team at Resend. So I'm normally talking to our customers. So it's really great to get out here, get out of my computer and talk to people. But Resend is an email API for sending any emails that your application needs to send. So it could be boring stuff like password resets, weekly digests, and we also do marketing email. And so we have native PHP support through the Laravel driver. And we're also just working with the Laravel team to make sending email as easy as possible.
Oh, nice. So is it already integrated with the core? You can just swap out your config, or is it? We're already that level.
Yeah.
I love that. And then I assume y'all take care of getting us set up with all the records, dealing with the not going to spam, and doing all the other crazy stuff that's required on email.
Yeah. So the fun part about email is you have to add and verify your domain first. And so that's one thing that we also work on. We work with DNS providers to try and make that process as seamless as possible. So with some email providers like Cloudflare, if you're hosting your domain at Vercel, so probably not many people here, and then also GoDaddy, it's actually just one click. So you click a button and we have a way to connect to them, and it gets all set up perfectly, so you don't have to do that, and then hopefully you never log back into Resend.
Right. So it's just automatically out.
Yeah.
How about, this is kind of, because I've seen a lot of emails, so I'm always curious about how other companies are doing stuff. Can y'all do the tracking links and things like that and see how successful the sends are? As a reason you might want to go log into Resend, I guess?
Yeah, that's true. We also have webhooks, so you can get that information. The one nice thing actually, just a few months ago, we came out with custom domain tracking for links. And so one thing with link tracking is you don't necessarily want it to be a shared URL from your email provider.
Right.
And so you want to add some DNS records, like a CNAME record and a CAA record for SSL, so that the link in the email matches your sending domain.
Right.
And the nice thing about that is email providers trust it more. Because if you drop in something like a bit.ly link, this one's actually very funny as well. In Gmail, or not Gmail, in Yahoo, in YouTube, you can actually have YouTube create a shared URL link for you.
Yeah.
And Gmail will actually reduce the reputation of your email if you use YouTube's shared URL link because they want the URL for the tracking to match the sending domain, because they want to be able to know that it's not like you're redirecting them to a spam site or something like that.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And, well, this is sort of off topic of email, but, Google used to have the shortening service that they offered, and then they just shut it down. And then, so I guess they got burned at some point about all that. Yeah. And then I was going to say, as far as email integration, so since we have the config, we have the package, everything is super simple.
Yeah.
Why would we not use resend?
Ooh, why would we not use resend? So actually, the one thing that somebody just asked me about a little bit ago that we're working on, but it's HIPAA compliance. So if you're in the United States, HIPAA is a big deal for medical stuff. So if you're sending medical email, we can't support that at the moment.
Right.
Or at least your lawyers would want to check that out. But we are working on that right now. But otherwise, we're a really great fit for about everyone. If you're sending email, we should be good for you.
Yeah, so we'll just recap. Transactional, newsletters, digest, any email.
Email.
But the beauty, though, is with Laravel, the integration, the transactionals are just done.
Yes.
You don't have to do anything. No configuring. Yeah. But if you want to do the other ones, then you just probably build a little API or something.
And then we also have folks on our team that are deliverability experts. So to your point about deliverability, if you do have any questions about deliverability, the customer success team that I'm on, we're very knowledgeable on it. We've been in the email industry for years. Instead of going to Laravel conferences, we go to email conferences.
Oh, nice.
And so it's like people in the email industry, and we kind of figure out what does Gmail think about this? And so we try and publish what we can as blogs and guides and stuff to just share it, so you don't have to ask us, but we can also help you out and provide recommendations.
I love that, because that's one of the worst things ever is you set up your email on your app and then it's just not arriving. Like a password reset, if it never arrives, your app is basically dead at that point,
I mean, it's an incident, right?
Yes, and that's the thing with people wanting to host it themselves and do all this other stuff. It's because if you don't get the email, it's going to be bad for all your customers and clients.
Yeah,
and
I mean, it is one of the positives and negatives of the email industry, where it is technically an open standard, right?
Right. Yeah.
And you can run it yourself, but it's like anything else running yourself. You're now DevOps. If it goes down Sunday night, that's you.
Yeah. And that's not what you want. That's not what you want at all. All right, so I guess my next thing is, did I miss anything, any questions that you want to mention about resend?
I think just the big thing right now is we're very developer experience focused right now. So we've been working really hard to have connectors in Claude, so that if you're in Claude Code, you can have it work. In Codex, we also have an integration, OAuth support, so it's just really easy to get started. And it's one line of config, but you can also just ask Claude to do it for you. It's really great.
Right, and then this is back being random, because I keep thinking about my newsletter.
Yeah.
I guess y'all have checks in place to make sure you're valid with your address, the address is included, the whole thing. And I'm assuming you have to do all that before, during your setup period, then you're just set forever on that.
Yeah, and then we also have something called deliverability insights. And so one thing with your newsletter is you want to tell your customers tons of information.
Right.
But you might actually make your email really long.
Yes.
And Gmail specifically has a clipping feature where if it's over 128 kilobytes, Gmail will clip the email. And so we have a feature that will tell you hey, I'm not actually going to see this. To your point about open tracking, this is actually very interesting as well. The way open tracking works in email is we put a little invisible image at the bottom of the email, so it doesn't change the design of it.
Right.
And when that image is downloaded, that's how we know open happened. But if you do a really long email that's clipped, then Gmail doesn't load the second half of the email, and that image never gets loaded. So you never even know if it was open.
See, that's interesting, because I do the weekly Laravel newsletter, and it's got 20. I don't know. It's big. Right? It's got 7 articles of ours, jobs, community link. So it gets clipped every week. So we might have better.
Interesting.
We might have better stats than our agent is actually showing us, or our email service.
That's the hard part, right? If it is getting clipped, you might want to reduce, but it's always hard.
It is, because everybody wants all the information, so you can't just be y'all can just go over here and look at it. So that's interesting. All right, so he's giving us the wrap-up sign. Anything else before you go?
No, this is great. I love this community. It's always so friendly. It's great here.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you coming. Appreciate you being a sponsor, and we're looking forward to. I'm sure Laravel's looking forward to a long relationship with resend.
We're working really closely with the Laravel team right now, so I think there's some exciting stuff on the horizon.
Sweet. I love it. Cool.
All right, thank you so much.
Brian,
Nice
appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Jump right in.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Doing it live.
Doing it live. We're doing it live. Tom.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, sir. All right, everybody. We have a special guest. The #1 special guest, Tom. So Tom, for those that don't know you, I feel like everybody does at this point, but go ahead and remind people who you are, what you do at Laravel, and all those things.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm Tom Curry. I'm the president and COO here at Laravel. I've been with the team for 2.5 years, a little over that now. So I joined Taylor in 2024 to help him build out the company and what has become Laravel Cloud. So
that's amazing. And since you're stead, this is some of the tweets I've heard. Laravel Cloud I cannot remember who tweeted this, but they were on the team. They said Laravel Cloud is the fastest growing product that I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty amazing.
That might have been Hank's tweet. Was
that might have been Hank's tweet.
Hank was talking about the
because he
comparison
come from
to
where else?
Vercel in 2020. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's awesome, man. It just goes to show you how good Laravel Cloud is.
It's going really well, yeah.
Yeah, so if you haven't tried Laravel Cloud, I feel like we're all Laravel developers, so we probably all tried it, but we switched the Laravel news site over earlier this year. It's been a breeze. I've had zero issues at all since moving to cloud. And I sleep at night. Don't have to worry about any servers going down. It's great.
We love to tell those stories.
Yes.
No, I mean, I think if I look back to last year at Laracon, that was about 4 or 5 months post when we launched.
Right.
We still had a lot of work to do to build out the feature set. And we're very competitive with ourselves. We have a great product in Forge and Vapor that have been out there a long time.
Yeah.
And so we knew we had a pretty high bar to reach reach the masses of the Laravel audience. And towards the end of last year, we felt like we hit that kind of feature complete status where it was okay, now it's a really competitive product with Forge or Vapor. And then this year, we've just seen massive acceleration of people signing up and deploying bigger and bigger apps. So it's been a pretty exciting year. So as Hank said, the growth is kind of through the roof. Way more than in fact, we've already hit our full year plan as of a week ago. We hit our full year plan. So we're into the gravy, as they say, of growing faster than we thought we would for the year. And we had pretty big goals for the year, to be fair. So
that's awesome. I love hearing that, and that's actually good. If you are a Laravel user, this is actually good for the whole community as a whole.
Absolutely,
because it funds Laravel development, it funds the framework that we love, and everything gets to rise up with it because you have a successful product at the end of the day. So you said you were pretty much version 1.5 feature complete. So you're feature complete for this year, or you've got a bunch of stuff coming?
There's a lot more coming. I'm not going to spoil what Taylor has this afternoon. He's always got something. To be honest, I don't even know. He's still shipping up there. But we got some good stuff coming today. I'm really excited about some of the stuff we've shipped lately. So we've actually moved a little away from conference-driven development. So we've been shipping constantly. So there's a few things coming today, but there's also just a recap of some of the stuff we've shipped in the last couple of months. Probably the feature I'm most excited about, and we're seeing the biggest reaction to, is the scale to zero compute, bulky, MySQL, all our databases, all our stuff is now waking up, like that. And I think that was that's the big switch that, for the small users, be able to sleep a product and then have it wake up that quickly. You can really use it in production.
Yeah.
So that's a big milestone that I think we've hit. And the technology just seems to be applicable to everything we do. So we just keep rolling it out to more and more services.
I love that. And two, if you haven't checked out Cloud in a while, the MySQL sleep
scale to zero.
New. Scale to zero is new, in the last 2 weeks.
I don't know, a couple weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago. It shipped.
Before it was only Postgres, and now you can do MySQL or Postgres.
Exactly. So your compute, your app compute, your caches, and your database can all now sleep and wake up in under a second. Under a half second, really. So that's pretty incredible.
That is super cool. All right, so let's transition from cloud.
Yeah.
First of all, if you haven't tried cloud, go try it. You get my recommendation. Let's talk about the other big news on the day. You got a brand new employee.
Oh my God, so excited about that.
I know, he's been around the community for years.
A long time.
I don't actually remember where I first met Aaron, but he's always been a bright light in the community. Just a super nice guy, super good. So tell us about his role. What's he going to be moving into and doing at Laravel itself?
Yeah, so he's going to be our VP of Marketing and Community. And frankly, he's going to lead all of our messaging, most importantly. I think getting the messaging right, speaking to developers as an authentic developer himself and a database expert as he is, will give us a new level of clarity in how we talk about the product. So I think that's the most important thing he's going to do. And he's going to really unite our company around messaging and saying things the same way,
Right,
and
right.
really just take us into the new generation of understanding the AI and where that's going together with our products and making that all come together. But he's going to lead a lot of our functions from our demand gen to our product marketing. So I think you'll see Aaron's voice come through our product more and more, and he'll be working very closely with Joe Dixon and the engineering team on designing and making that product experience really good from when you experience it as coming in as a new customer, when you're being converted to a new customer, and then as you use the product. It really should be one cohesive experience. So,
Right. Well, I mean, I know he's going to be VP, so he's probably not going to be in the trenches making the videos like he used to do or anything.
we're not going to be able to keep him off camera.
Okay.
He's too good to keep him off camera, so we'll definitely make use of that too.
Well, good.
No one wants to see me on camera. Only you do, Eric.
I love Tom. I always want him on my show. It's so much fun. So, any other products we should talk about or mention or company-wide that people need to know about that we haven't talked about?
No, I mean, honestly, we're very much focused on cloud. Of course, we have all of our other products, our legacy products like Forge and Vapor. We're going to continue to invest in those too. But most of our focus, the vast majority, is around cloud. I think the other update, and we may have talked about this when we were last together, is we're much more focused on bringing some of the observability components of Nightwatch into cloud as well as native components. So we've been shipping a lot of that stuff over the last couple of months. There's a lot more rolling out over the next couple of months as well. So all the logging that you see in cloud now is now built by the Cloud Observability team, which was the Nightwatch team, and it's very much the same experience you got inside Nightwatch. So a lot of those features will be built in, and I think that makes it just this closed loop environment, so you can have everything in one place and really benefit from the tooling. So I'd say that's the other big vector of our product focus right now.
Right. Are you seeing? You might not want to say this, but are you seeing Nightwatch kind of join cloud and just be completely
I think
together?
more and more. Yeah, I mean, I think Nightwatch is still a standalone app, and it's going really well. It's growing nicely. But we see the real value is having it together with the application and the cloud stack. So that's where you get, you get all of the information variables in one place. And you can even imagine where the AI can help, in more of a self-driving way before too long, where it has all the information it needs from the application monitoring to the infrastructure monitoring, and from, of course, the logging and events tracking and exception tracking. So you can imagine it becoming much more self-driving over time.
Right. And speaking of, you sort of brought up AI there. How about, it's sort of an epidemic within our world right now. AI is eating documentation. It's, everybody's sort of not even going to the documentation anymore. Do you think that will affect anything sales-wise, or probably not, because y'all got it built up so much because it's a Laravel product, not... The docs aren't your primary driver.
Right, yeah. No, I mean, it's interesting. We do see the changes in traffic trends. Mm-hmm. There is a lot less traffic coming in, which ordinarily would have come through the docs and then found their way to the product. But people are finding other ways, right? The LLMs themselves are recommending the product. So overall, we're still seeing a rising tide that's helping our business across the board. Forge is growing faster than it ever has, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't talk about it that much, but it's growing 2-3 times faster than it did even a year and a half ago.
Wow, that's
now,
crazy.
some of that is the product investment we put into it, but some of it is, I think, just the overall trends we're seeing in the market. Everyone needs more compute. They need more, resources. So we're seeing all those trends play out across all of our products.
Nice. See, that's good. That's everything's healthy and growing.
Everything's very healthy. But I
good.
understand. There are parts of the market that are changing around us. We all have to adapt, and we do internally, and I think everyone does in the market. So.
Yeah. Well, that's what we run into. As a news person. Yeah. It's ours. We're doing a 180 right now because it's we don't know what's going to happen. Just hopefully do our best and it works out in the end.
For sure.
So he said we got 2 minutes left. Anything you want to talk about or mention as we close this out?
I mean, I don't want to spoil any of the news coming. Taylor's got the big hitters coming. So.
All right, so that's what we'll talk about. Taylor's talk is the last talk of the day. I cannot remember the time. Yeah. But set your calendar, tune in, and
yes,
watch
I think
it
it's
live.
around 4:30. I'm not sure, but it is the last talk of the day, and it's a good one as always. So.
Absolutely, and maybe we'll get some hints about Laravel features coming, or that's been
there's
released.
a few things we'll talk about, new features that are coming or that have shipped recently that a lot of people miss. That's the other thing we realize is not everyone's living on Twitter and X and following every release. So it's really good to recap some of the things that have come because we've built some amazing stuff in the last few months.
For sure. Tom, I want to thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Yes, sir.
So
we'll do it again sometime.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Appreciate you.
All right.
Just come right in.
Yep. Have a seat. Taylor scheduled it. Taylor's scheduled at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So tune into that when that happens. Next up, the man, the myth, the Static legend, Jack McDade.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good.
I got a hold of my left hand here.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, I was really tempted to grab a really tall chair and slide it over here.
Well, everybody else has been that much taller than me.
Especially
Like,
after Tom, I'm like this little guy. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. All right, so Jack, tell everybody on screen that don't know you.
Sure.
Tell them what is Static and why should they care.
Ooh. So Static is a Laravel-powered content management system. It's a composer package. You can install it right into an existing Laravel application. You can spin up a new site with it with our Static new CLI, whatever. And it's an extremely handcrafted, thoughtful user experience that makes wrapping a CMS around your custom design site fit like a glove.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Static, let's talk about the history. When did it come out? It's been about 10 years, right?
14.
It's been
2012, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, I was trying to think when I started Laravel News. It had to be the same.
Kind of right around the same time, yeah.
I remember us all together.
Yeah.
So 14 years. It's done a huge transition over those 14 years.
It's changed a lot. Everything's changed a lot. 14 years ago, we didn't use Composer. So like the first version was like slim PHP, like it was this nothing little side project, but now it's powering sites like, have you ever heard of Laravel.com?
I have heard of Laravel.com.
Yep, Static running Laravel.com.
Is that breaking news? Are we breaking news right here on the live stream?
Yeah, I actually got the okay from Taylor to say that.
All right, you heard it here first. Yeah, we heard it here first.
Yeah, a lot of big customers using it, so it's stable.
And it's amazing talking about big customers. You know, I know you think about Laravel.com. It's like it's kind of a content site, but y'all have some like crazy big stuff like e-commerce people, and it's just on and on.
Yeah, big in Europe, like big companies like Der Spiegel and Edeka, which is like a huge grocery store chain that's like Kroger, but of Germany, and like news companies in Denmark, and like Red Bull and MIT and NYU, and like it's kind of I can't say that one yet, but that was really close. I almost said something I really shouldn't have said. It's been really exciting. It's very cool.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
and I love to see the growth, because when we started, it was just you, and then now you're adding, I don't know, 4 or 5
me
teammates.
part-time and like another part-timer, and now there's like 5 full-timers, 2 contractors who work on like specific projects and reach out to like the broader community. People are pulling in like big PRs and big add-ons coming out, and it's been incredible.
That's awesome. So as a product owner, product creator, how is AI affecting Static? Is it helping? Is it are you transitioning like everybody else?
That's the big question everybody wants to know. We're all trying to see what is AI boosting, what is AI squashing.
Right.
I would say for us, it's been a huge boost.
Okay.
So it didn't eat our lunch. It didn't steal what we do. I think we're finding that AI is an incredible tool, just like Laravel. Like it can build Laravel apps, and now it builds Static sites. So you have that handcrafted user experience with all the conventions and all the defaults and all the settings and everything that are like thoughtfully designed are now wrapped. Like AI can just utilize all that, spin stuff up. Mike, like just pointed at a domain, rebuild this site in Static, and it's like, all right.
Yeah.
Like we couldn't do that a year ago.
Right.
We were, and when the AI was like just, we're all still like flirting with it. We're like, please learn how to like, our docs are over here, and it was like using like way old docs. And you're like, this sucks. It's so good now.
Yeah. Yes.
It's so good. Like, it's incredible.
So I've been finding the same thing out too. It's like, like you said, just from the last year. How about AI agents? Are you focused on one any, or are you using like Claude or Codex, or you just kind of mix around to see
we
what's
use everything. Like as far as for building it, it worked. Like everything, we throw everything at it, and everything just seems to be just like working great. So we could do really deep integrations like in the control panel and stuff, but honestly, everyone has their preferred flows anyway.
Right. So it would be worse.
Just tell your agent, do this in Static, and it's like, all right, let's go.
Sweet. All right. Change gears. Static 6 came out.
Yeah.
A month ago? 2 months ago?
I should have checked.
Yeah.
I feel like it was
a while ago.
6 months ago.
I don't know.
I think it was in the fall, maybe.
But anyway, Static 6, the new version.
Static 6.
Tell us about some of the highlights and features.
Total control panel redesign. while keeping like the spirit of it exactly the same. So muscle memory still works, but like looks great. We have a whole like view component system, so you can build custom add-ons or like custom section of the control panel using our components that you can find at ui.statamic.dev if you're interested. People are building all sorts of cool stuff, just pointing AI at the docs and saying like, rip it out, and it's like, all right, done. So
build me this.
That's great. We've got some awesome features coming like soon. We've got Forms 2, which is like everything typeful or typefully or formatic or like Woo forms, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
End user landing page forms. All that's going to be like drag and drop friendly, build outable. Build outable? That's not a word. It can build out stuff automatically for you, generate like a landing page automatically, and so you can just collect forms. So like take a little bite out of that puzzle.
I love that.
We've got some awesome stuff coming for Statamic 7 next year. It's just like our labs, our experiments are just like, AI is letting us dream and prototype and decide if it's worth doing now, which has been so great versus like, is this worth 3 months? Is this worth 6 months? Now it's like, well, I'll tell you tomorrow if it's worth it, and then we just rebuild the bits that we need to by hand, thoughtfully and carefully and all that. So,
gotcha.
6 is going great.
Awesome. So that you mentioned 7, that sort of brought up another question on the Statamic release cycle. Are you on a set yearly cycle, or is it just more
so
free flow?
we were trying to like peg it to be like slightly lagged behind Laravel, so we could like catch up to the breaking changes and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Since Laravel started making their changes like less dramatic, we're able to like the last couple times just like add Laravel 13 support like the day it came out without any breaking changes. So we're kind of on a year to 18 month cycle. I think 18 months probably tops, but we're not having a fixed date anymore because it's a little bit like now. Let's go now.
So that's good. But it also is good to leave a little leeway in case all of a sudden they like, oh, well, there's this new paradigm and we got to switch over.
Right, exactly.
I don't think that's going to happen at this point, but you never know.
I don't know. We'll see what Taylor has to say in a couple hours. I mean, he's dropped some big stuff in the past.
This is true, yes. This is true. All right, he gave me the sign. We got 2 minutes left.
Okay.
I'll let you close this out. And anything you want to say.
2 whole minutes.
2 minutes.
Man, I don't know.
2 and 2, as that old guy used to say.
2 and 2. Yeah, I don't know. Statamic's great. I think if you haven't tried it by now, you should at least tell Claude or Codex or whatever to like just make you something and give it a shot. Because like you got a free version and you can use that solo, like single user. You can use it for whatever you want. So there's like no limitations. You can experience the whole thing. So if you haven't tried it by now, you should at least try Statamic. See if it works for you. If it's good enough for Laravel, I feel like
it's good enough for you.
It's got to be good enough for everybody.
Yes. And as he mentioned, flat files, database, however you want to store your content, they support it all.
You can write a driver and like a couple hundred lines of code to adapt to whatever your data format is. So people are running on Firebase, people are running on custom, like there's some people using this giant Oracle thing. Like you can do all sorts of stuff. You just write the driver and then hook it up and point it at it and boom, you're good to go.
There you go. You can even use AI to write your driver for you for anything.
Why would you write it by hand now?
Yeah, exactly.
Just double check it. Okay?
I love that. All right, Jack.
You done? All right,
sir.
Dude.
Pleasure as always.
Keep kicking butt, man. We love you.
Well, we try.
Right.
I appreciate you.
Right.
Hey.
What's going on, man?
All right, we got the next guest. My next guest. How come everybody keeps getting taller and taller as they come in?
That's how you line them up, I guess.
I know. All right, everybody. So next guest, Brian from Curatech. Brian, I want to welcome you to the live stream. And for those that don't know, you just give a quick little introduction, who you are and what is Curatech.
Yeah, sure. So quick background, I'm Brian Danis, the founder and CEO of Curatech. We're a 16-year-old software consulting company headquartered out of Philadelphia. Though we have a distributed team, about 130 people around the globe, mostly in the US and Latin America. We help companies modernize legacy software. We help build new products and take new products to market. And now, of course, we're helping companies implement and transform their organization with AI.
Nice. Is out of those things you offer, is that what you're seeing the biggest transition to, that the AI topic you just said?
Yeah, there's a lot of traction happening with companies now. Like, it's all different stages. We think about it as three different main buckets, but a spectrum of different levels of maturity that companies have with AI. So, you look at like more mature, modern SaaS company, obviously they're going to have, understanding and capability around AI, but one of the things they struggle with when they have inertia built around the SDLC, especially if they've been, building an engineering organization for a decade or, a decade and a half,
right?
And they have several hundred engineers built around an SDLC process. The human change management of moving from an SDLC model to an AI DLC model is extremely difficult. So we help those types of organizations make the transition, bridge that gap between an SDLC model to an AI DLC model. All the way on the other end of the spectrum, think about a company that's like a 150-year-old mid-market manufacturer doing 300 million in revenue, and their entire business runs on a 25-year-old Java monolith. So we'll
notepads.
Notepads, all that stuff. So we help those types of companies modernize their foundational technology that opens up the possibility for them to transform their organization with AI. But they have some building blocks to take care of first before they even make that, that sort of bigger jump to AI.
Right. And I mean, I know as an agency, y'all get the clients come in. What is it?
We call it a tech consulting firm.
Oh, tech consulting firm. You got to forgive me. I think of everything in agency terms for some reason. I guess because of the Laravel's original partner.
I'm particular, so you can just tell me to shut up. But,
no, it's good. You got to say it right. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. I was going to say like what's the start to finish time for like a company that comes in? I guess it really just depends. Like a $300 million company still using the old Java thing. That's probably a two-year build out.
I mean, we just scoped one recently. Hopefully, we end up doing business with them. But they're about $1 billion in revenue. They're a logistics company, and exactly that. They have a 25-year-old Java monolith.
Right.
They've tried to modernize it themselves several times, and didn't get enough traction to be able to complete it. So I think that one was scoped at a 3 or 4 year transformation. But if you think about it, like logistics, they have thousands of trucks on the road.
Yeah.
You need to re-outfit the tools and the processes the truck drivers are doing. They have warehouse facilities all around the country, so those warehouse facilities need to be re-outfitted. You've got central dispatch teams, you've got finance teams, you've got sales teams, like customers, all these different user personas that are using the product. And by the way, if their software goes down for one day, they're losing millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So, we use an approach called Strangler Fig. So it's not like we go away for 4 years and then come back and do a big reveal and say, hey, here's your new software. The Strangler Fig architecture or the Strangler Fig approach is such that we look for parts of the legacy application that we can slowly strangle, much like, think about how a Strangler Fig tree grows around a host tree or whatever it's called and slowly strangles the tree until the tree is the Strangler Fig at that point. Software modernization can take the same shape where you have this old legacy monolith, you want to strangle it with web services over time. So you just kind of pick off like module by module, and you take a vertical slice of the application, which includes the front end, it includes the APIs and the application logic, and it includes the database.
Right.
So in a 25-year-old monolith, it's going to be one big giant blob of one giant database, one giant backend. Probably not even like a JavaScript front end. It's probably some like the front end's probably mostly served from the back end. So we'll take vertical slices in modules. So maybe like the first module we would take on is like the order module or maybe the reporting module. Typically we want to focus on something that's high value but low complexity so we can get a quick win.
Right.
And then you just do that module by module. So an application like that one that we're talking about might have 80 modules in it. If you break it down into logical structures, it might have about 80 modules. And that's going to take 3 or 4 years to fully strangle it. But it's not, there's a lot of engineering work, but there's even more human change management work that goes into that.
Yeah, I was going to say, that takes a lot of like institutional knowledge of their company that you've got to really dig in and pull out.
And we need to really get embedded.
Yeah.
And they need to really trust us. We need to really be able to like, vibe with them, or maybe vibe is a bad word these days, but we need to be able to like
mesh. Yeah. Well, and it's also interesting because if you think about like, well, I know we're at Laracon and not everybody's the same type of developer for the same companies, but in my little ecosystem and world, it seems like everybody's building these little SaaS apps, and you're like, you don't even think about just this massive $1 billion of company that runs on, it might be Laravel, it might be something else, but
a lot of companies use PHP.
Really?
There's a lot,
There's still a lot.
Big companies, yeah.
That's interesting. So we talked to a guy last night. He works at a construction company, and they're still using PHP and running Laravel on this whole back office app, and never thought about it, never knew it. And it's just some town near my house, and I was like,
100%.
That's amazing.
That's our market. We have a lot of SaaS clients. I would say like our SaaS clients are typically like 100 plus headcount. So they're either venture backed and growing fast, or they're private equity owned and they're getting rolled up by private equity.
Right.
But most of our new customers for the last few years have been enterprises. So like mid-market enterprises, lower upper market enterprises. That's been where most of our revenue and most of our growth has been coming from. And I think there's a lot of tailwind in the industry because of AI adoption. Like, we're all tech people, we're at Laracon, we're hanging out with other developers, so we're in our own bubble. But like, in the reality, like our little bubble powers like a fraction of a % of the world.
Right.
And the majority of the world is powered on these big old school behemoth enterprises.
Yes. And getting the sign. We got 2 more minutes. We're gonna start wrapping it up. So I'm gonna
let's do it.
Open the floor up to you. Give you the last 2 minutes and just tell the world anything else you want them to know about CuraTech that we did not talk about or that we missed.
Yeah, I mean, I gave you guys the quick spiel. I think that if you're a leader in a company that is trying to leverage technology for whether it's transformation inside the business or to reach new markets externally, we'd love to have a conversation. You can go to our website. It's curotech.com, CUROTEC.com. And we'd love to have a conversation. And if we can just be a resource, maybe direct you to one of our webinars where you can learn more. And we're happy to share our knowledge for free. So if we can just be a resource, that's great. If there's a bigger partnership on the table, that's great as well.
Sweet. Brian, I appreciate you greatly, buddy.
Eric.
Yes, awesome. What's up?
Do you want me to clip it?
No, whatever you want to do. You can hold it or clip it.
I certainly don't want to hold it, so.
Okay. Clip it in. All right, everybody. So that was Brian with CuraTech. Next up is the guy that just gave the last talk before lunch. So he went from talking to come out here and talk to us. What a nice guy. So Matt Stauffer,
hey, bud.
Creator of Titan, owner of Titan, runs Titan. I guess just tell the world what Titan is. I feel like everybody knows, but somebody out there might not know what Titan is.
We're a web development consultancy. We build custom web applications for everybody who needs it. So that's anything from small startups, scale-ups, nonprofits, big enterprise. Lately, we've been doing a lot of work helping people use AI well, whether it's because they are a company that wants to build and they realize they hit a point where Claude isn't enough, Lovable isn't enough, they need somebody to take it to production, or an existing team who says, we felt good with our setup, but now that AI is coming, we got to change it.
Right.
Can you help us? Because we've always helped people kind of set up their teams, so now we help set up their teams and also figure out AI as they go.
Oh, nice. So in a example, like we have a business and we're like, we're going to switch to start using AI more. You're just come in and help them guide their policies and things like that.
So one
am I thinking about that right?
Yeah. I mean, one of them is somebody says, I want to make a business. I couldn't afford hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay a UX firm and a development firm, whatever, but I could pay $700 to Lovable. So they'll come to us with a Lovable prototype, because Lovable is not going to get you to production, but it gets you close.
Right.
And then we take that to production. Or, like you said, for existing team, so many teams are not sure how to integrate AI. Right. They don't know what metrics should be. They don't know which tools to use. They don't understand, or they have ideas, but they need some just outside people saying like, yes, that makes sense for where it goes and how do they change their teams and everything like that. So we've been doing it. We've helped other people do it. So we can, just like what we do with Laravel, we can do with AI saying, what makes sense? What's the normative thing to do? What questions should you be asking to help you make those decisions going forward so you're set up for success in a kind of a new world of development?
I love that. As far as your clients, how many are sort of embracing AI now, or is it you still got some old school that's still not transitioned over yet?
Everybody is using AI.
Okay.
Embracing is a different concept. I would say it's probably 50-50 between using AI as a comfortable tool that the occasional developer reaches for. They've got a Claude Code subscription, the company pays for it, versus just going
all in, heads down, AI, or death. I also, you didn't ask, but I will say, the people who are going all in are often regretting it and pulling back.
Oh, okay.
Those are the people who say, oh my God, we have this really stable application, and all of a sudden it's going down all the time. It's been stable for 15 years, and I'm like, yeah, that's the case. So we're trying to help people find a middle, comfortable, practical, pragmatic point of getting the benefit of it while still taking advantage of the things that kept you stable in the past.
That makes sense. Well, what about that actually is a good question. Like, say my company, my developers start using AI and they screw it up, and they don't screw it up, the AI screws it up, and now we're having bugs. You couldn't help them fix all that and do all that stuff too?
Yeah, we're happy to help, and usually when that happens, you need our help a little bit. What you need is help making sure it doesn't happen next time, right? So yeah, we love to code, we love to help fix bugs, we'd like to help you code faster, whatever. But where we bring expertise specifically is not just what we can do, but what we know about how to do it well.
It's like you bring the processes that you need as a business.
So if they told me that, I'd say, great, so that means you probably don't have these practices in place, you don't have these patterns, maybe you need this education, maybe your non-developers need to stop putting pressure on them because they're saying, AI means go faster, 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 faster. So yeah, you're introducing bugs,
Right. Yes, I love that. So your talk, I missed it. I was out here. I missed your talk. What was the highlights?
The main point of my talk was saying, if you are building with AI, you are often building something you don't understand. Because there's some people building an AI where they don't know coding at all. That's not us.
Right.
There's people who are building an AI and we know everything we're doing, Laravel experts, and that's often us. But there's this interesting middle space of I know code, but I'm building an AI and code I don't understand right now.
Yes.
And that is a really fun space. But it's also a space where we have to know what we're doing or we're going to put ourselves in bad situations. Yes. Mainly the fact that you're writing with AI and that the capacity of your code goes like this because of AI and your understanding of your code goes like this. And it's actually growing slower than it would have in the past. And so we have this big gap.
Can I make a confession?
Yeah. Yes.
That's me.
Because I told the story of how I built Voxicon, this 3D world, and I intentionally used it as a test of, does this build with AI and learn as you go idea works? My answer is no, unless you're really intentional in figuring out how do I make sure I'm learning as I go.
Right, yeah. Because I've been doing that. It's like, do you want me to build this in Python? I'm like, sure, I don't care.
Right.
Like, do I know how to read it? No, but it's like, whatever. It's getting my job done. I'm happy until it's done. And then it's like, oh my gosh,
and
what have I done?
Moment. And the good news is, some things it's fine, right? If you hit that point where it doesn't work and you're like, no big deal, then that might be an ideal candidate for AI. Right. If you hit the moment where it doesn't work and AI can't fix it, you can't fix it, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
You got to do things different there.
That's true. I love that. That's such a good topic. All right, so if you're just now tuning in and you didn't go watch it, you go back, you can rewind on the YouTube video and go watch Matt's talk, because that's going to be super useful and helpful. All right, Matt, we're not quite out of time yet, but I want to transition back to Titan. I feel like, did we cover everything that Titan specializes in and why everybody needs to come and talk to you?
Yeah, I would say the main thing is that a lot of people think that because we have AI, we no longer need people who did the things that AI can replace. We don't need programmers, we don't need writers, we don't need designers. What I would say is AI has just made it so that you don't necessarily always need a person whose job was to just do what they're told.
Right.
As a writer, as a programmer, as a designer, whatever. So if implementation is what you do in a day-to-day, then AI might be threatening your job. But expertise is what you're doing. If the dozens of years of expertise, of experience, of having done this forever, having seen thousands of code bases, like we have, then you still need that expertise. It just might be applied differently than before. We have always said we are your friendly neighborhood Laravel experts, right? Since the very beginning of being a company, we want to make sure, I wrote the book on Laravel, I wrote the Laravel podcast, I said, we know Laravel. And so this is just a new opportunity for us to apply expertise.
Right.
And so, yeah, you hear our talks, you see our blog posts, you meet us at the booth, and you're like, these people know what they're talking about. It still applies, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, and so for anybody who's building today, whether you're building the whole way at, again, lovable prototype, and now what? The prototype doesn't have to be in Laravel, right? We'll take anything from any technology, any system, and we'll have you get it to production, scalable, secure, ready to go. Or all the way down to, we've been writing Laravel for 15 years, but we don't know exactly how to handle this next new world. We're up there too.
Oh, see, I love that. All right, so check out Titan. But before we go, I'm going to pitch some more things because, you know, I'm a Matt fanboy. Laravel podcast. You've been running that for a decade.
Yeah.
You're on what season? 10? Or
we're about to start
you used to do
8,
season. Are you still doing season?
Yeah, I think we're about to start a new season. I think it's going to be season 8.
Season 8, okay.
Yeah.
And is it going to be you and Taylor this year?
I don't think I can get Taylor all the time, but my goal is to always have a co-host every week. So I'll Taylor sometimes, I'm going to bring you on sometimes, some other friends. So it's going to be like the early days where it's instead of just me interviewing someone, it's going to be a couple people chatting about stuff, and I'm going to bring as many of the old heads, all the OGs.
Oh, that'd be fun, yeah.
Yeah, so
I
that's
like that,
starting.
I like
Basically,
that.
I think I have interview with Taylor came out this week, an interview with Aaron is coming out next week.
You got the scoop.
I got the scoop,
behind,
and then I think that will be the pause, and then we'll start the new podcast season right after that.
Sweet, I love that. And then, so Laravel podcast and
Pragmatic AI podcast.
Pragmatic.
Weekly podcast talking to people about, what individual things that, they're working on.
Read that.
My newsletter.
Matt's newsletter.
MattStauffer.com/newsletter. Yeah.
So,
and check out Voxicon. Voxicon.laravel.
That is right. We talked about this the other day. Yeah, check it out. Explain it.
It's a 3D representation of the venue that we're in right now, Minecraft style, but it's all written in Laravel and JavaScript 3.js. You can watch the live stream there. You can do puzzles. We put together a whole bunch of puzzles for people, so they're like mazes and escape rooms and stuff like that. You can check out the sponsors, a little 3D representation of the sponsor booth. It's just fun, no practical purpose other than hanging out.
It's basically like a Laravel Roblox.
Yes, got it. That's it.
Does it have live chat? We can troll our friends.
Yeah.
I love that. That's amazing. Matt,
thanks, my
it's
friend.
always a pleasure, sir. Appreciate you coming and talking to us, and thanks for all you do for the community, man.
All right.
Give it to Harris. Really little time, Harris.
Okay. What's up? Have a seat, Harris.
Oh, finally. Yeah.
All right.
Hey.
All right, so that was Matt Stauffer. So now, up next, Harris. Everybody knows Harris, that knows Laravel News. He's making videos, writing, going to conferences, talking to people, just doing the whole 9 yards.
Exactly, yeah.
So what do you think? This is your fourth Laracon?
Laracon US is my third one.
Third Laracon US. How do you, so to give a little backstory, Harris is from Greece, third Laracon US. Which city have you liked the best that you've been to?
I think Boston is the best.
Boston's the best?
So far. It's more walkable, it has more of a European vibe.
Right.
Great weather as well. So yeah, definitely better than Dallas or, I also like Denver last year.
Denver wasn't bad. Dallas was just, it was like 110 degrees and hot. Like it was super hot.
That doesn't work really.
And out here, I don't know the Celsius, but it's like, 80, 70?
It's perfect weather.
Perfect weather,
yeah. What about you? What do you think so far? You've been to many Laracons so far.
I've been to all Laracon US.
So which one was your favorite?
Well, I've got a nostalgia vibe for the very first one. It was Laracon, DC, Washington, DC. The venue was like 150 people. It was like on a stage.
Way back then,
it was, Sorry. And so that's probably my favorite. Next favorite was we went to New York City. It was in the PlayStation Theater, and I got to take my family and the kids, and so that one was kind of fun.
That's pretty cool.
But to me, I love all of them because you get to meet everybody, talk to everybody, and just kind of run around and hang out. So that's always fun.
Yeah, the vibe is always great, right? I mean, regardless of the city, it has to do about people.
Right. Yes, for sure.
So, I can see we have our next guest here.
Oh, we got our next guest.
So they can come, right?
Yeah.
You can come in.
Come on in.
Yeah, don't be shy, come on in. So you're gonna take my spot. You're gonna keep this?
Thank you, Harris.
All right, our next guest, the most famous. So I was gonna prefix this one the way I did EU. I think you've been to the very first Laracon, and I think that's where we met.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So, all right, we got the camera up here. What we'll do, since they probably don't know you the way that I do, you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell what Geocodio is. Geocodio is.
Yeah, so my name is Michelle Hansen, co-founder of Geocodio.
Mateus Hansen, also co-founder of Geocodio.
You might remember us from Laracon 2017 in New York, not the PlayStation Theater, the one, the Avenue Q Theater.
Oh yeah.
Because we spoke there actually about when Geocodio was still a side project at that time. But what we do is geocoding, data enrichment, and distance. So if you need to convert addresses to coordinates to addresses, but also add additional data like time zones, political districts, census data, calculate driving distance between locations, stuff like that. And
It's amazing.
yeah, I mean, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, we've been on Laravel since day one. We've done this for like 12, 13 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all right, my question, how did you decide I really love geocoding things? Or was this just like some sort of happy accident that happened and you're like, oh, this could be a business and we like this?
It was definitely not because we have an intrinsic love of coordinates. I think it was actually because we were so frustrated with Google and the fact that we couldn't store the data, which you still can't from Google. The pricing terms just wouldn't work. We had a couple of mobile apps and we needed geocoding for them, and the fact that we couldn't store the data and it was really expensive, it was just a complete no-go to keep our little apps running.
Right.
Because it was like 2012, 2013, and so we were like making a couple $100 a month on ad revenue, and we're like, we can't afford, tens of thousands of dollars a year for Google.
Right.
And do you want to take over the story of how you built it at first?
I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, the first version of Geocodio was very, very scrappy. It was actually so bad, we weren't even sure we want to use it ourselves. But we kind of had to because we couldn't afford anything else, right? We posted it on the big orange. We posted it on Hacker News, and it turns out a lot of other people had the same challenge as we did. They want to use geocoding. They couldn't afford anything out there, and people had a lot of opinions. And you know what? When people have a lot of opinions, it's actually really great. It caused a lot of traffic. And the first day we launched on Hacker News, we were on the front page for like 2 days straight, actually.
Wow.
We got tons of traffic. We got very few conversions and customers from it, but it really set us on fire because we knew we had something that other people also needed.
Right.
Yeah, so we ran it as a side project for 3 years. And then, I went full time in 2017. So like 2 months after Laracon, basically. And then you in 2018, and our data is much, much better than it was at that point. But yeah, it's been really fast. 12 years now.
12
and
years.
Laravel since the beginning.
I love that. And now you've grown too, but not only y'all two, but you have a whole team of what, 5, 6 now?
Yeah, so we have a team of 8 of us. We range from Oklahoma to Turkey. And we're actually looking for developers right now. So we're looking for a software engineer. And then we're also looking for a technical support engineer.
Awesome.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a new role, these are awesome people that you would like to work for.
Geocodio/careers.
I love that. All right, so let's talk about random thing. Y'all have the coolest swag. You've got the Cards Against Artisans that's been out for 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
And every year you have a bonus pack.
Yep.
It's like a limited edition bonus pack you get for coming and visit your booth.
Yeah.
So how did that start? I'm very curious on that.
Yeah, we have some good friends who are also in the tech space, but on the security side of things.
Right.
And they did something like this, and they gave us a pack, and really, really enjoyed playing their version of this game. And I asked the guy, I was like, I'd love to do that for us. Can I steal your idea?
Right.
And he was like, yeah, of course you can do it. So actually, if you look at our deck of cards, there's little credits at the end for their company as well.
That's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we just have so much fun doing it. And, so we've done, I think the first year, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we had the first deck.
Yeah.
And then we did an expansion pack last summer for Laracon. We did an expansion pack for Laravel Live UK last month, and then now we have the 3rd expansion pack. And I've met quite a few people here who now have a complete set of all of the expansion packs. And it's just based on whatever is kind of going on in the community.
Right. That's a good way of doing it, because every year it's something different,
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, and actually the first year we did it, we didn't have a booth at Laracon. We did it at Laracon. It was in Dallas. Oh. And me and my coworker, Corey, walked around with backpacks full of playing cards.
Right.
Turns out they're actually quite heavy. They're very dense. So we had like sore backs at the end of the day. So now people can come to us and get the decks of cards if we have any left.
But you can also play online at cardsagainstartisans.com.
Oh,
Also
I was
great
not
if you
aware
have
of
a
that.
remote-
Yeah.
If you have a remote team like ours, it's really nice. You can play online.
Play online. That's cool. After work, you can all just hang out in virtual. Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, so what else are y'all into? Geocodio, making cards, kind of everything, right?
I mean, Mateus has a million side projects going on. You've got Chief going on. You've got Laracon DB. What else?
I mean, and
you have going
this
on?
goes for most of the team. We just love building things on the side too. We all tinkerers. We always love building stuff, right? I think all this AI stuff is also making it even more, like, you can be even more ambitious building side projects and things can very quickly take off. But yeah, like, I'm really excited about Laracon DB. It's like a directory of all the Laracons, all the speakers, all the talks.
Right.
We just launched a leaderboard. You can go sign up and say, I've been to these Laracons or these Laravel Live conferences. And you can see, oh, this guy or this gal also went to this conference.
Right.
Kind of shared memories at this point.
And I also just want to give a shout out. I've been helping out with Larabels, and I hosted a Larabels meetup yesterday. And so I just want to mention, if that you are a woman or a non-binary, you should go to Larabels and join. It's completely free. Help you with finding jobs or submitting a CFP for talks, things like that. We had a really great turnout yesterday. We had 40 people there.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
I'm also going to be hosting a Larabel's breakfast at Laracon AU in November.
Wow. So, are y'all doing the whole tour this year?
I think we're not doing the whole, but I guess we did EU, UK, US, Denmark, and Australia.
So not Japan?
We didn't do Japan. Yeah.
Not Japan.
Is that the only one we're missing?
I think so. India.
Oh, and I really want to go to India. India people, if you're watching, please invite me to come speak. I will so happily go back to India. I love it.
We can probably make that happen. I think they can make it happen. I will get visual in a headlock.
Is it in Goa or where?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I've heard it's absolutely incredible. Like, I remember seeing pictures a couple years ago of Freek just like covered and colored because it was during Holi.
Not the light festival, the color festival.
Yes, the color. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This
This
seems like incredible.
I also have to give a shout out for Laravel Live Denmark for a second there. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased here.
Yes.
We are doing Laravel Live Denmark very soon, actually, August 20th and 21st.
Right.
And the schedule this year, the schedule is completely insane. It's going to be, the program is, I don't know how we can top that. So we got Taylor Otwell himself to join us, which is super, super exciting. We also got DHH actually to join us as well in a panel with Taylor Otwell. We got Aaron Francis coming. We got all these amazing folks. And it's a really lovely, small-scale conference. It's going to be like 300 people.
You can say it's Hoogly?
It's Hoogly is what it is. It is really good. So really looking forward to that as well.
I like it. So I guess the question on everybody's mind is, at Laravel DK, DHH is going to be there. Do we all get to ride in a supercar? Is he going to do laps around the parking lot and take us all out?
We should do that. That would be really fun, right?
He would probably freak out. So anyway, I just got to decide. Our 2 minutes is coming to a close here. Or 10 minutes, 12 minutes. Anything else you want to say before we head on out of here?
Honestly, it's just wonderful to be back here. And, at the Laravel's meetup, I asked who'd been there before, and half of the people had never been to a Laracon before.
Oh, wow.
And it's just really exciting to get to share the Laracon experience with people for the first time.
Yes.
Because everyone is just so friendly, and it's such a great community. And so we're just really happy to be back.
Yeah, absolutely love coming here, and it's really for the people. It's the community, it's the people, it's all these people you've known for years you can talk to and hang out with, and all these people you learn, you get to know for the first time and hang out with, and introduce them to the feeling of going to Laracon and the Laravel community. Love talking to people who just heard about Laravel like last month or last week coming to Laracon, and we get to give them a warm welcome and give them say, welcome in.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. All right, so everybody go check out Geocodio.
Yep.
It's on the shirt, Geocodio, and Laravel's, Laravel Live DK, and everything else that we talked about that I'm now forgetting. But I want to thank y'all so much for coming and doing this. Y'all are like the light in the Laracon world. I always look forward to seeing y'all every time we go to Laracon. So, appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Appreciate y'all. There we go.
Thank you. Great job. Thanks, Michelle.
All right.
We'll bring Pablo in.
Pablo's in? Come on, Pablo's. Oh,
You still feel
yeah.
Do you have the energy?
Oh yeah, I'm good to go. All right. Next up, a man that needs no introduction. If you've ever watched Laravel YouTube or really any video, you probably know this man. It's Pavlis. Now, I do get the last name wrong. Korup. Korup.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
All right, so Pavlis, I think everybody does know you, so I won't let you introduce yourself. I'll do it for you. So, YouTuber, writer, course creator, just everything Laravel. Wait, not only Laravel, Filament, native PHP, and AI.
Yeah, I have 4 YouTube channels now, so it's hard. But people here still know me as like Mr. Laravel Daily.
Yes,
Not everyone knows my name, but it's easier with the badges. But yeah, still enjoying now 4 channels.
Well, how do you have that much time? Are you that good at sitting a schedule and sticking to a schedule that you can run those channels like that?
Well, first, it's not daily anymore, like strictly daily. So I have like schedule up front, and also it's pretty efficient now. After so many videos, I'm better at like doing videos quickly. So
Right.
whenever something comes up, like Laravel 13 something, I'm pretty good at like being efficient. And with AI helps with the demos, for example. So it doesn't take that much time. What does take time is the ideation, like the ideas for the topics, because I cannot shoot videos about everything. So this is like the hardest part, is to shape the idea to get the message across. So the things that happen before, way before actually shooting the video. So probably that's why. And also what helps is I'm really passionate about all of them. Laravel, Filament, AI, and native PHP. I mean, I would be doing that anyway. In Laravel Daily just happened to be 4 channels, but I'm just genuinely want to try something out and tell people.
Yeah. Well, it also helps too that you've been doing it for a decade or more than a decade, so it's like you've got a lot of practice and histoy and doing all that.
No, people come to me to take selfies. You're kidding me? So.
I love that. And I had a question, and then it left my brain, and now I'm trying to remember where I was going with that. Oh, I know where I was going with it. On your talk, you're talking today or tomorrow afternoon?
Tomorrow before lunch, I think, or after lunch, something like in the
Somewhere
middle.
around lunch. But yeah, so his talk tomorrow is on Filament. I don't want you to give away the talk, but why should everybody tune in?
Well, even after talking to a few people here, I feel that quite a lot of people know about Filament existence. They know what's it for. They've seen like the main things, but haven't actually tried it.
Right.
So with my talk, my kind of mission, so to speak, is to inspire people to try, to show examples, to show real showcases that it's not just admin panel, but you can, especially with AI now, you can create internal tools really easily.
Right.
So yeah, my talk is about like inspiration and showcase for people to actually try. Because a lot of people either haven't tried or have tried, but yeah, so a lot of people know about Filament but haven't tried, so I will try to inspire.
Gotcha. Our editor just popped it up on the screen. Filament Advanced Practical Examples, published up tomorrow at 11:25 Eastern Time. So set your calendar, tune in. You want to watch that. If you care about Filament at all, go watch that, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm glad we're having conversation today on the day one, because tomorrow we'll be so stressed out. So yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's that's the one thing about being a speaker is like there's so much work involved and practice and
that's why I haven't done it for so many years.
Yeah.
Because people probably don't imagine like the amount of preparation, not only about like slides and stuff, but like mentally preparing the talk to deliver the message across. It's not exactly hard, but it's like mentally time consuming and also stressful to go out. Like I've seen the audience like 1,000 people or something. Wow. So no pressure. So yeah, and also it's my first talk at Laracon US.
Oh, nice.
Also no pressure. So yeah, I'm kind of excited about it, but also pretty stressed.
Yes.
So
well, it's funny because people think because you've got a successful YouTube channel that it's easy just to go from that to speaking at a conference, but it's totally different because you have 1,000 people looking back at you where you just have a camera looking back at you. So
yeah, you know what video is now. You're doing more videos yourself.
Right.
But like for me, people don't understand how much of work is before shooting the video, like, and how many retakes I do, how much editing out. So yeah, like 5-minute video may take like 3 hours.
Right.
And on stage I cannot do like, let's retake that phrase or something.
Yeah.
And also the time is pretty limited to 25 minutes.
Right.
So the time, like I want to talk and show a lot of things. So that's another pressure on like time-wise, audience. So yeah, it's totally different. That's why I haven't been doing that for many years. They were inviting me to speak, but I was refusing because like this is my format in my pocket, like my YouTube. I'm a phone audience, not the stage. I'm not a celebrity or anything. Apparently I am now, but so yeah, I've been avoiding for as much as I can, but now, now it's time after 10 years.
Well, it's funny because it helps. I feel like it helps your career, everybody, if you do speak, just because you get your name out just to a little bit more audience and things like that. So it's got a lot of upsides, even though it does take a lot of work and a lot of that.
Well, yeah, it's not any like strategical move to like advertise something, so it's not that. It's just like something I've been genuinely passionate about, which is filament. It's just like I will talk to 1,000 people about that, and also for live stream.
Right.
Also, more people will tune to see that, so I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. All right, we're getting the wrap-up signal. 2 minutes left. Anything you want to say in closing to the audience that are tuned in on this live stream here?
Go to Laracons. Like whenever I go to Laracon, I meet new people, hear a lot of stories from people from my audience, and generally like people who work with Laravel, but in our routines, in our bubbles, we don't see them that much. So you will get a lot of inspiration from any Laracon or Laravel live conferences. I'm trying to attend all of them if I can. So yeah, this is my advice, like go out there, talk to people. It will get you opportunities as well, like job opportunities, you never know. I know a lot of people hired after the conferences. So yeah, conferences are a great way to chill, meet friends, also learn about Laravel, but just have fun. And the community is huge and friendly and warm and welcoming.
I love it. Pavlos, it's a pleasure, sir. Thank you as always. I appreciate you coming and taking the time to sit with us for a minute.
We have one more, about 5 minutes, and that'll take us to the end.
Got it! Pez! What's up, buddy? How have you been?
Just fine. How about you guys?
Doing good. All right, so I'm gonna let you introduce yourself, just like we did last time. Introduce yourself and tell everybody who you're working for.
Yeah, so my name is Fanis. I'm a software engineer working at DiveSense. And yeah, I'm based out of Greece. First time in the US, first time at Laracon US as well. And second time attending a Laracon conference. So yeah, super hyped about how it will be, and yeah, just enjoying the moment for the time being.
I love it. Yeah, so I met Faris in Laracon EU, which was your first one. So I guess let's talk about TypeSense and Laravel. Laravel has a driver, adapter, whatever it's called, that just instantly integrates.
Yeah, so Laravel has a package called Scout, which lets you integrate with many different search engines. It's not just TypeSense specific, but we do have native support for it. I'm the one who's actually responsible for maintaining all the sides of TypeSense's integration with Scout. Although we're discussing about maybe extending it a bit and maybe adding some sort of new features on top of it, so you can add all the different places where you might want to index some specific parts based on conditions and work clauses and all of those kinds of things. Taylor likes to keep it simple, the native integration, so we were thinking about introducing that. We're still in the talking stage, so I shouldn't be telling that on stream, but yeah, anyway.
It's already out,
out. We'll cut it afterwards, right?
Yeah. But that's cool. So you're fairly new to TypeSense. You've been there about a year now, I think?
It's 2 years, and 2 months now, yeah.
2 months.
I had my anniversary at the 3rd of June, actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on that. I was going to say, I use TypeSense on Laravel News. The integration was super straightforward, simple. I just use the Scout driver, like you said.
Yeah.
Hook it in, and it just
the
works.
Laravel team first and foremost.
Yeah.
We're just keeping it alive. They're the ones who created it in the first part. But
And it just works. But even though I'm only using it for like an article search, very basic, TypeSense can actually do some crazy, powerful searching, right?
Yeah. So, for example, we've seen users use it for all kinds of different things. You can search multiple different indices at the same time as well. So think of if you want to do e-commerce, of course, it's one of the main use cases we support and we cater to actually. Documentation search is one of them, but we've seen users who do crazy kinds of things with personalization and feeds and social media stuff, but most often than not, we'll see people just searching across a range of different documents and then applying filters, facets. But we also have added support for more AI features because people love AI.
Yeah, you gotta have AI.
We just sprinkle it throughout the feature set. But right now, what you can do is hook up an LLM and basically have it interpret what the user is trying to search for. And what the LLM will do is generate a valid types query, a set of filters, query, sort by parameter, and then apply all of those automatically. And what the user is actually getting is the raw JSON that you would get if you were to apply all of those filters manually. So an example we have for restaurant search is saying that I want to find the best Italian food in the US. Right. What's that going to look like is that the LLM will know how types of syntax will work. So it will filter by cuisines being Italian and then apply a filter of the country being the US. So it's really interesting what you can do right now, and we're hyped to add more and more features to the whole AI list and just general feature set. But yeah.
That's awesome, yeah, because I do feel like that's going to be the future, right? The intent and the AI being able to figure out, like, this is what they really mean when they didn't really say what they meant.
I'm not the biggest fan of it myself, but we have to cater to everybody. I just say to users to use it as a fallback to regular search, because if somebody knows what they're trying to search for, we don't want to add an extra second on top for the LLM to interpret everything for them.
Got you. So that actually was a good question for my stuff. I have two indexes. I have articles, and I have this thing called community links, and they're totally separated. Totally separate. Can I integrate those together into one search?
Yeah, it's called multi-search actually. So if you actually search our documentation and type for multi-search, we have the ability to send a single API call, and what you get is basically a tuple, right? So you have whatever you pass first is the first set of results, and whatever you pass second is the second one. But you can combine the two as well to do what's called a union search. So if you want to provide a single list of results, you can do that as well. But yeah, you can send a single API call with the same parameters and get the different results out. It's we have some users who are using it extensively, and we ourselves are also using it in our documentation as well. But anyway, you should definitely check multi-search.
I know, that's it. I should check that out for sure. That's awesome. All right, Ferris, anything else that we missed that you want to talk about before we close this out?
I mean, if you have the time, just wanted to basically shout out TypeSense, shout out you guys. I mean, you gave me the opportunity to talk the other time, and I was super anxious, but this time it's much easier for me to handle. And just hoping to see more and more conferences come my way and have the ability to meet new people. And thank you guys for the opportunity. That's the main.
I appreciate you. Yes, and everybody go check out TypeSense. We use them at Laravel News. We love them.
The actual name is typed out this way, so I have the cert now. The previous time I forgot it at home.
Oh, no.
Anyway.
All right, sounds good. Well, we appreciate you. All right, thank you.
Eric, just close it out, and I'll go to
okay.
He said we just put this up.
up next, we've got Freek van de Herten, which I practiced many times. And Freek is one of the co-founders of Spatie, which if you look in your composer.json, you'll understand who Spatie is. Their packages have over 1 billion downloads. But not only do they have a whole bunch of packages, they have a whole bunch of products now. So they've got Oh Dear, There, Flare, Mail Coach, stuff that we all use, stuff that we all love. And he's also a very prolific blogger at freek.dev. And so he is here, of course, to talk to us about proven package patterns. Please welcome to the stage, Freek.
Here we are, another Laracon. How have you been enjoying yourself so far? Yeah, love being at Laracons. Okay, let's start with the talk. So, for those that don't know me, I'm Freek. I'm a partner and a developer at Spatie. Like Aaron said, I have a blog, freek.dev. I send a bi-weekly newsletter, and you can find me on all social channels under my nickname, Freek Murze. Now, before heading into the talk, I want to say a few words about the things that Spatie does. We craft web application software and open source in the Laravel ecosystem. We've been around since 2009. I think we switched to Laravel in 2013, 2014, from Zend to Laravel, which is like one of the best decisions that I've ever made. You might think that Spatie is very big, but we're only a team of 12 passionate people. We usually work in Laravel, React, Tailwind, Livewire, and all related technologies. We also use AI, of course. And the thing that we're also very good in is research and analysis. Before we code, we really want to understand your problem and know what we should do. Now, we work on a couple of SaaSes. First one is Flare, which is error tracking and performance monitoring for Laravel apps. I also work on Mail Coach, which is an email platform for your entire marketing needs. With my buddy Mateus, I work on Oh Dear, which is a battery-included uptime monitoring service. We don't only monitor your homepage, but we will actually crawl all the links, and we will notify you when one of the pages is down. We also monitor DNS, scheduled jobs, ports, you name it. It's batteries included. And one thing I'm really now passionate about is There, which is a newish kind of product. We still have to launch it formally, but I've been working on it for a couple of months, and we use it internally. It's a help desk where AI helps you get all of the information you need to send a good answer to your customer, and we use this to do customer support for all our other products. So, Spatie has products. We're a web dev consultancy, but you probably know us from our open source packages. You'll find a big list of everything that we have on our open source pages, and there's also like a story and all the values we have when created open source on that page. Now, I guess many of you knew this already, because these are the download numbers per year cumulatively, and you can see that we're now over 2.5 billion downloads, and that's still growing. And I think that's mighty fine with a team as small as ours. Now, why are these Spatie packages so popular? And there are a couple of reasons. And I think the first reason is developer experience. They're easy to use. Your AI can also use them easily. They have excellent documentation, good tests, and we keep them up to date. Some of these packages, they started in the Laravel 4 days, and we still support them for the latest features of the framework. I think they're also popular because of their design. Most of them are small in scope. They just solve one problem really good. They also have readable code and a flexible structure. They are really easy to customize. And I'm going to talk about that part a little bit later. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of you are thinking, in this AI age, do we still need packages? And at Spatie, because we have stakes in this, we thought about this. And we came up with a couple of categories, which I'll talk about one by one. First up, the shared problem. There are packages that try to fix or to solve a common or very easy problem, and that problem is well defined and it doesn't evolve. For instance, generating menus, breadcrumbs, or deciding which menu item is active. We have a package for that called Spatie Laravel Navigation, and the package has a very nice API, but if we're honest, AI can just build this for you in your own project as well, tailored to your own needs. This isn't a very complex code, so maybe the shared problem packages aren't as needed as they used to be. Then we have packages that try to solve a hard problem. Because some problems, they seem simple, but they are not. Take, for instance, the calculation of business hours. Maybe you want to, you have like a global shop and you want to show opening hours of your stores on your application, and you need to decide, are we open or are we closed? And it starts easy. You have Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, but it could get complex with holidays, closing days, special Sunday openings, and then the programmer's favorite time zones. And sure enough, you could solve this with AI, but you need to describe all of these special cases to AI, and you need to take ownership of what the AI produces. And I think in such cases, a package can still be handy, so you don't need to focus or take ownership of that hard problem, and you can focus on your core business instead. And by the way, we have packages for opening hours and for international holidays. Now, the third category is the external problem. Some problems, they are tied to just something outside of your control. Think of APIs, services, and protocols. And these things, they can evolve over time. And well-maintained packages can absorb that maintenance burden. I think Prism is a good example of this, where you don't need to maintain it or need to know the special cases. The Prism package can do that. And you can reuse that across projects. I think if you only use an AI like in a small way, then you can let just AI just generate that single endpoint of you. But if you use it extensively, then a package for an API can still be very helpful. And then the last category, which is, I think, my favorite category, is the tasteful solutions. Because I think that not all packages, you should consider them as like a dry solution to a technical problem. Some of these packages are very opinionated and well-crafted. Examples of these are Inertia, Livewire, Saloon, our own media library. And I know it's not a package, but you can see Laravel in this way as well. And I think AI could build light versions of these packages easily. Like, for instance, Livewire, I bet AI could come up with like some sort of component system, but I don't think it will add like a very beautiful way of describing it and of adding options like what Caleb has done with Livewire. I think in general that these packages, those authors, they just have taste. And tasteful authors, they write tasteful solutions. And in the meanwhile, they also solve hard problems under the hood as well. So I think that for foundational stuff, you should choose tasteful solutions, because AI doesn't have like the right taste for solving these kind of problems in a very nice way yet. And in this talk, I'm going to give you a few small tastes for a few small tips, for creating readable and flexible code. And these are things that we've doing them for years. I'll show you them in a package context, but this applies to projects as well. And I'm going to use our own Laravel URL AI transformer package for this. This package is a newish kind of package. I think I created it half a year ago. And it does something very simple. It can just read the content of a bunch of URLs. It can transform that content using AI, and then you can store it in the database for later use. And you can schedule that transformation whenever you want. So if you want the transformation to run daily or weekly, you can just do it, because it's just Laravel, right? Now, why did we create this package? This is the use case, the actual use case why I created it. We wanted to add LD plus JSON data to all of the pages of our company website. And if you don't know LD plus JSON, that is just a structured data to help crawlers and AI understand what is on the page. For instance, here on the right, you can see this is a website for a company named Spatie. This is what they do. These are the things you can do on that website. And we didn't invent this. This is actually a standard called JSONLD.org. Now let me show you a little demo so we all know what this package does. So maybe I should first say that I created a little demo application here. It's just a simple block with a list of articles and a detail page. And here on the left, we have the actual source code. And you can see here that we have a function in the app service provider. We first fetch all the article URLs, and you can replace this with some kind of crawler function if you want to, but I wanted to keep it simple. Just give me the article URLs. You can give that to the transform facade, to the URL functions, and you can say, hey, transform these URLs using this transformer. So that ld.json transformer, that's this class, and that's basically just a prompt to say, hey, use the HTML that we script and transform it to ld.json, and it will do that and store that inside of the database. Now, I wanted to do this on stage, but I saw, like with Nuno, it took like 40 seconds. I don't know any good jokes, so I just did it beforehand. So this is the result, what is being saved in the transformation results page. It is just the URL, the type, which is determined by the transformer here. And you can see that the result is that ld.json snippet. If I go to the demo application and I go to a detail page, you can see I rendered here that ld.json, but where it should definitely be is in the head section. If I open the script here up, then you can see the ld.json here. If we go to the show view here, yeah, did you still remember opening an editor and looking at code? If you look here, then you can see the article has an ld.json function, and if I go to the model here and I go to the ld.json function, you can see here that we use the model provided by the package transformation result and a little helper to get that result. And that's basically everything that the package can do. It's simple, but it's helpful. Okay, back to the slides. So, whenever we create a package like this, we get questions like this for people who want to tailor it to their own needs. And we get questions like, is it possible to log when these transformations run? Or my database set was very special. Can we use another database connection for that one model? Or could you add an option to let the transformation job run on another queue, because their queuing system is a little bit complicated? Or something that goes about like the core logic. When getting content from my site, could we just add some extra headers there? Maybe to get into an authorized section where the application where you want to fetch a result from just can check like if there's like a secret header there, I'm gonna pass through. That's a question that we get a lot with packages like these. Okay, let's go to all of these questions one by one. Is it possible to log when these transformations run? And sure enough, we could add an extra option to this in our config file. Log when transformation runs, set it to true. And then we could just use that configuration option in the package and just try to log something. And then the package could do the transformation, and then at the end, it could log transformation ended, and then the type of transformation that run. People could ask questions like, hey, can we just customize the message that is logged? And sure enough, we could add config options for that as well. And we could try to use those config options as well. And you can see we could keep on adding options, but yeah, that just isn't the way to go. You feel like the code pushing back. This doesn't work because the code this is a simple example, but with complicated stuff, having a lot of options, that gets difficult to manage very fast. And having too much small options for details like this is very confusing. And as a package maintainer, maintaining or reviewing this kind of logic certainly isn't fun. And there's a very simple way of handling this. You already know it. you can just use events for this. So you can just fire off an event in the package, transform something, and fire off an event again. And then package users can do whatever they want when they listen for that event. And all of those separate config options, they aren't needed anymore. This is a very simple example, but I have a couple of more where we drive this a little bit, where we drive this theory a little bit better. So, second question. My database setup is very special. Can we use another different database connection? And sure, we could add an extra option in our config file, model connection name, but you already see the pattern here emerging, I think. We could use that option inside of the package code. So in our model, we could just use the config value here. And of course, other options would get requested because sometimes people want to have another table name or use soft deletes and stuff. And so a better way to handle this is just by letting your users just specify the model that needs to be used by the package. So in our default configuration, we just add the default model that gets used by the package. And what users can do is just extend the default model with a custom one of their own, and they can just add any attributes of traits they want on it, and they can specify their custom model on it. And now you have custom behavior inside of the package without me having to come up with all of these separate options. And of course, as a package author, you can't use the model itself anymore, but you should use the one from the model. And yeah, this can be used to let users configure table name, connection name, add traits, and modify functions. Next question. Can you add an option to let the transformation job run on another queue? Yeah. We could add an extra option to our config file, but we don't want to do that, right? What we could do is just allow users to specify the entire job class itself, like we've done with the model. And then people can just extend our default one with their custom one, add all the options they want on there, and people can just use that custom job in the config. And users can now modify the job however they want, custom queue names, timeouts, retries, without me caring about how it's used. Okay, last question. When getting content from my site, could we please set some extra header requests? We're going to start with the solution that we could have done, adding an option to the config file, but we don't want to do that, right? Because that gets messy. So this could be the code, as simple as that, how we fetch the content of a URL. Just use the HTTP facade. Now, what we do mostly in both packages and projects is just wrap it into an action class. So an action class is just a verb, something you do, and then action. And most of these classes have just one single function. I like to use the word execute, but you could also make it invocable. And if you have that class, or I should first say that, we can encapsulate a piece of logic with this. And it's also very good for testability, because you can just test that one class in isolation. And this is a great way to organize code that we do in both packages and projects. Now, what we do in our packages is we add an action key to the config file, and then a key per action, and then the default action that is provided by the package. And what users can do is then create their own custom function that extends our default one, and then you can just override stuff. And in this case, I've just added the extra headers here. And a package user can then specify that custom class here, and then you can customize the behavior without me having to touch the package for that special case. So action classes just wrap small pieces of functionality that you want to be overridden in the class, register them in the config file. This makes your package very, very flexible, And yeah, you can use this in projects as well too. Now, inside of the package, this is how we can use that. We can just get the class name from the config file, we new up the class, and then we can just call execute on it and call the day. Okay, let's go back to the demo project and take a look at how our actual config file looks like, and you'll see that it is very familiar. So we have an AI key here to specify which AI that we want to use. But here you can see that we have a custom model, so people can override stuff. We have here actions for all low-level behavior here, and we also have like a key for specifying a custom job. So it makes the config file really pretty, really small, and I don't have to have a lot of options in here. Let's go back to the slides here. Now, you might ask again, in the age of AI, why is this important? Do I still have to know how to do this? And I want to present to you a tweet that Taylor did some time ago. And it says, when you write foundational architectural code of a new project by hand, you feel the code pushing back if the abstraction isn't right. And that's something that stuck with me. So whenever you ask an AI to just keep adding options, if I would give like an AI all the questions that I had in my slide, it would just happily add all of those options. And the result would be like the AI programming like a config file with hundreds of options. And this isn't just like a theoretical thing. When I first created the package, I actually had that. I actually had like a lot of options in that config file. And I think for developers, if you feel a kind of friction, then that's a telltale sign that something is wrong, that you might solve it in a little better way. But if you use AI, you sometimes don't feel that friction, because AI just doesn't feel friction, and AI, like I said before, it just doesn't have like the taste yet to do this. So I think you need to know these patterns to direct AI in the right direction. And there's also a good blog post about this. I'll tweet it out after my talk. So let's recap what we've said. These are, if you should create a package and try to make it very extensible, these are good tips for you. Avoid adding the tiny options. I'm of the school of trusting the users. You're all grown-ups. You can all do with the package whatever you want. So I like to give users full control. Fire events wherever needed, so people can just hook in wherever they want. Allow registering custom models and jobs. Use those action classes. And know your patterns so you can instruct AI to follow the right patterns. That's all I have for you. I hope you like the conference. See you next time. Thank you.
So good.
Hey, man.
So let me ask you a question about AI.
Yeah.
I agree with the thesis that you have to know the patterns, you have to feel the friction. Where are you using AI to still speed up? Is it configuring CI/CD? Is it tests? Is it after the patterns have been established when you're creating a package?
When I'm creating a package, of course, like everybody, I use AI. Sometimes for scaffolding out a couple of the ideas, or maybe when I try to solve like a very technical problem, just give me like the simplest way of solving this. So that's at the starting point when I create a package, to just give me like a couple of good solutions for like this technical thing. And something that I always take a lot of care of having like a good API. How can users feel how will users use this package? What's the feel of it? And it used to be like a lot of tinkering. And with AI, I can just do like 3 or 4 directions in one go and just feel whatever feels best for me.
So you just have it rip 4 different implementations, and you kind of feel which one is best.
Maybe not implementations, but like APIs, and just like what feels best.
Yeah. I like that. Y'all give it up for Freek.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna keep it moving. Up next, we've got Mateus, one of my good friends, Mateus. He is a software engineer at Laravel from Brazil. And before he joined Laravel, he was teaching Laravel internals. He was doing courses and writing and a big part of the community. And today he's going to talk to us about building your own CLI coding agent from scratch. And I've seen this, and what I love about this is it really demystifies the whole process behind these magical CLI agents that we use. And so I'm really looking forward to Mateus's talk. And if you can't tell when he comes out here, he can probably deadlift you too, because he's an incredibly strong deadlifter, and he's one of my very good friends. So please welcome to the stage, Mateus.
Hey y'all. How y'all been? Good? Not good? All right, we don't have a lot of time, so we're gonna talk about probably the most important thing right now. Everyone's talking about it. You can guess what it is? Solid. S stands for single responsibility principle. O stands for? I'm just kidding, we're not gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about AI. Being funny in your second language is really, really hard, so I appreciate the laugh. My name is Mateus Guimaraes. I'm a software engineer from Brazil. I work at Laravel. And today we're going to talk about building a CLI coding agent from scratch and more, because, spoilers, you're going to find out the CLI aspect of it is pretty simple. So, as I said, I work at Laravel. If you want to find me on social networks, this is my handle. I have a YouTube channel where I talk about architecture and design, although I haven't done much lately. I would love to revive it, though. I have a course on Laracast called Modular Laravel, which I think is especially relevant nowadays, where we have clankers writing most of the code. And I also have a course called Defense Laravel, which I also think is even more relevant than ever, because we have clankers writing code, and it was also launched exactly 1 year ago. I just found out that today. So, why are we talking about building a CLI coding agent from scratch? Why does it matter? We have OpenCode, we have Pi, we have a lot of things. For one, because, and I think Mr. Francis would agree with me, I don't know where he is, but learning things is cool. Learning how things work from the inside is fun. And secondly, because we can apply a lot of that to the applications we work at. So, a model is the raw intelligence, right? It's ChatGPT, it's Claude, it's Kimi. It suggests actions. It spits out text, you can do stuff with it. And the agentic system can take actions on your behalf. And that's what we're familiar with when it comes to coding agents, for example. And that's where the agentic loop comes in, which is what makes this magic possible. Before we talk about this, though, let's go back a few years and remember what we did when ChatGPT was launched, when we first had access to those assistants. We would go to ChatGPT, or Claude for the matter, we would throw some code, we would copy the response, we would paste it back into our editors. And that kind of sucked, right? It was very laborious. It was just annoying. And then some people came up with context packing. We would have tools that would pack a lot of context on your project, typically into XML, and you would send that to the clanker, which was not a clanker back then, it was just ChatGPT. It would spit out the results. We would copy and paste that on our IDEs. Still sucked. And then we came up with tool calling. Not we, I didn't come up with that, but that's a thing now. And tool calling is what allows for the agentic magic. So the way that we do things right now is we have the model, which is the raw intelligence, and we have the harness. The harness is the product. The harness is Claude Code. The harness is ChatGPT, even the assistant version. The harness is Codex. And we have a boundary between the model and the harness. The harness orchestrates it. The harness makes it beautiful. It makes it usable for us, but it is not the model. The Codex application you run, the Claude Code application you run, they're not the model. They're the harness. The model knows about tools. Those are contracts. as I said, there's a boundary. So you don't know the internal implementation. The model has no idea how any tool works. And the way that harnesses really work is they do a lot of things. A lot of things sometimes we're not even aware of. They build the context, so your workspace instructions, the files you referenced, they orchestrate the model, they deal with retries, they deal with policies. Can this action be executed? They deal with the sandbox. Is this a trusted environment? They deal with tools. They deal with connecting to MCP servers. They deal with history, compaction, resuming sessions, and so on and so forth. So really, the product is not only the model, it's the harness as well. And that's why we have different harnesses. So the harness turns those model calls into something usable, into an operating system. They assemble context, they expose those capabilities, they do authorization, they enforce budgets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They deal with continuity. You can resume a conversation. You can compact context. You can extract memory automatically. That's also the harness. And they deal with operability, observability, and tracing. So they do pretty much everything. The model is just the raw intelligence. When it comes to safety, we have three important things. It's, can we do something? That is, does the tool exist? Is it allowed? Like, have we explicitly said we authorize that? And finally, isolation. If I run this and it goes wrong, am I going to nuke my $3,000 Mac? Hopefully not. That's also the harness. And the way it works is the agentic loop is a relatively simple loop. We just keep talking to the LLM and say, hey, I want this. And the LLM goes, OK, you got to make a tool call. We do the tool call and say, hey, here are the results. Do you want more tool calls? If it says yes, we redo the loop. If not, we yield control back to the user. This is what the requests might look like. You send a prompt. You say, for example, tell me a little bit about this app or read this file. The model responds with, hey, I would like you to execute a tool for me so I can gather more context. The harness does it, and we return the results in the following request. And then the model does the same thing. Do I need more context? If so, I'm going to send a response saying I want that. We're going to look into that a little bit later. And the model is essentially this. It's just a couple lines of code. We just say, we're going to keep looping. We have the outer loop, which is the user interacting with the agent. So you're taking turns with the agent. And we have the inner loop, which is the model interacting with the harness. We just keep doing that. Like, do you need 2 calls? Do you need 2 calls? Do you need 2 calls? Oh, we're good? OK, I'm going to return control back to the user. So this is a very simple version. If we were to be a little bit fancier, we could do this. We could have some authorization going on to make sure we can execute it all. We could have some logging going on, some tracing going on. But it's essentially the same thing. So the model is a component, and your application is your harness. Let's take a look at that real quick. So I have my terminal here. I'm going to increase the font size just a little bit. And I have a very simple agent here. I'm going to say, tell me what this project is about. And hopefully it won't take too long, because this is in fact, OK. So it says, I don't know. I have no idea, because I have no access to your file system. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go to this tool registry file, and I'm just going to enable some tools. I'm going to say, OK, you can read file, you can list files. That's it. I'm going to come here, same agent. Tell me a bit about this project. So same prompt, same model. I just changed the harness. And there you go. We got 1 tool call. We got another 2 call, another 2 call, a bunch of them. We're just gathering context for the model. And now we have an answer. This is a Laravel 13 React Inertia project. I didn't change the model. It's the same thing. I just changed the harness. Now, what does the agent loop look like? Whoops. It's this. Where is it? Sorry, wrong file. Most of it is just setting up the CLI command. So just asking the user for stuff. And here you have the outer loop. So this is where I change turns with the agent. It's a while true. And finally, we have the agent loop, which, as you guessed, it's another while loop. So if we don't have 2 calls, we just short circuit. If we have 2 calls, it goes back to the beginning of the loop. This is the agent look. What if we want to make it a little bit fancier? So I have another command here that's called agent. And this one is a little bit fancier. So I'm going to go here. I have some configuration. And I'm going to say to approval true. And let me just restart this. What is this project about? Come on. And now it's asking me for authorization. Same model. I just changed the harness. And obviously, I'm going to say yes. This version of the command also has some telemetry. So if I go here, we can see all of the tool calls being made. Same model, didn't change anything. I just added more stuff into the harness. And if we look into each one of the tool calls, we have a list file. So it said, give me all the files starting from this directory. And this is the output. So all of the files. Then the model went like, OK, I want to read a file and actually have to approve this. I want to read a file, read a couple of files. So give me these files. And then responded, here you go. Here's the files and their content. And the model just keeps doing that until it is comfortable enough to not do any additional tool calls and give you an answer. Now, those tool calls are essentially RPC-like contracts. It's very close to a remote procedure call. We're typically thinking of them as file system operations, but they can be something else. Let me go ahead. I'm going to enable this post tweet tool. I'm going to come here. Let me post a tweet saying hello from Laracon. Yes, of course I would. Why are you asking that again? So I'm going to approve the to call. There we go. So if I go here and go to X, previously known as Twitter, here we see hello from Laracon. And it's a tool call. The model doesn't know about it. The model doesn't know what's going on. It just knows there's a contract and that we can call it. So what does that mean? That means we can do the same thing for our applications. The same concepts we have for coding agents can be applied into the existing applications we have, the existing workflows we have. Where can we use a model for? A couple of places, but typically for interpretation, so interpreting facts and messages and requests, and generating data. So if we already have an application, we already have a lot of data. We have a lot of deterministic behavior. We don't want to exchange that for an LLM. An LLM is fuzzy. It's not deterministic. It's not the best place to use it. But we can use that to feed context into the LLM. We can use that to validate input and output. Again, the LLM is not deterministic, so we shouldn't trust its output. We should always make sure we have guardrails. So we're going to use the model to interpret evidence, to propose ideas, to create data. But we're not going to trust it. We're still going to have deterministic code paths within our applications. For example, imagine that you have an e-commerce. Who here works at an e-commerce? OK, a couple of people. You get a support case, right? They say, hey, I ordered a blue jacket. It's torn. I would like either a blue or a black one before Friday. Otherwise, I don't want it anymore. I'm going to use it Saturday. Just refund me. This is something where human judgment would typically come along, right? You'd have a human agent look at that and go, should I refund this guy? What are the rules? Like, maybe the company doesn't refund anything over $100 automatically. You definitely have some business rules. We still want to enforce them. So what we can do here is, if we add an LLM, a clinker to this, we can give it some tools to help it propose actions. We can give them a tool to look for replacements for a given order line. We can give it a tool to look into delivery quotes for a given order, and so on and so forth. And finally, we can have it. Even though the LLM is fuzzy, its output does not have to be. So we can have it return structured data that our application can use to take deterministic actions, just like it would with a human operator. So we have a known case here in this case. Our application is the harness, and we're calling a model. We're giving it tools. The model is going to return a result, and we can type that. It's a contract. We know what the result's going to look like, and we're going to see that in a bit. We can use that result and send it through our domain layer, and we can go, what do we want to do with this? We know all of the possible scenarios. So it's only fuzzy within the LLM. Everything else is deterministic. And in the happy path, we could just resolve the case and do stuff automatically. We could get them a new jacket. We could just refund them. Otherwise, we can also have the LLM suggest us to escalate that to a human so someone can take a look. An LLM returning something does not mean everything went well. You could have errored the provider. You could have sent requests multiple times. So you still want to have those guardrails. You still want to be careful when retrying requests. You want your operations to be idempotent for sure. And the most important thing is, did the right thing happen? So if you're adding an LLM to a workflow, how do we make sure that it's actually working? That's where observability comes along. You want to be able to trace requests, see what the input to those calls look like, what the tool calls themselves are, what policies are being enforced, how much it is costing, whether the results are accurate at all, and you can fine-tune it as you go. You should be able to look at all of the data you have and replay them and see if you get different results, and so on and so forth. And finally, improve your workflow. So in this case, we have a model that can interpret the request. Does the user want a refund or a replacement based on the data the LLM has? Because it can look into stock. It can see whether we even have stock for that item. We can draft a response to the user. We can also create internal user nodes. That's generation. We're generating data. And we can have the model recommend reviewing by a human when you have, for example, conflicting evidence. They say the jacket's torn, but the image looks just fine. So, that's kind of weird. I don't know what to do. I'm going to escalate to a human. And then we have the software doing the same stuff software's always done, right? Enforcing domain invariants, enforcing stable workflows, dealing with state transitions, talking to payment providers. All of that is still deterministic and in the code. You don't want a fuzzy clanker to do that for you. There's a package called the AI SDK. I'm sure you've heard about it, which does a lot of the plumbing for us. So with the AI SDK, we can build agents, use the plumbing provided by the SDK, including hooks to trace into observability and traceability, and just focus on the workflows, which is what most of us are doing day to day. We're working on domain-heavy areas. So let's take an example here. We have a handle damage claim. This could be an action, this could be a command, doesn't matter what you call it. But the first block is the deterministic route. If we get a refund claim, and we know exactly what our business rules are, and we know, for example, we did not automatically refund anything over $100, we can short circuit right here. We don't have to send that to the LLM. We know it's a deal breaker. So for any of those cases, we want to bail early. We can either send it to human review, or we can deny it very early on if we know we can. If we have a very obvious deterministic solution, we can also resolve that. If we cannot, then we can throw that to the agent. So we can use the AI SDK to create those agents, and we can give them a prompt that is a message, and we can have it return a structured output response. We're going to look into that in a sec. And this is the only non-deterministic bit of this code. That's it. The output is structured. You know exactly what you're getting. And the rest of the code is structured as well as deterministic because you know what you've gotten. So here's what an agent could look like. I'm sorry. We also have an enum here just to showcase this. But here's what an agent could look like. We could have some tools, find replacement options, code fulfillment, and get return options. Those are tools relevant to the operations this agent is going to make. So just like Cloud Code and Codex have tools to touch your file system, and just like Mateus LLM had a tool to post a tweet, your agent can have their own tools. Maybe they talk to a third-party provider. Maybe they just search within your data. But the point is, this is an abstraction. You can do whatever you want. The model doesn't have to know about what's going on internally. It just knows the tool exists. It knows what the contract looks like. It knows what the input is. And it's just going to go to town with it. So we have an agent that has these tools. It has a prompt. So interpret the customer's permitted remedies, use these tools, figure out what we want to do with this request. And finally, it has a schema. A schema is its structured output. So we're telling OpenAI, in this case, which is what I'm using for the demo, return this exact shape of data. So that means the response is not fuzzy. It's not like random. The LLM isn't coming up with a response structure. We know exactly what we're getting, and we can use that to respond appropriately, just like we would in an application without AI. Just like we would if a human clicked a button and said, we should return this item. So the first thing we're going to do is design the work, just like we would without LLMs, especially for workflows, and figure out what is the outcome. What do we want to happen? In this case, we want to solve the customer's complaint. We want to either return it or refund them or escalate to a human, but we want to resolve it. What is the relevant data for that agent to work with? So for example, if the agent didn't have a tool to fetch the order details or to fetch shipment details for a new order, it wouldn't be able to accurately tell the application, whether we can even send them a new order, because it doesn't have the tool, it doesn't have the data. The model only has what's in its context window. So it's either on the context window, you provided to it beforehand, or you have a tool that allows the model to dynamically fetch more information and inject that into context. And finally, the application owns the state changes. We still have guardrails. We don't trust its output, right? If you have a system that allows a human operator to refund an order, do we just let them refund any order? Probably not. You probably have some guardrails. You probably have something that says, if this customer has made over 12 refund requests in 2 years, let's escalate this to a human. So we want to have the exact same thing with LLMs. We should be even more careful because there's no one to be responsible for its decisions. And finally, we got to verify its results. And this is where observability is so important. We got to know which prompts have been sent, which tool calls are being made, what results look like, what's the success outcome ratio, and what can it damage. So you want to design those agents to not be explosive. You don't want them to touch a lot of different pieces. You don't want them to have unnecessary permissions. You want them to be very constrained. And you want to have a lot of guardrails around them. So always do the minimal permission set for anything dealing with agents. So we want to use models to interpret data and propose actions. We orchestrate them and coordinate them to make them fit our workflows. And just like regular software, because this is regular software, we have domain behavior, we have domain invariants to authorize actions, to execute them, and to verify that their result is accurate. Nothing changed in that sense. We're just adding a little bit of fuzziness, which is a feature, not a bug. The models wouldn't work otherwise, to help us achieve the same or better outcomes. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Nicely done.
Thank you, sir.
I love how you broke that down and made what is very complicated very simple. So let me ask you 2 questions, and you can answer both. Don't answer neither, but you can answer both or whichever one you want. So your first example, building a CLI coding agent. I felt like that was really good for getting a lot of immediate feedback. Do you recommend that people do that as a practice, build their own coding agent even if they don't end up using it? And then the second question is, where should they look in their business for building different types of agents that they might actually deploy to production? Either one.
I think so. I think it's good practice, especially nowadays where we don't write as much code as we used to. So it's really easy to get out of touch with writing and reading code. At least I find that. So I think it's good practice to even do that to find out what the harnesses do. Like, what are they doing? Because Pi, for example, is a lot of code. Claude Code is a lot of code. They're not just running the agent loop. They must be doing extra stuff, right? You have scales, you have compaction, you have memory. So the product, and the reason people do different coding agents, even though it's the same model and some prefer others, it has to be the harness, because it's the same intelligence, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I definitely think it's worth it.
So you think that's a good thing
to
practice?
I think it's worth it, yeah.
Awesome. Well done. Y'all give it up for Mateus.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Okay, we are going to take a break. We'll be back here at 3 p.m. There's coffee, food, snacks. Don't forget to get your cards punched and your postcards stamped. We'll be back at 3 p.m.
Day at Laracon, day one. It's been an eventful day. This is our last group of interviews while we do the break. While everybody goes and recharges and does all the stuff. So with me today is Paulina.
Hello.
So Paulina, you're actually big into Laravel because you giving a talk at EU. You're giving a talk tomorrow here.
I did not give a talk at EU. I gave a talk at Laravel Live UK like 3 years ago, I think.
Okay, that's where we first met. That was Laravel Live UK. That's right, yes. All right, so Paulina, you were with MongoDB. Why don't you tell the people watching about MongoDB and why everybody needs MongoDB in their life?
Right, so MongoDB, I'm sure a lot of you know about MongoDB. There was some hype over it about 10, 13 years ago was like and a lot of people ask me like, what is MongoDB now? Especially I think in the Laravel community is pretty SQL heavy in general.
Right.
But MongoDB is positioning itself anew in the AI space, especially as a vector store, like storing vector data alongside the data, not having to have a separate database for your vectors as for your data.
Right.
So yeah, that's what we're up to these days.
Oh, nice. So just before we came on the air, you talked about MongoDB is just releasing something brand new. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so basically I'm on the PHP team. So the PHP team does all the maintenance of the libraries and the ecosystem stuff for MongoDB. So that's on the Symfony side, that's Doctrine, and on the Laravel side, we have our own Eloquent integration so that you can use Eloquent with MongoDB connections instead of just the other native drivers.
Right.
So Laravel native drivers, basically. So we have our own sort of Eloquent package that supports all of the Laravel Eloquent stuff, or equivalents, because it doesn't map one-to-one always.
Right.
And we just released one today, so I think off the top of my head, we have stopped supporting Laravel 10 and 11. Do check that in the release notes, because I'm not 100% sure if it was 10 and 11. I think it was. And we started supporting some Laravel 13 stuff that wasn't supported properly yet. And then, more excitingly, we have released now an agent skill for working with the Laravel MongoDB Eloquent integration. So it's installable and discoverable by Boost. We've added the guidelines. So if you have the package as a dependency in your Laravel project, you run I think it's artisan Boost update, and then with the discover flag, depending on the version, and it'll like compile all the MongoDB guidelines into your Boost stuff. And then we also have because there's the database tools and Boost, right? There's like the database schema tool and the query tool.
Yeah.
But that assumes SQL data, connections, so that will still try to run SQL on a MongoDB connection. So that did not work out for us. So we have a database schema equivalent tool for MongoDB connections now, and a database query one that also, if you have the package in your vendor, then it automatically gets injected into your Boost tools. So it'll just pick that up now instead of the
Oh,
the SQL
nice,
stuff.
nice.
Yeah.
So that's super handy. So it's kind of getting really, really easy to use Mongo now. Than what, 2 years ago, I guess it was.
Yeah, we try.
yeah, and it was good because and I'm trying to think of like, what's a prime example where you want MongoDB over something else, like a normal Postgres or MySQL database or anything like that.
It's actually really good that you mentioned this because, I get this question a lot. Like, obviously, a lot of people know MongoDB as like sort of a kind of a big data giant bucket that you can just dump unstructured data in.
Right.
We do have a little bit, it's not that simple. Like, we do have some like patterns and anti-patterns and like best practices in terms of your schema. But that is the general, has always been the general point of it. But now I think also what sets us apart is the fact that I just mentioned the vector store application, right?
Right.
So we are a vector store. Oftentimes people will have to have a database and a separate vector store for their embeddings.
Right.
So for like semantic search and stuff, now you vectorize your data, and then you can use that for similarity search and things like that. So for us, we just have so let's say you have an Eloquent model. The data lives alongside the vector, and what's really cool that really I think sets us apart from other vector stores is that we offer auto embedding, which is also part of this new release of the Eloquent integration.
Okay.
The Eloquent integration now supports auto embedding, which means that like you can specify on a field, so that's a column basically on the SQL equivalent. So for us it's fields. You can specify on a field if you want it embedded, and it'll automatically embed it with a model of your choice, or the default model is Voyage. So you don't have to write that whole embedding pipeline. You don't have to call a model to embed it. You don't have to also watch your data and update the embedding if the data changes. So that just all goes automatically.
Right.
So that's pretty cool, I think.
That is cool, yes. So that's awesome. I was going to try to switch back to your talk tomorrow. What's it going to be about?
Nothing at all MongoDB related.
Okay.
I love that people are so shocked. They're like, you don't have to push MongoDB in your talk. Like, no, they just let us do talks. It's just nice to kind of just be present in the community and stuff. So, but yeah, my talk is about version control, which comes as a shock to nobody who's ever heard of me. I'm kind of known for like my Git talks.
Yes. I'm actually the Laracon Live UK. I think you did a Git talk there.
I think Laravel Live was a Git talk. Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
This is not a Git talk.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
So it is a version control talk, but it's a talk about JJ, which is just a tool that I recently learned about like last year, and I absolutely fell in love with. It's kind of a next generation version control tool that works. It's like an abstraction over Git. So it works as a layer on top of Git, and it just makes everything, like all of my Git talks are about atomic commits and like organizing your commits in such a way that just makes your entire Git workflow super painless, because like loads of people hate Git, I think, and it's in large part because of that. And JJ just makes that sort of Git usage extremely intuitive and easy. Yeah.
That's awesome. And that's actually something I've never heard of. So this would be a good talk.
Most people haven't.
Again, tune in tomorrow for your talk, because you'll want to see that and learn all about that. But it's also interesting, you said most people hate Git, but I came from the old days of SVN and CBS.
Okay.
And those were terrible, and Git is
Okay.
like 1,000 times better.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it could have been. Trust the oldies.
Yes, and then what was the other one? Mercurial. Remember that one?
Yeah. I think that was up until recently. I've been told by a game dev that was very big in game development until Git LFS came around, because they have a lot of like larger binary data and stuff.
Right.
That it didn't work with Git until Git LFS basically.
That's crazy.
But I think with Git, what you see a lot is people really just know the bare minimum that they have to know, like push, pull, merge, and then never bother to really go deeper into it. But it's like with any tool, if you really learn how to use it, it'll make your life just so much better.
True, and that leads into, you've got a book coming out.
Of course.
Git course coming out.
Yeah.
Eventually.
I mean,
you promised me next week, but I don't know if that was accurate.
I promised that 2 years ago. So it's been almost finished for like 2 years. I really got to get back into it. But it's a Git course. It's all about atomic commits. I'm thinking about adding some JJ modules onto there now as well. I'm also writing got a Git plugin for Claude or whichever coding assistant you're using. I will be finishing it very soon, and there is still an early bird registration open.
You heard it here first. It's finishing soon.
Yep.
All
So
right.
you can add add yourself to the wait list at gillegit.dev. And then you'll get an early bird as soon as it becomes available.
I love it. All right, I think we're out of time for our meeting. Anything you want to leave with, or did we get to cover everything?
No, just thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be at my first Laracon speaking. So.
All right, I love it. Thank you so much for being here, Paulina.
Thank you.
And you rocked at the dodgeball. I don't know if they saw the dodgeball, but
Let me just flex real quick. Triceps.
all right, we appreciate you. All right, next up is Roxy.
Wait, hold it. Let me sit down first.
Oh yeah.
Short people problem.
Hey, I know. We're the only two that's been the same height since I've started doing these interviews. We were interviewing the Brian at CureTech, and I had to look up the whole time, so this is fun. All right, so if you don't mind, for people who don't know you, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll just jump in talking about your talks, your Laracon experience, torque.dev, and the whole 9 yards.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, I'm Roxy. I am the developer community manager over at torque.dev. Torque.dev is a job matching platform for technologists. Our market is primarily in the US and Latin America. We're hoping to expand in the coming year or so. And I am the community manager. So I get to have all the fun with our developers. We do so many streams. My boss, Taylor, a different Taylor, he does guidance counselor streams where he's helping people with their resumes and their cover letters. We do a lot of streams. We do resume reviews. We like to call them roasts because we like to have fun and kind of tease people. We love getting volunteers for that. We also have a lot of guests. I know Devin Garbalosa was one of our resume reviewers. I talked Ian Landsman. He's going to be up, so he's going to be good. Aaron Francis was on guidance counselor with Taylor before, and then Matt Stauffer was on our other stream called Laid Off Lounge, which is not just for people who have been laid off. It's for anybody that's transitioning, whether it's careers or jobs, or they are looking for a new job. So that one's really helpful too. It's really fun because we get to, I say that, the platform is where you go and upload your resume so that you can be matched with the job. But in the meanwhile, the community is there to help you with the process, with the possible interviews, submitting your resume, contacting recruiters, like all the behind the scenes stuff.
Right.
We're there to help you improve it. Your LinkedIn, we do LinkedIn reviews. And then I have my own stream on Mondays where I get to chat with women in tech. It's called She Ships. And so that's really fun. I believe you have Ritvi on tomorrow. She was one of our guests.
Oh, yeah.
Christina, one of the speakers here, she's going to be on. Leah. So, yeah, it's been really fun. Yeah.
That's awesome. I love that. And it's also like, I know your Torque.dev is set up as a business, but that's like a super useful tool for everybody that wants to get a job, because there's so many people that sort of, I don't want to say don't, okay, they don't do a good job with their resume or marketing themselves or doing all the stuff. So I think that's going to be like hugely beneficial for really the developer community as a whole, I would assume.
Yeah, and it's totally free. I was a member of the community for 1.5 years before I was hired.
Right.
And I think that's why I was kind of on their radar when the job opened up, because I was so active. You know, I was at the streams, I took everything to heart. They reviewed my LinkedIn and I improved it. And, you know, people don't realize that it's like these little details. It's not just about your resume. And if you think it is, then it needs to be you need to fix it.
Right.
So it's, you don't have to submit your resume. You can just lurk in the stream and take notes. And so it's just really helpful. Our Discord, I manage it. It's great. It's fun. torque.dev/Discord. So.
That's sweet. So how long have you been? You said you've been there 1 year?
So I was a community member for 1.5 years.
Okay.
They hired me at the end of March.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So new role.
Yes.
So are you traveling to all the conferences? And
I've been to quite a few. That's one of the things that we sort of discuss as far as like networking your way in.
Right.
Because that's kind of what I did. I have a talk that I have done once so far, but it's really fun and I hope to do it again. It's called Trolling Your Way into Tech. And because I kind of joke about that's how I did it. Like I tried to be everywhere, whether it was in person or online. I liked being in the chats and just kind of like, I don't know, get my name, my personality out there. Just like make it easy for somebody to want to hire you and be around you.
Yeah, well, and people don't realize how important like networking, like these conferences, local meetups, you know, just go out and meet people, and it just broadens your chance to get hired. Because a personal connection never beats a resume. I don't think, you know.
And I came to Laracon last year. It was my first one. And I came on a scholarship thanks to Titan.
Nice.
So, you know, there's all these ways that you can take advantage, because, you know, not everyone can afford to be in person.
Right.
But when you can do like the little things, like win a ticket or apply for a scholarship ticket, or like I use my Southwest card. So that I can use the points to fly, and then book my hotel with that card so that I get more points. And it's just
right.
You know, I'm sure there's like more tips and tricks, but that was just really helpful for me to like get in and be able to attend and make that sacrifice.
I love that. So I know you said you went to Laracon last year, and now you've been to a bunch of stuff. How does Laracon relate to some of the other conferences you've been to?
I love the Laravel community. Leah, my friend Leah Thompson, she was like singing its praises. She's the one that sent me the link for the Titan Scholarship last year. And the community is just so welcoming, you know, like I met a bunch of Laravel developers at React Miami. And so that's how I first heard about it and was like, okay, I need to check this out. So we have a couple friends actually that joined us that were hesitant because they don't use Laravel daily. And it's like, no, like, just come check it out, and then you know, maybe you will like dip your toe in. So
that's awesome. I love that. And that is one of the cool things about. I'm an insider, but I feel like this community is very welcoming to everybody. We always want to go out and talk to people and meet them and do all that type of stuff.
Yeah, and then even Taylor's competition a couple weekends ago, where he was like, "Hey, build something and post it on the cloud, and we'll pick a winner." And like, even though there was so many submissions, I was like, I used that. I was on a road trip in a car for like 19 hours. So I was like, you know what? I can do this right now.
Yeah.
So I went and, with the use of AI, with the help of AI, because 19 hours still doesn't feel like enough time. I built what I was wanting to build, with React, Laravel, PHP, Inertia. And it's something that I'm going to use for my medically complex son. Like, I'm a problem solver. I used to be a math teacher. So. I like to build stuff that helps people problem solve.
That's awesome. I love that. So before we wrap up the thing, did we miss anything that you want to tell the people watching on the live stream?
So I know that the Laravel community is amazing, but if you want to join another one where we have many people from Laravel coming to speak and maybe do some workshops here and there, join us over at torque.dev/Discord. We're super fun, lots of free learning opportunities, and I manage the Discord so we can hang out too.
Perfect. And so do you like Discord? I'm just going to go up on a random, because I don't like Discord. I guess I'm old and I'm a boomer.
Yeah. So I'm from education, and we don't use Discord in education. But I got used to it. Now I really like it.
Okay.
I also have great moderators.
That
Shout out
helps.
to Jeff, Jason, who used to be in this role, Eric. So they're great and helpful, and yeah.
Sweet.
And then I'm at Roxana Codes on Twitter.
Yes,
So yeah.
give her a follow.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, hey, I want to appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to come and
so
talk
great to
with us.
finally meet you.
Yes, the same
Thank
thing.
you.
Yeah, we've been following each other on the socials forever. It's like finally nice to put a face with a name. All right. Gaga, how we doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. All right, welcome to our last interview of the last break on air. So with me today is Gaga from Redberry. And for those that don't know, I've been doing this all day. Just tell the people who you are and what is Redberry.
Yeah, so Redberry is a software development agency. We are based in Tbilisi, Georgia, well, the country. We've been doing Laravel for around 12 years now, so it's been a long time. We are a pretty big team, around 200 people.
Crazy.
And we run around 25 to 30 projects always in parallel. We work with international companies. Around a third of our business comes from here, from US.
Okay.
Another third from UK, and the rest is spread out across Europe and the Middle East. So yeah, we had companies build business critical systems with Laravel.
So really worldwide. And then, so you sponsored, we were at Laracon EU earlier, y'all sponsored it, y'all were sponsoring Laracon US. You know, I feel like it's awesome to have the companies like y'all come out and support the community and be a part of it. How many Laracons have y'all sponsored or been to?
Oh, it's hard to count, but probably around 20.
Around 20?
You know, like Laracon really played a big role when we were a young agency. I remember times when we just like used to gather at the office and just like watch the recordings of Laravel. That was a really like good old times thing. And then when we had this opportunity to kind of like give it back to the community, we started sponsoring Laracons and Laravel live events, both in Europe, like in Amsterdam, Laravel Live UK, Laracon US, and this time Laravel Live Denmark as well for the first time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean like Laracon has been really instrumental to the Laravel's growth story, I guess, because you know like the Laravel community is like the most welcoming
that's good.
community, maybe across all different like communities in tech.
Right.
So yeah, I guess like it's a pleasure for us to be contributing to the community and to the conferences.
I love that. I love that. So going back to Redberry, do y'all specialize in any sort of project, or is it pretty open as far as what you take on or what you're looking for in work and in the agency context?
Yeah, I mean, like we do a lot of business critical enterprise software, often in regulated industries like finance. Finance has been our core industry for many years, like fintech, payments, wealth management tech, investment tech, those kind of things. So we work in many different jurisdictions as well, because, for example, we work with US-based wealth management investment tech companies. They are like FINRA, SEC supervised, and we have clients in UK under FCA supervision, in Switzerland under FINMA supervision, etc. So all of that gave us over years a pretty good understanding of how the regulated financial institutions work and what regulators expect from software of those companies. And that's kind of like been our main focus. And I'd say like more lately, probably legacy modernization projects have been pretty common, I guess, because my understanding is that like there is a like big number of companies that still runs very legacy PHP systems, and those systems were for many years deemed to be unfeasible to modernize, but now with AI, it kind of like came into picture again. People are starting to re-evaluate. Maybe now it's become feasible to modernize those systems. And we've seen a lot of companies approach us to kind of like understand how that modernization can happen with the help of AI now.
Yeah.
So we've been going in and like auditing the existing systems, understanding what's there, defining strategy, how that can be modernized using AI, both like starting from DevOps and infra to code-based modernization, moving some really old non-framework PHP code bases to Laravel, stuff like that. So yeah, just like fun things, you know.
It's wild how many of those are still out there in existence that are still needing updating or rewritten or anything, right? It's probably more than we realize at the end of the day, because we don't hear about all of those war stories.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, you know, like everybody's kind of like very excited about all the greenfield stuff that people are doing, and I guess AI now accelerates greenfield project development, like maybe tenfold or whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, like the legacy systems modernization, maintenance, continuous development. That's been our core focus for many years, and that's what we are really comfortable and good at. And that's also what's running businesses, what's running the economy, etc. So yeah, exciting, fun stuff.
That's awesome. So now with since you got started and now you have all those employees all around the world, do you get to do much coding anymore?
Personally?
Yeah, personally.
Oh yeah, you know, like on Slack, I have a title CEO/mid-level developer, and I'm always asking our engineering director when you're gonna promote me to a senior or something. But yeah, I have not contributed to a commercial project for I guess like 9 or 10 years now, but I still do some open source stuff.
Right.
I still do some internal stuff, and you know, like I run our software delivery operations. So basically, together with our engineering management, I kind of like define and drive how we do stuff. And I really prefer always to have hands-on experience myself with whatever operations I'm designing. And that's why it's quite often that I kind of like go in and maybe build some feature for maybe an internal tool or open source or whatever to just like gain a first-hand understanding of the developer experience, basically.
Sweet, awesome. Well, Gaga, I want to thank you for coming on and joining us here.
Yeah, thanks for having
It says
me.
we're going back to the event in 10 seconds.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So thank you so much.
I'll be running to this.
Yeah, you gotta go catch the next event. Everybody watching, we'll be back tomorrow. First break. Bye. Thank you, man. That was fun.
I assume that we are dealing with a one-to-one migration. So no application updates, no runtime upgrades, and no database engine changes, which is great because you shouldn't be doing any of those in the first place during a migration. So those moving parts, they fall into 3 general buckets. Data, so databases, object storage, anything that needs to be moved, not recreated. The application, so the app itself, as well as anything that supports it, such as sessions, queues, jobs, cache, so on. These are rebuilt in the new environment, not moved. And traffic. These are the live requests that your app is serving. These are redirected, not moved. So data migrations typically take the longest, so the earlier you start, the better. So first off, stand up an RDS instance in a new Amazon account that's connected to Laravel Private Cloud. Configure replication between your primary and your new replica. And in short order, you'll have a live, up-to-date version of that database. Next is to make the app boring. Not that boring, but it should be stateless, and it should it should be prepared for the migration. So first off, cache. Create a fresh Valkey store per environment. These cold caches will warm up while you're testing and while you while the users first join the new app. Queues start workers on the new stack pointed at the same queue. It's the same code, which means that they should be draining the jobs alongside the old workers. You'll also prepare the new managed queue in Laravel Cloud to be ready to accept new messages once the migration is cut over. In the app, deploy quietly. The cloud builds the image, you keep it stateless, and it's a good idea to point it to the replica. That way you are doing actual testing against the live data and not testing data. The one gotcha here is sessions. So if you are already using database sessions, this doesn't apply to you. But if you're using Valkey or any other engine for sessions, you have a chance for the users to get logged out once you migrate over. So let's pretend you're using the Redis driver. Since your new stack has a fresh store, the session IDs don't exist yet, so you're going to get them logged out right at cutover. So the fix here is a custom session driver where you check the new store. If it fails, you fall back to the old one and you write to the new one. You can keep this, you can put this into the new, or the old application rather, and let it live for one session lifetime or longer, but at that point all the sessions should migrate over to the new store. Here's the fun part. This is the flip that you can undo. So depending on your application, your traffic patterns, you might want to do a weighted DNS transfer, canary style. But depending on the traffic and such, it could be easier just to do a quick 100% cutover and then have a well-defined rollback plan back. So you cut your DNS over to the new app, which is now reading and writing to the old primary, replicating to the new replica. And the old app is still warm, just in case you need to cut back over to it. Same code, shouldn't be a problem. This is the point of no return. This is where we actually switch over to the new database. So DNS is pointing to the new app already. Everything looks good. Your metrics all look great. You will then point your database to point to the new replica, and you'll sever the replication. At that point, that old database is going to be drifted from your old data, and you're on Laravel Cloud. So to recap, we replicate the data into a database. We make the app boring. We deploy quietly. We silently migrate the sessions as users browse. We cut the traffic over to the new app, and then we commit by promoting the replica to the primary. 5 minutes is not enough to talk about all this, so please let's chat in depth. Come visit us at our booth. We're over in the sponsor hall. There's a webinar on August 20th. Please sign up for that, where I'll be talking about this for half an hour. And if you want some piece of recommendations from a Boston native, come on down. I have plenty of them. Thank you.
Nicely done. Well done. All right, who was at Dodgeball yesterday? All right. If you weren't at Dodgeball, you might have missed that it was live streamed. So we had a full-on live stream yesterday. We had commentators. We had multiple camera angles. And a lot of that was made possible by our next speaker. So our next speaker is coming from Mux, okay? And if you're not familiar with Mux, it is video infrastructure for developers. And so our next speaker is Joshua Alphonse, and he is a community engineer at Mux, and before that, ByteDance, and before that, Wix. And so he's put together a lot of, he ran the streaming booth yesterday, last night at the prom. Who went to the prom last night? Yeah, that was kind of weird, right? That was so fun. He had like a video booth at the prom, and so Mux is all about video infrastructure. And what he's going to talk to us about today are two things that are very near and dear to my heart, one being Laravel queues, one of my favorite parts about Laravel, and the other is video processing pipelines. And I have, unfortunately, built about probably 6 or 8 of these pipelines, and after I saw his talk, I thought, well, I'm never going to do that again. I'm just going to use Mux. So Joshua's going to come out and talk to us about that. Another thing you need to know about him is he's impossibly cool. He is a Long Island native, a musician, a vinyl record collector, and he writes probably over half of the technical blogs on the Mux site, and so he is just incredibly cool. Please welcome to the stage Joshua Alphonse.
What's up, Laracon? How's it going, y'all? So I want you guys to just realize that we spend nearly as much time sleeping as we do watching videos, oddly enough. You probably wouldn't believe it, but it's kind of true. And even with some of the statistics that I'm going to show you, it might seem a little low, because I think they were being a little nice here. But if we had to put an estimate to it, it would be about 56 hours a week of sleep, and maybe about 30 hours or so of watching video. But maybe not just watching video and catching up on House of the Dragons or scrolling on TikTok, it's also about video exposure. Now, if you look here from the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, it says that people are getting about 9 hours of sleep a night. I think that's very privileged. And if you are getting that much sleep, I'm pretty jealous, because I definitely didn't get enough for this talk last night. But the Media Nations 2025 report from the UK also states about 4 hours and 30 minutes worth of video watching every single day. Honestly, I do think that for our younger generation, it's a lot more than this. So if you really want to creep yourself out, look at your screen time. Now, all of this is due thanks to FFmpeg. To me, honestly, it's probably the greatest piece of software that's ever been made because of how much power that it's had across the internet. It's powering some of our most popular applications out there, like YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. And the thing is, FFmpeg is pretty much impossible to avoid. And today, video is like a fiber that lives within our bodies, right? It's the way that we connect, we relate, we learn from each other. And when I was writing this talk, I was thinking about, talking about FFmpeg, Laravel queues, and, working together. But honestly, PHP and FFmpeg are not a good fit. And I'll leave that to other languages. But it gave me some inspiration to think about some other things that are happening within video. And that's with processing pipelines. And processing can, be across the board for many different types of ways of dealing with the video, either if it's dealing with different codecs or, talking about summaries, moderation, and tags, which we'll get into. Now, your favorite apps have completely transformed. We went from Flash video, HTML5 to where we are now, and we've watched this revolution happen right in front of our faces. Well, when you look at YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, there are controls for likes, forwarding videos, commenting. There are a lot more complexities to the UIs of video players, more than just actually watching the video. And this requires a lot of things to happen in parallel. And the one thing I know about a lot of things happening in parallel, a lot of things can go wrong while they're running in parallel. And you need to use the right tools in order to craft the experience that's easy for your team to iterate, fix problems, and to also make sure that your user's experience cannot be interrupted. Now, to me, doom scrolling isn't magic, because all of what's required to keep you stuck on an application is actually less magic than you think. These are tools and techniques that have been used for decades now. HLS, DRM, ABR, buffering, preloading. And now it should be no surprise that you need this in order to ship an application that requires video. If you don't have these, then you're probably not ready to ship that app. And to me, loading is where devs and users actually meet for the first time. And I really think that this is the point where the magic actually happens. And it's pretty much where you least expect it, right? Because when you're uploading a video, all you do is click a button, and then it loads, and your video appears on your feed or wherever it goes. Now, a user chooses a video and clicks the button, and it's more than what it seems. When I'm building an application, I think about how I'm going to be able to keep this scalable for the future and also make it easy to maintain. So when uploading happens, the work has not finished at all. The user sees one action, but our system sees an entire workflow. These are different views. And I've been creating apps to survive slow APIs, webhooks, retries, and failures. And this talk is about that gap. So here is my application that I made called RoboTube. It's a Expo app, React Native, And it's nothing exotic. I just pick a video, I upload it, and I wait, and I see what happens. And I get summaries, key moments, chapters, all of what you see here on the application powered by AI. And from the user's eye, again, this is just one action. I upload, and then I get all these other features. And again, right, streaming apps are complex. Users are uploading, there's search, there's interactions, a lot of busy UIs, and we have to figure out how to handle this. So let's bring in some of our robot friends. Here's what actually happens when a video lands or gets uploaded. We get a webhook, and it tells us that the asset is ready. And then via the webhook, it's already asynchronous, and then we have a moderation run. And this moderation run brings up a gate, because only if this moderation passes do we fan out to other jobs like summarization, creating chapters, key moments, audio translation, caption translations. Now, those 4 jobs, summarization, chapter, key moments, translations, are all independent and can run in parallel on their own. And each one of those jobs lives on Mux's infrastructure or whatever video provider that you're using or API that you've created, and not on mine. And each one of these completes its own scheduled task and tells me via the webhook. Then I have to notice that everything is done and it's finalized and the sync results end up on the UI. And this is all powered by Mux Robots, which is Mux's video intelligence layer that allows you to get structured data from your videos, which is super powerful. So you can summarize, moderate, ask questions, translations, and everything else that I've mentioned before. And in the past, a user would have to stitch all these tools together and make different API calls and download transcripts and then extract thumbnails. But with queues, you don't have to do this combined with Mux Robots. And Laravel and Laravel Cloud had all the tools that I needed for this multi-step working in the background jobs. And on the surface, it sounds easy, but it's just a couple of API calls. But that's probably not the safest approach. Let's talk about the controller that nobody really admits to writing here. So you can create an asset, you call the moderation, call summarization, chapters, and you put them all in sync. And it reads beautifully top to bottom because it's really easy to understand. Everything succeeds in your app right before it crashes. And the work is done, and Mux generates the summary that you paid for. But your application has no idea that this summary was even made. And because the only places that workflows existed was on the call stack here is also gone. So we have to have a little bit of a mental shift here. Here's the model I want you to keep in mind throughout the rest of this talk. The request job is simple. We record the work, and then we leave. The database remembers where that work is, and the queue keeps it moving. Workers do all the risky stuff, like all the API calls, retrying failures, and handling errors. And the UI just watches for the state change. And that's really the whole architecture, especially when we mix it with queues. Every piece has its own responsibility, and each responsibility lives on as long as it needs to. And once we start thinking this way, you'll see the same pattern in compilers. You'll see it in distributed systems, DevOps. It translates all across the board. And queues, to me, are a durable workflow layer. And if we look here at this chart, this is pretty much the whole talk, right? On the left, it's what failed. In the middle are the queues primitives that we use from Laravel. And then on the right, it's what the user sees. So for example, if there's duplicate work, or is there a duplicate in the webhook, what happens? We don't want 2 different versions. We want one result. If there's a timeout, we want the retries to heal it. If there are 200 uploads, we want all those 200 uploads to go onto the platform. We don't want them to ever break, but we also don't mind them being too slow. If the workers crash, we want the application to be honest and tell us if that happens. But we also want the video to still land on the platform. So here is RoboTube, the app that I showed you before, the webhook controller. This is our front door for everything around this application. And there are 3 moves that happen, and we can see from top to bottom on this code. So let's just start with the beginning, with the event. First or create on the event ID. And before we do any work, the event is in the database. Why is that? Because when we get that webhook from Mux, it delivers at least once. And duplicates are expected. So first or create makes retries free, and if we've already seen the event, we skip it. And the second is a dispatch of the job. So right here in the middle on the if statement. But notice what goes on in the queue. The database ID and not the payload. The queue itself is a conveyor belt. And it's not a filing cabinet at all. The database is our source of truth in that instance. So the job reloads the event when it runs. And then third, at the bottom here, we have our 200 status. And this is the webhook only if this webhook's only job is to durably receive the event and just tell us if it's positive, if it happens, and the processing happens elsewhere. So this matters because if we drop a webhook, the user's video can sit in processing forever and just be loading and loading and loading, and that can be extremely frustrating for a user to see. Because they're just expecting if I upload a video, it should land up on the platform, there should be no problems. Now, this slide here is, like, to me, one of the most important pieces to take away here. So this is a part of a file just simply called run Mux robots job. And this file starts the work on Mux and saves the returned job ID and marks the row remote processing. And then the queue job finishes. But the remote work is still running. The summary may arrive a few minutes later via the webhook, because it all depends on how long the video is, how long the transcript is, and so forth. And that key, the local job completion, is not the remote work completion. The queue job only starts the work and records the correlation ID. It doesn't sleep, and it doesn't poll. The Mux job ID that's there connects the later webhook back to the right video workflow. Now, the system can crash, restart, and redeploy without losing its place. Because the state lives in the database, it doesn't live with the worker. And if the job finishes before the work does, let's talk about how do we enforce the ordering. So RoboTube has one hard rule. Moderation always comes first. So we can pretty much order how we're going to work with these queues here. Because I don't want any videos on my platform that haven't been moderated first. That means I'm going to be paying for extra jobs that I have no business paying for if those videos that don't pass the moderation check end up on my platform. We don't want them there. A bus chain isn't going to help here. It won't work because chains advance when the queue job finishes, not when the remote moderation check is done. So if a moderation check passes, we dispatch different AI jobs like the summarization, the chapters, the key moments, and all the other translations that happen. This isn't a chain. It's a state machine driven by events. So jobs can also require an optional, can be required or optional here, because a user can select different languages and also select if the track has a transcript or not. And if chapters fail, the summary succeeds. The run completes partially instead of failing entirely, because some jobs rely on other dependencies, like key moments and chapters need a transcript in order for the AI job to run through and figure out what a chapter is, what a key moment is, based on what's being said in the video. And if the moderation rejects the video, the user sees a rejected, type of thing inside of the UI, not just an endless spinner loading and loading and loading. Again, because that's extremely frustrating to see. Now, here is a batch. Here's our batch here for all of our jobs. Our batch, again, happens after the moderation check. After the moderation, we get our summaries, our chapters, our key moments, and translation. And they all run in parallel. Because you can translate maybe 5 different languages, but that has nothing to do with your chapters or key moments. Most people imagine some type of coordinator process here, but Laravel's implementation is actually a lot simpler. A batch is just a database row with a counter. Each job decrements and the counter decrements the counter until it reaches 0. Then right after that, the batch is done. And that's why it's reliable, because it's simple and the state lives in the database again and not in the memory. So for RoboTube, parallelism isn't an optimization. It's the difference between a fast upload and the user just giving up on your platform. So you can see here in this example, you could choose a bunch of different languages, you upload, and then you run through all the different batches of jobs. We go through our moderation check, and then we come all the way down the line through all of our different jobs, especially translations, since we picked so many different languages as well, and they'll all run in parallel and be finished together. Now, workloads, not all workloads are equal here. RoboTube has 5 different kinds. We have our default, robots, webhooks, sync, and repair, which we'll get into. Our robots jobs could be a little slow and rate limited, but the webhook still needs to run fast. And syncs and repair jobs have their own priorities. So if we put them all into one queue and there could be a slow work of AI that blocks everything. So each workload gets its own lane. And you can see that here within the Laravel cloud dashboard as well, of seeing some of these queues happen in real time. Failure is always expected here, and that's perfectly fine. So we just have like a little retry policy here. 10, 30, 60, 120 seconds. And you notice that the sync job gets a bigger budget. Why? Because failing to sync after an AI workload succeeds is more expensive than failing it, or failing to start it. Now, if we look at some of the receipts from Laravel Q's source code, you'll see that the failure gate compares against the attempts, and marked jobs as reserved shows attempts increment when a job is picked up and not when it throws. So early on, my jobs had no failed hook here as well. And when the retries ran out, the jobs just completely disappeared. But every row still said that the job was running. So to the user, the video stayed in processing forever and just continued to load and load and load. Again, extremely frustrating because that could just go on forever. So this taught me that reliable systems give failures somewhere to go. It just doesn't leave the user hanging. So now the failed function that's there reloads the row and then records the exception and checks whether the run can be finalized or not, and maybe as a partial success if only optional work failed. So if we're talking about the optional work, we're talking about the languages that we chose for the translation. So failure now updates the same state machine that we use to measure the success. And the user gets an honest error on their platform on the UI. Now, retries also mean that jobs could run twice. And this is where we can come into some trouble with some of our optional AI jobs, like translations again. Because what happens if 2 English tracks happen to be made once we run them through our whole entire process we talked about? Here's a dangerous case. The job starts with Mux robots, the translations, like I mentioned, and then after the retry, Laravel then makes that job available, and another worker picks up that exact job later down the line. So let's kind of see what happens when you don't implement this with Laravel.
Jerk, Tom. Look, Celia, we have to follow our passions.
Just listen to the track here.
Awesome in space.
And you'll see that through my upload, I have 2 different English tracks.
By my robot hand. I'm not freaked out by it's all right, fine. I'm freaked out. I'm having nightmares that I'm being chased by these giant robotic clocks.
Now, same exact transcript, but the audio sounds completely different. One is an AI dub, one is the original English dub. But for some reason, when I chose on the upload page, there was an option to choose English, even though this track was already in English. This is expensive over time, and we don't want to have to make the same job have to happen twice. Now, rate limits are interesting because it's not really something that we can control. So from a developer's experience here, like Mux would rate limit the account so that every worker here that we have with Laravel queues has a shared budget. So when the limit hits, Laravel releases the job back onto the queue instead of failing or making the worker wait. But there's the trap. Every single release burns an attempt. So when tries equals to 3, a job can fail without ever actually running. So for rate-limited work, use a time-based retry until instead. So the result is the traffic spikes become a controlled drain. They're a little bit slower, but they're not broken at all. So if you remember the chart that I showed you before, that's exactly what this relates to. Now, there's 2 concurrency problems. The 2 different tools, there's should be unique, and that prevents duplicate jobs, like we said before, and from entering the queue. And then RoboTube uses it to stop the same run from fanning out twice and charging us twice as well. Because every single API call that we have to any service, to Mux or anywhere else, is going to end up running us some money and charging us twice. We can see the same thing here. These locks can live in our database, like in Postgres or SQS, wherever, and one process inserts the lock row. The database constraints guarantees one winner. So we don't get duplicate jobs, we get one that really matters. And now, chapters and key moments. So key moments are just for finding the most compelling spots inside your video. Wait for captions. We need those transcriptions. So what if those transcriptions never come? What if the user never provides that for us, or we don't automatically make those transcriptions of the videos for us? What I did here with queues was use Laravel queues to create a watchdog. So if the captions do appear, it does nothing. If they don't, it fails the waiting jobs and ends the run honestly instead of hanging. Now, the production surprise here is that Laravel's delay worker works locally, but SQS can reject it. And it can reject anything over 15 minutes. So same API, different infrastructure limit. So the watchdog stores an absolute deadline for these jobs and requeues itself within that 15 minutes of that refresh time. Now, webhooks are the fast path, but they're not a guarantee. If one gets lost and a workflow can hang forever, like we've been mentioning, so RoboTube reconciles on schedule. Again, like if you're thinking about like compilers, DevOps, wherever, like this is kind of similar here. Where we're working with these schedules here. It polls Mux for remote jobs that have been waiting for a really long time, because we still want our user to be able to get their translations, their summaries, even if a job does fail. We still need something in the back to be able to bring those assets to the platform itself later down the line. Because this workflow is idempotent, those repairs are safe. And the model is simple. The webhook gives us the speed. The reconciliation gives us the correctness. So most runs advance in seconds, and the rest recover within minutes. So just to wrap it up a bit, back to this table again. Duplicate work, we only want one result. If the webhook never arrives, we still want the video to completely upload anyways. And if we just happen to have a rate limit, we'd rather have a slower upload than to never have an upload at all. This is the power that Queues has given me for my RoboTube application. So just remember, uploading to me is where devs and users really meet. But uploading shouldn't be hard. We are expecting our video to land on the platform. And we're expecting anything that we put inside of our queue to actually happen and land exactly how we expect it and exactly how our users expect it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Dude, That was a master class in Laravel queues.
Thank you.
How good are those queues?
Dude, I mean, really, it's transformed, honestly, my entire mobile app. You know, I didn't use native, PHP native for it.
Yeah.
But, like, this completely changed the entire backend, so.
I'm curious, being inside of a video infrastructure company, have the workloads changed over the past year with the rise of agents? And if so, how?
Yeah, definitely. I think the workload has changed, and there's like also the expectations, right? Like I was talking about summarization, translation, all of those. Like there's just so many more requests that we're getting. So there's a lot. The workload has really changed tremendously.
So because people can do more with AI, they're plugging more things into their video pipelines that they may have left out before, like the translations and all that?
Exactly, especially like any of those users that we have or companies that are working with Mux, right? Like some of them, you know, are thinking about, hey, like how do I make my own version of YouTube for my users?
Sure.
So you have to, the workload just gets bigger for us, but they also are expecting more to put into their platforms.
And as a community engineer, how much time do you spend building stuff like this across different frameworks, but you also do a huge amount of writing. So how do you kind of balance that?
Yeah, oh, that's a great question. I mean, like everything that I write, I make sure I build first.
Smart.
Right? So like, if I build something, that automatically turns into a blog post. It turns into documentation, a video, maybe a topic for a conference like this. So I try to stack in as many different things as possible, and like, you know, going from framework, language to language. Now with AI, it's like a lot, you know, I wouldn't even say it's a lot easier. Maybe it is, but you have to still do a lot of thinking, you know, to get it all done.
Well, you're really good at it. Y'all, give it up again. Well done.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Just love those cues so much. All right. Up next, we've got Christina Martinez, and she is a DX engineer at Resend. Any Resend users in the room? Yeah, that's what I thought. They've got a booth out there, so if you want to talk to her after, you can. And Christina shares a very similar story to many of the other builders in the room, myself included. She got a business degree. I got an accounting degree. And after she got her business degree, she landed a marketing job and then started to teach herself to code. So very similar background to most of us in here. And she thinks coding is a magic power, and I absolutely agree with that. And one of the things I like about this next presentation is just the care and the craft and kind of like the human side that she puts into everything that she does. And so she is here to talk to us about whimsical software. Please put your hands together for Christina Martinez.
Oh, hi. I have someone that I want you to meet. This is Tom. Tom Agachi. He's one of those Japanese digital pets. Do you guys remember these things? They were so fickle and dramatic. First they'd be happy, then they'd be angry, then they'd poop on the floor. Well, after that glowing review, I'm here to tell you that you each have a Tom inside of you. And you will wither and die if you don't take care of your inner Tom. Okay, that sounded like a little aggressive. Let's take a little journey together. Do you remember when you first got into coding? You had so much energy back then. I bet you could work 12-hour days, easy. You'd get obsessed with your projects. You'd spend all day Saturday in the docs of a new framework, just because. You worked hard to learn how to code. You put in some applications, grinded through LeetCode, and finally got a job working at a really cool company. You couldn't believe the offer letter when it came in. You would get paid to code for 8 hours a day. What used to be just a dream was now finally coming true. And then, what happened? Come on, you know. Remember when you spent a full week, including back and forth with stakeholders, updating the color of a button on the homepage? Or when you spent days rewriting the same boilerplate code for the 20th time? What about when you had to debug a race condition that was tricky to reproduce? It wasn't like the fun kind of debugging. It was just frustrating. And right after every stand-up, when you told your team you were this close to solving it, you found another edge case. So, how do you feel now? Aren't you tired? Some might say burnt out, or maybe just bored. So, how do we fix this? How do we avoid certain death? Feed your inner Tom. Now, you might be asking, feed your inner Tom, what does Tom like to eat? Well, it's not pizza or candy or some unidentified pixel art. I don't know, I'm not a designer, sorry. The thing that gives Tom energy and revives his soul is silly software. It sounds really weird, but hang in with me here. I want you to think back to a time when you had a magical coding moment. A moment where something clicked. You felt inspired and buzzing with energy. My first magical coding moment was in Mr. Rotifer's computer lab in 6th grade. In between IRC chats with classmates, we were supposed to be building HTML pages about math. I fired up Notepad and typed in a magical incantation, a rune of sorts. And then I refreshed the page because there was no hot reloading in 2006. And that's when I saw it, my first ever web page. Thank you. Yes, it's gorgeous, the contrast, amazing. When I saw this, I was in awe. This was magic. I was a magician. I wanted more. You've had a magical coding moment too. Probably more than once. I know you have. Otherwise, why would you pay all this money and come all this way just to sit in this room and listen to me talk? What was your first magical coding moment? Maybe you were updating your shop on Neopets. Maybe you were tweaking your MySpace theme to absolute perfection. Or maybe you were modding a game so you could get infinite coins to spend on cool skins. What was your most recent magical coding moment? Can you even remember? Aren't you due for another magical coding moment? All I want from this talk is for you to go home and feed your inner Tom. And I'm convinced that the way to feed your Tom is to build silly software. I saw an ad once for a website builder that likened web development to telekinesis. You guys, we have a magical power. What should we do with it? The options are endless. It would be a shame to spend it all on gray and white insurance software. And look, I'm not trying to bash insurance software. I work at an email API company. Boring software can be important and good. I'm not telling you to quit your jobs. I am telling you that building silly software is a great way to fight burnout and remember why you fell in love with coding in the first place. So, rapid fire, let's take a silly software break. Tom needs it. Now, this wouldn't be a talk about silly software if I didn't mention the king, Nolan. He built a website called 1millioncheckboxes.com, which is 1 million checkboxes. That's it. The checked state syncs in real time, so people had a lot of fun drawing pictures and working together to check each individual box, all million of them. It went viral, and there's a Wikipedia page about it. Now, silly software can be big, like 1 million checkboxes, and it can also be small. This is a cloud. Why? Wrong question. Why not? I mean, look, it's cool. You can resize it. You can change the weather and size. I mean, come on. Look at that lightning. In this one, someone hooked up his rowing machine to the video game Red Dead Redemption. Now, traversing the river is an actual physical workout. Silly software can be kind of useful, too. Does anyone in the room know this guy, by chance? Yeah. Andrew works at Laravel. He got a receipt printer and made it print out his GitHub issues as they come in. Now he has actual physical tickets to represent the work he needs to do. Yeah, give it up for Andrew. Yeah. This is a fine purveyor of silly software right here. And by the way, I wrote this before he joined Laravel, so this isn't even product placement. So last one for now. Anna made a website that lets you send a postcard to her actual address without ever visiting the post office. It uses the same APIs that companies use to send you those spam mailings that we all throw away. I think this is super cute. If you send her a note, tell her I said hi. All right, back to the talk. Something that most Toms have in common is that they love to learn. Silly software can help with this too. This is my family. I guess I wasn't having the best time that day. Anyways, right next to me is my dad. My dad is amazing. He was a Top Gun pilot in the US Navy. That's him, the one that's upside down. He's really kind and super organized and structured. Every time he gets in the car, he runs through a mental pre-flight checklist, always in the same order. Adjust seat, adjust mirrors, seatbelt, verify passenger status, ignition. Look, I love my dad to death, but when he tried to teach me how to drive stick, it was a little rough. I didn't know what I was doing, I was stalling out over and over, and I wasn't following the pre-flight checklist. It wasn't working. My older brother had to take over. Now, unlike my dad, my brother plays video games. He used to absolutely crush me at Mario Kart. He knew how to make it a game. When I stopped trying to learn the formal way and started learning through play, things clicked. Soon, I found myself flying down the freeway in my brother's old Toyota. When I bought my first car, I chose a manual on purpose. It's like this with software, too. Pay attention to your curiosities. Let yourself follow little rabbit trails, even if they don't lead anywhere useful. Build little apps just for the heck of it, and then throw them away. The important part isn't growing to 100 million ARR. It sounds cheesy, but it's true. The important part is the things we learn along the way. Now, there are two different ways that I've found to learn through silly software. You can start with the idea or start with the tools. When you start with an idea, you let your curiosity drive. The idea is the end goal, and you just have to figure out how to get there. Let me tell you about an example. I was mindlessly scrolling Instagram one day, as one does when you're over 25, when I came across this video.
If vibes.cringe, throw new, nope, yeet, new error. Big yikes. while vibes.dank fam.slay.
Now, this video made me laugh. And I also thought to myself, I bet someone could totally make this happen. Wait, I bet I could make this happen. So I started to look into what it would take. I've heard of a programming language once that's comprised entirely of moos. Yeah, like cows mooing. So my first instinct was to build a small coding language and compiler. Now, after about 2 minutes of Googling, that just seemed too hard. I was committed to the bit, but I wasn't like that committed. Then I remembered about something called polyfills. There's a tool called Babel that transforms JavaScript code into other JavaScript code. Surely you could extend that in some way, right? I let myself follow this rabbit trail and built this. This is a Babel plugin called Glow Up Vibes. It lets you code in internet slang, and it transpiles it into valid JavaScript. Instead of throwing an error, you can yeet an L. Console.error is lowkey.cringe. Cap is false. This project got 3 million views on Instagram, 992 GitHub stars, and 99 pull requests. If I had stopped myself from going down this rabbit trail the minute I started losing shareholder value, I wouldn't know anything about Babel plugins. But now I do. And it's all because I let myself have fun. I fed my inner Tom. And now, Tom knows how to publish an NPM package. The second way to learn through silly software is by starting with a tool that you'd like to learn. Recently, I entered a competition that reinvigorated my career and introduced me to lifelong friends because I employed this method. Last summer, I saw that CodeTV and Mux were running a competition to see who could build the worst video player possible. It was like those bad UI competitions where you build something cursed on purpose. Now, I thought that this was right up my alley. I can build bad software. In my last performance review, my boss said that I do that every day. So I decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Enter a fun competition and learn something about WebSockets. Now, I had heard about WebSockets, but I never needed to use them for my day job. I knew they were a way to communicate in multiple directions in real time. So I came up with an idea for a very bad video player based on the purpose and capabilities of WebSockets. My bad video player was inspired by those group projects that we all hated in school. One person's input can negatively impact everyone else's experience. If you pause, we all pause. If you set your video to max volume in a public space, we're all listening at max volume right there with you. The playback rate is based on the average longitude of all connected users. And to set the volume, you need to make a noise inversely proportional to the volume that you want. So to get a quiet video for everyone, you gotta scream. Throughout this project, I learned how to use WebSockets, and it didn't feel like pulling teeth. It was fun. And as a bonus, I even won the competition. I got to fly to New York, meet up with the Mux team, and go to my very first tech conference. And that's where I met a bunch of wonderful people. It started a chain reaction of opportunities to challenge myself. And it's one of the reasons why I'm on this stage today, because I fed my inner Tom. So building silly software can be an incredibly powerful way to learn new skills and technologies. And you never know where it can take you. Who knows, maybe next year your stupid app will have you on this stage. So please, feed your Tom. My favorite living author, Robin Sloan, knows how to code. He wrote an article called "An App Can Be a Home-Cooked Meal." In it, he describes a photo messaging app that he built for his family. For years, his family has been using this home-cooked app. It suits them perfectly, and it comes without the pressure to scale, develop a corporate voice, or optimize for revenue. He calls it rewarding in exactly the same way that cooking for someone you love is rewarding. This app that he wrote is a way to connect with and serve his family. He writes, "When you liberate programming from the requirement to be professional and scalable, it becomes a different activity altogether, just as cooking at home is really nothing like cooking in a commercial kitchen." Did you hear that? Liberate programming from the requirement to be professional and scalable. That's what silly software does. Now, this article was originally written in February of 2020. The world has changed just a little bit since then. Let me expand on Robin's definition. An app can be a home-cooked meal, and it can also be a Polaroid picture. Instant, disposable, and a cute gift for a friend. With the proliferation of AI tools, making this kind of personal software is only becoming easier. In a couple of prompts, you can build a silly little single-use app for a friend or family member. They can use it for a week and never touch it again, and that's okay. Because we're feeding our inner Toms and not weighing ourselves down with professionalism and revenue and metrics, we can just play. And our play can help connect us with the people that we care about. Let me show you a couple more examples. This is the Girlfriend Guide. It's a young bachelor's compendium of relationship tips that he sourced from female friends. It actually contains some solid advice, like, when she vents, don't fix, listen first. Sometimes she needs a witness, not a mechanic. This one is DigiBouquet. It's an app that lets you arrange a digital bouquet. You can choose each flower, select from a variety of greenery, and arrange your flowers how you want them to. Then type in a sweet note and copy the link to send it off to a loved one. In this tweet, Eunice writes, "Vibe coding is so cool because what do you mean I can whip up a cute letter delivery website in less than an hour and make my friend's entire day?" This creator built a website where users can make custom advent calendars for their friends to open each day. And, by the way, did you know, as we speak, there are people using silly software to connect with us? Matt built a 3D version of this room, where people are listening to the talks alongside of us right now, because they couldn't make it in person. Apps like these are a great way to show the people that you love that you care about them. Nowadays, you can build them in just a few prompts, and your friends and family will feel so special knowing that you built an app just for them. So, how does your Tom feel now? Let's make sure that you have more magical coding moments this year than ever before. So, build silly software to fight burnout. Build silly software to learn a new skill. Build silly software to connect with others. And never forget to feed your inner Tom. To help with this, I recently launched a website called sillysoftware.club. It's a collection of fun and whimsical software that I've found online. You can sign up for the newsletter to get software delivered to your inbox every single month. I want to add your apps to this site because I want to show off how you're feeding your inner Toms. I also brought a bunch of Tom stickers and temporary tattoos, so come see me at the Resend booth after this, and you can claim yours. So, last thing. I've been to enough conferences to know that you oftentimes leave feeling inspired, but it's a heavy kind of inspiration. Like you've just been given a lot of homework. That's not how I want you to feel after this talk. I want you to feel inspired so that you're free to play. They say there's a moment when you go outside to play for the last time as a kid. You don't know it then, but it's the last time. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going outside to play again today, and tomorrow, and the next day. My question for you is, will you join me? Thank you.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks.
So much of the arc of this talk is my exact arc. Make ridiculous stuff
Yeah.
happens, you never know what's going to happen. What is your encouragement to people that are like, well, on my side project time, I need to be focused on building something to make money, and I can't focus on silly software?
I mean, I know this doesn't apply to every single person on the planet, but I think in general I disagree. Like, you need to have maintenance mode. Like, you need to take care of your Tom, and part of that is just playing and remembering why you fell in love with coding.
And is there a way, these are your words, so I'm not saying this about Resend.
Yeah?
Working at a boring company or whatever you
yeah,
said, is there a way to microdose silly software inside of your actual day job?
Yeah, I mean, as a DX engineer, part of my job is showing what's possible on the platform, and so there are fun applications of email. I know it's a critical piece of infrastructure for many apps, so you don't want to be flippant about it.
Resend booth. Time.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
All right, we got a packed house. Who's up next? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so up next, the man who needs no introduction, but I do want to remind you that if you have RSVP'd for the After Dark party later tonight, that is at 6 p.m., and you can check Luma for all the details on that. So up next is Mr. Otwell himself, the founder, CEO, and creator of Laravel. Please welcome Taylor Otwell.
All right. How's everyone doing? Ooh, these are bright lights. It's good to be back. Yeah, it's been a crazy year since the last Laracon in Denver. How many people here this is your very first Laracon? Wow, that's a lot. It actually is always quite a few people that are attending their very first Laracon, which is good to see, right? Like, we have fresh faces coming in to the community. We don't want we don't want total stagnation, so it's good to see. Like I said, it has been a crazy year since the last Laracon. I think I told this story in Europe, but when we did like hackathons a year ago before Laracon, none of us were really like heavily using AI, right? Like, we were using like Cursor maybe to tab complete or Copilot or something like that, but none of us had like tons of agents up spinning up code. And that wasn't like weird or anything. It just like wasn't a thing even just 1 year ago. And this spring when we did a hackathon before Laracon in Amsterdam, none of us were writing code by hand. So it's just been a crazy time. It's been a really exciting time, honestly, but maybe for some people a bit disorienting. And I've personally found it like very invigorating and very exciting. I'm having more fun building things than ever because I can build more things. I can experiment with new ideas. If they don't work, I can throw them away. No big deal. But if they do work, great. Like, I can build so much faster. And I think for Laravel is just in an amazing place in the age of AI because we have this great opinionated framework that kind of gives the AI guardrails to build things really complicated apps in like one prompt or one shot. Because the same things that made Laravel easy to understand for humans makes it easy to understand for AI as well, which is great. And Laravel is doing great. These are, framework daily installs really since almost the very beginning, starting way down there at just a couple hundred installs a day. And you can see on the far right, it's taking a very steep increase now to over 350,000 Laravel framework package installs per day, which is wild. And we're seeing new Laravel apps created by a variety of coding agents. Pretty much every major coding agent out there is spinning up new Laravel apps. And in fact, the number of Laravel apps created by agents is doubling about every 5 weeks. So this is an avenue of Laravel apps being created that is increasing rapidly. Agents are spinning up new apps, building new apps all the time, and that's increasing very quickly, which is great for us, right? That's a lot of new people in our community. That's a lot of you building new things and shipping great stuff. And I think, when I think about Laravel in the age of AI, all of the stuff that made Laravel special is still relevant, right? Building great software, shipping great products, building quickly, being productive, developer happiness. That's what we're still doubling down on at Laravel. That's what I'm still very passionate about. So I just really couldn't be more excited about where we're at. I'm having a lot of fun, and I hope you are too. So, yeah, great. If you've never been to one of my talks before, I kind of run them a little bit like a casual demo of stuff we've been working on, maybe stuff we've shipped in the last couple weeks that you might have missed, or maybe the last month or so, some stuff that I'll be unveiling today for the first time. I'll be showing some stuff that's shipping in a couple weeks from now, so you kind of get a mix of stuff we've recently done, stuff we're doing today, and what's coming in the very near future. Yeah, and let's dig into it. I'm going to start kind of on the open source side of things with some framework stuff that we've been shipping. We'll start with some basic stuff, and then we'll work up to some kind of more advanced examples for stuff we're shipping across the board. All right, so I've got this little app here that will just kind of work top to bottom to reveal this stuff and to kind of try it out. Let's go ahead and reveal the first one. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for you. Complex bindings. This is one that just shipped in the last week. It's a very simple feature, but I wanted to show it to you. It's kind of a cool thing you can do. I'm actually going to dive into some code. I know probably a lot of us. How many of us are writing code by hand exclusively? You don't use any AI to write code. A couple hands, maybe, not a lot. How many of people are not writing any code at all? Mix of both, 50-50, probably a lot of you. I'm going to jump into the code, even though some of you, some of us may not be writing code as much anymore. I think it's still important to see what's available to you so that you can have your agent build these things, or if you're still interested in writing this by hand, you know what's available. So, complex bindings. Let me show you in my demo app. So this is a Laravel app where we'll walk through some of these features and just kind of, I'll show you how they work. So in this file, I have an example of this. So this is a very basic route in Laravel where we're injecting a payment gateway. That's an interface, that's a contract, it's not a concrete implementation. And with interfaces, we could have a couple different implementations of this interface. And so let's go ahead and jump over to the interface file. And Laravel recently, this year, added a lot of attributes that let you control how things are done in the framework across a variety of different facilities in the framework. So one of them is this bind attribute, where you can actually bind an interface to an implementation right next to the interface, in that interface file, which is really convenient because it kind of just gives you one spot to look. If you look at the interface, you can just immediately see what it's bound to in the container, which is really convenient. You don't have to jump into a service provider or anything like that. But what recently got added is the second attribute, bind when. So what this is basically doing is, under normal circumstances, we'll bind the payment gateway to the Stripe payment gateway. But maybe we're going to run a beta with a new feature flag of a new payment gateway, let's imagine. And we want to bind the interface to that implementation if a feature flag is active in our database. And I'm using Laravel Pennant to control my feature flags. So these conditional bindings, this is actually only supported in PHP 8.5, which unlocked the ability to pass a closure to an attribute. So this is pretty cutting edge PHP and pretty cutting edge framework feature. So anyway, if this feature is not enabled, and I don't think it is for this user, let's go ahead and hit this route, we will get the Stripe payment gateway, as you can see here. But if we were to jump into like our app service provider and turn on this feature, I'll just return true here where I define the feature, and we hit the route, we get the beta payment gateway. So simple feature, but I wanted to start small and show you something where you can do kind of complex conditional bindings right in an interface definition and let you build like really readable, understandable, kind of cool code and tap into even your feature flags right in your interface definition. All right, so that's complex conditional bindings in attributes. All right, let's go ahead and hop into the next reveal. Debounced jobs. This is a really cool feature that I think it shipped about a month ago, and I feel like just went kind of under the radar for how cool it is, and I want to show you how it works. So let's look at the code first. Close this stuff out. I'll go ahead and start a queue worker while I'm over here. If we look at this route, when we run this post route, we're going to loop through a loop 20 times, and we're going to dispatch this job just really quickly, like 20 instances of that job, basically all at the same time. And then we'll keep track of which ones are executing in the cache. But imagine a situation where like you have maybe a search index of products, and every time the product is updated, you want to update the search index. But imagine that the product is updated very frequently, right? Either your catalog is just very like updated at a high rate, and you don't necessarily want to update the search index like every time if it's updated every few seconds, right? You might want to debounce the jobs. So basically how that works is if I go to the job definition, there's a new attribute called debounce for, and then I'm passing the number of seconds that I want to debounce the job for, and then I'll explain max wait in a second. But basically what this means is no matter how many jobs I queue, only one of them will execute. The last one will win, basically, in that 5-second period. So it lets me dispatch jobs very quickly without having to worry about them all executing. Only the last one will win in that 5-second period. So my search index is not like constantly being hit. It kind of lets you be a little bit more performant or, what's the word I'm looking for? It lets you not just like denial of service your search index. And then we'll just execute the job like normal. Whichever one wins, we'll just put an entry in the cache that said that executed successfully, and then we'll be able to visualize this in our browser. So we've got our queue worker running. Let's hit this route. And I've kind of got a little dashboard here for us to visualize this. But if I hit this button to dispatch 20 jobs, see them all push out onto the queue. We're kind of in this waiting period for 5 seconds. The first 19 are just discarded. And then the 20th one should be lighting up green because it executed. So hopefully that helped you visualize kind of how debounce jobs work. It lets you throw a bunch of stuff out onto the queue and just let the last one win. Very convenient. It lets your controllers be very simple and still do something very complex behind the scenes just by adding a simple attribute to your job. So I felt like this feature just was like a little bit underrated when it first came out, but was very cool. So try that out if you need to debounce your jobs. All right. Yeah, good one. That was a community contribution. Next reveal, bonus unlocked. There are some bonus reveals throughout the talk that are not in the code, but sort of tangential to the code that I wanted to show you that are very cool. Let's open the first one. PHP Artisan Dev. We have made some cool improvements to the development server in Laravel. Let me just walk you through it. So in my terminal, I'll close out this queue worker. You may have seen that recently, I think last year, honestly, we shipped this thing called Composer Dev, where if you run it, it starts up various things that your Laravel app needs to run. It starts up the web server, so you can actually hit the app in the browser at localhost port 8000. So there's the app. But it also starts like a queue worker. It starts your Vite stuff, so all your front-end assets are getting compiled, and you're getting hot module reloading. And it starts all of that at once in one command. And kind of the idea behind it was if someone new on your team clones down the project, they can just run this one command and everything starts. They don't have to remember a bunch of different terminal commands that they need to run. So this was cool, but we've kind of taken a step further with a new artisan command that does a really similar thing with a couple of added benefits. So I'm going to kill off the Composer Dev, and I'm going to do PHP Artisan Dev. And you'll see the output pretty much looks the same. It's starting all of the same stuff, but I want to walk you through a couple of the benefits. So it started the web server like usual. We can hit the app. It started a queue worker. It started Vite. But let me go ahead and close it down and show you that in the code, you can actually programmatically change what runs. So maybe your team wants to add a couple more commands to your dev setup. So you can call dev commands : artisan and register additional things that should run when you run PHP artisan dev. So for example, maybe you want to run your web server on port 9000, or maybe you want to run the scheduler via the schedule work command. You can add this in your app service provider so that anyone on your team that boots up the app gets everything they need right out of the box. So now, if I start up PHP artisan dev, we should see, sorry, typo. We should see, there's the scheduler running, so the scheduler is running, we're running scheduled jobs. But another really cool thing about this is packages can hook into this. So let me close it down, and let's do a composer require Laravel reverb. So maybe we're using reverb for WebSockets. Now, if you install reverb, that's another thing that you have to run when you start your app or your WebSockets don't work. So PHP Artisan Dev automatically accepts these registrations from packages. They could be our first-party packages or even packages that the community is building that need to register commands. And you can see now we get a reverb server running when we run PHP Artisan Dev. So it's kind of like one dev command to rule them all, basically, that not only you can tap into programmatically, but packages can register their own commands so that when you start your app up to work on it, everything is running. It's just really convenient, simple feature, but saves you quite a bit of time and a convenient thing to have. So that is the new PHP Artisan Dev command that we're shipping today. Let's see. I'll get rid of that stuff. All right, let's keep going. Next reveal. Refreshing locks. This is another feature that shipped recently that also was very underrated. Let's hop into a route and I'll kind of show you how it works and what the benefits are. So let's imagine that you have, in this case I'm doing it in a route, but you have some long-running task that is generating a lot of reports or something that takes a lot of time, and you want to lock the process, generate all the reports, and then release the lock. That's like a typical Laravel workflow using our atomic locks feature in the cache. The problem with that is if it's very long-running, let's say it's going to take like an hour, and you grab the lock, and it takes a little bit longer than that. Or maybe it takes a little bit shorter than that, or something goes wrong. The lock can be held for way longer than it needs to be in one case, or it can not be held for long enough in the other case, and then you have like a duplicate report being generated. So what is actually a better approach to this, and it wasn't possible until the last few weeks, is take a shorter lock, generate one thing, and then refresh the lock for a shorter amount of time so that if it fails, your lock is only held for like a few seconds and not a whole hour, and you can rerun the job. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a little bit of a complicated concept, but hopefully this will illustrate it for you. So in this route, I'm going to grab a lock for just 5 seconds. I'm going to go through a loop where let's just imagine I'm generating 3 reports, and all I have to do is call lock refresh on line 17. That will refresh the lock for another 5 seconds so I can generate the next report. Or I could pass the number of seconds that I want to refresh the lock for if I want to refresh it for 10 seconds. If I don't pass the seconds, it will just refresh it for the amount of time I originally requested. Okay, hopefully that makes sense, but when we hit this route, we should just see it kind of refreshing the lock and spinning through. So it acquired the lock, generating the reports, refresh the lock on each iteration, and then finally release the lock. Again, very sounds simple under the hood, actually kind of complicated, but very useful if you're running long-running tasks. I recommend you hold the locks for a shorter amount of time, refresh them as you go. It can avoid very kind of painful problems in production. All right, so that is refreshable locks, another really cool community contribution. So thank you to the community for contributing that to our open source framework. All right, next one. We are baking image manipulations right into Laravel as a first-party thing. This is super cool. So this has kind of been a long time coming, I feel like, but the ability to optimize images, to manipulate them right as a Laravel kind of first-party thing is going to be available today. So let's look at this routes file where we have a few different examples. The most basic example of just like accepting an image through a form, I can call this new optimized method off the request image method. That will convert the image to a WebP image. It will optimize it so it's a smaller file size. And then I can just call the store method to throw it out onto Laravel Cloud Storage, some S3 compatible storage, or even just to local disk. And then we'll just return the result and we'll see what happens. So let's go ahead and hit this. I've got this little form here. Let's pick an image. I've got some wallpapers here. Upload and optimize. All right, so you can see this is the image we uploaded. Before it was 2.35 megabytes. We optimized it to about 500 kilobytes for a 77% reduction. Super easy, built right into Laravel. You don't have to install any other packages or anything like that. Works locally, works on Laravel Cloud. It's really convenient. All right, you can do a few other things. Let me hop back into the code. So we've added a couple other kind of like really common image manipulation methods. So you can scale images, basically resize them while maintaining their aspect ratio. So in this case, maybe you want to scale an image to 800 pixels wide. You can control the quality of the output image with an integer from 0 to 100. And then let's go ahead and hit this route and see what happens. Scale. Okay, we've scaled the image down to 800 pixels, super simple. You can also do cover. Basically, this is almost like cropping the image. That's built right in. You can do contain, which will resize the image, but then allow you to fill in the gaps with a certain hex code or a color. Or you can do even just like funky effects like convert it to grayscale. You can rotate images. You can do all sorts of things built right into the framework. And it's all using really simple methods, cover 500 pixels, contain 500 pixels, scale, grayscale, rotate, sharpen. You can do all of this stuff. You can convert to different formats. And again, you don't really need to install anything extra. It's just built right into the framework now. We try to kind of cover the most common stuff that most developers need. And hopefully that's super convenient for you. Again, even if you're not writing the code, this will be plugged into Laravel Boost so that your agents know that they can tap into all of these new features right in the framework. Super cool. Nuno did a great job working on this actually, and community member Oliver Vogel, who maintains the intervention package, which is powering a lot of this under the hood. Thank you so much for your efforts in making this possible. So really, a really great new feature. All right. Let's go back to our directory. Reveal. Bonus unlocked. I honestly don't remember which bonus this is. So we'll be surprised together. CPX 2.0. This is super cool. So community member Liam Hammett, who's here at the conference, he started this project called CPX a while back. And have you ever used NPX in the Node ecosystem? Okay, not a lot of you, so this will actually be cool. It'll be something new. It's easier if I just kind of show you how this works. So when you're using PHP and Composer, maybe a lot of you have seen packages that are like, use Composer global required to install this package so that you can use it from anywhere on your machine. Have you ever done anything like that? Composer global require? The problem with that is, the way Composer works is it installs all of those packages in one shared Composer directory on your machine. And if any of their version constraints conflict, you're like super hosed. You just like are kind of stuck and you can't get any further. So it's not great. So CPX really improves that whole story. It lets you run any like command line PHP package just like on the fly. So let me show you how it works. So basically I can do something like CPX Nuno Maduro PHP Insights. And it will install that package and just run the CLI tool. This is a tool that Nuno built that gives you insights about your PHP code. And I'm not like installing it globally. There's no version constraint problems to worry about. I can just run these things on the fly, and it's super, super convenient. Or I could do like CPX Laravel Cloud CLI list. It's going to run that from the Cloud CLI, but again, I'm not globally installing it. I'm just running like an ad hoc thing. And you can see that it took a second to download the package, but what's cool is if we run it again, it's going to be very fast. So it caches the things that you use, keeps them all isolated so you don't have any dependency conflicts, and then you can run these things very quickly without cluttering up your like global composer dependencies. It's really a great tool. It's very, very convenient. And let me show you a couple other things it can do. So I can do things like, I think, cpx installed to see the packages that I've kind of got cached and when I last ran them, or I could do cpx clean to kind of purge the cache. If there's any updates to the packages and you run the cpx command, it will update the package and then run the command, so you're like always up to date. It's a really awesome little tool, and cpx 2.0 is going to be available today. It's launching right after I get off stage. Second bonus, back-to-back bonus. Pint and Blade. Let me show you this. So Pint is a tool that Nuno and the open source team built to format your PHP code kind of in this opinionated way so you never have to think about it. Historically, it has never worked on Blade templates, which has always been a real pain point if you're using Blade or using Livewire, Filament, stuff like that. That is also being fixed today. So let me show you an example. Let me see. I'm going to go into a separate project. I have got a Livewire component here. And if I scroll down, you can see, one, my PHP code is kind of messed up, right? Like the braces are in the wrong spot. My Blade template down here is also messed up. You know, the if statements aren't really like aligned. The for each is not aligned, things like that. So I can now just run vendor bin pint -- blade. And everything is just formatted. It just works, and yeah, really great. So thank you to Nuno. Thank you for the community members that worked on this for making this possible. Really great. I'm not sure there's much more to say about it other than it just works. It formats your blade now, and that's awesome. All right, I'm going to close out that project. Let's go back to our list. Laravel head. This is a new package we are releasing to manage head tag attributes in your applications. I will admit that when the open source team first kind of like pitched this idea, I was like, I guess that's okay. The way it turned out, I'm actually super happy with. It's a very cool, convenient thing that like once you see it, you're like, oh yeah, I actually have needed that my entire life, and I didn't realize it. So let me show you kind of how it works. I've got a demo here, and we'll look at the code as well. So let's see, where is this demo? So there's a couple new things going on that I want to show you. First, let's go to our app service provider. And you can see down here, I've defined some defaults about what I want to go in my head tag for my application. This is where I can set sort of like your application level fallback defaults. So my title tag, I want it to be Laracon. I can set a suffix. So individual pages will be able to override the title, and it will be prefixed to this suffix. So I want every page's title to end with kind of this bar Laravel. I can set a description. I can set canonical URLs. I can set an open graph image. I can set, my Twitter card. I can define all of that application-wide. And then in my template, all I have to do is @head to output all of the attributes that should go in my head tag, and then I'll show you how we can override those on a route-by-route basis. So if we hop into these routes, you can see that for this head about route, I can now chain this with head method onto the route definition and override the title, override the description. And now on this page, we can see this is kind of a visualization of what the head tag would receive. The title, about, I can get the new description, and all of that is just dumped out in the head tag for me. Plus I get my Twitter image, my open graph stuff, everything just works. All right, back in the code. I can also kind of override it programmatically within the route. I don't have to chain it on the route definition, which lets me do, if I have kind of more lengthy head definition I need to add, I can do that here. So I could override the description, I could override the open graph type, I could override the open graph image for this article. Maybe this is like a blog. I can even do conditional stuff, like if this is a draft article, I want it hidden from robots. There's a lot of really cool methods you can use to manipulate all of these tags very easily and very simply from your routes. And if we hit this in our browser, you can see that everything just updates. and you just never really have to think about it. This is really cumbersome stuff to like kind of bolt on at the end of your application development cycle. So having this built right in to have this nice way to manage all this is just super convenient. And once I saw it, I was just like, wow, that would have been nice to have, all these years. So pretty cool. And again, if we hit the drafts, you can see that we're not letting robots index this content. We can define schemas. So if we want to define JSON linked data schemas, we can do that. And what that looks like in the code is, we can define product schemas for t-shirts, prices, offers. All of that stuff is built right in. Really a thoroughly done package that's very, very convenient. All right, so that is the new Laravel head package. We're also releasing that today, so you'll be able to start using it in your apps immediately. Really, really nice. All right, I'm going to get into some AI stuff. So we have our AI SDK, which makes working with AI super convenient to do different kinds of agents, text generation, image generation, audio generation, all sorts of stuff. I want to show you a really cool, simple method that we added just a couple days ago to quickly generate text summaries. All right, so we're now going to be heading into some of the AI SDK stuff. If I look at this route, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. You can see I've got this big, long string of text that I'm passing to the string of method. All I have to do now is call summarize, and I will get a summarize of any long string that I want to anywhere in my app. It's becoming increasingly common to kind of have these little AI summaries of things, blog posts, drafts, things like that. So this was very convenient. In the same way you can say like image of and tell Laravel what you wanted to make an image of. Just being able to call summarize on a string and get an AI-powered summary of any string in your app with zero configuration. We automatically use the cheapest model on your preferred provider that you have configured in your config AI file, and it sort of just works. So let's go ahead and hit this route. We should get a summary of that big long chunk of text. All right, so we get a shorter summary. And what's cool is you can actually pass, how many sentences roughly do you want the agent to summarize this into? Very convenient, so I can rerun it and get a little bit shorter summary. Really convenient feature. You can build like an eloquent cast out of this so that if a post is updated, this AI-generated summary automatically gets updated. A lot of kind of like cool stuff you can do with this that's very, very simple. So that's the new string summarize method powered by the AI SDK. All right, let's hop into some more stuff. Bonus unlocked. All right, another bonus. Inertia Chrome DevTools. This one is cool. Let me start up my Vite server. And I have got a React starter kit using our Inertia React starter kit right here. I've already got an account here, so let's just log in. And if I open up my Chrome DevTools, there is a new Inertia tab, which is really cool. And it is just like so simple and so easy to use. I can go to any page that I've navigated to. I can see all of the props that came down from the server. I can see if they're shared. I can see if they're always sent. I can see the HTTP headers that were sent, the response headers. I can even see the route that handled this request. I can click on it. I can click on the TypeScript component. It opens it right in my editor. It is just so, so slick. And if I navigate around, let me show you this. Let's say if I'm going to like the settings page, you can see that prefetch that came in there on the bottom left, and then I can navigate. And what's really cool is I can see that this was a cache hit right here. And so it shows me, oh, you might want to view the prefetch request that actually made this request. I can get all the props for that. It is just like, I don't know. I don't know how we survived without this. But Pascal on the open source team just did an amazing job on this. It's almost so simple, it's like hard for me to even demo because it's just like, it just is what it is. It's just great. If I come into this order dashboard, this is a polling page, so I can see that like right here on the bottom left, you can see these polling requests come in, so it indicates that these are polls that are happening. I can see the props that were sent down, the new orders. I can expand it all really conveniently. It is just super, super nice. It is in the Chrome extension store, whatever it's called, today. You can install it. You can start using it. It will make your Inertia dev experience much, much better. I couldn't be happier to have this out to you today, so enjoy that. All right, let's keep moving. We recently released an OpenAI compatible provider for the AI SDK. So the AI SDK supports all of the most popular providers, of course, Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, Bedrock on AWS, and a variety of others. But we also recently added one that's just called OpenAI-compatible, which unlocks probably hundreds of other providers that you can use, and even local providers, which I wanted to show you. So in this case, I've got this little AI chat. It's just using the AI SDK to have a simple chat agent in our Laravel app, and I can control the model up here. And I'm using the OpenAI compatible driver to talk to Fireworks, who's an inference provider, and I'm going to be talking to an open weight GPT model by OpenAI. So I can just say, hi, how are you? Tell me about Laravel. All right, very fast. So I can hook into a lot more inference providers than I could before, just using the same simple AI SDK. Again, like I said, I could even talk to local models. Let me clear out my database so this chat history is gone. And we can switch this to local. I've actually got a model running. I've got a Google model running locally on this laptop. Hello, how are you? It is not quite as fast to run models locally yet, but it's not too bad. What model are you? You can see I'm a large language model trained by Google. So I'm actually talking to a Google trained model running locally in LM Studio, so nothing's ever leaving my laptop. And our new OpenAI compatible provider in the AI SDK is what makes this possible. So go out, experiment with a bunch of different models. It opens up a lot of different provider options for you in your Laravel apps and even local models, as you can see here. So really cool. That's also available today. Image embeddings. This is another really fun one and really cool one that unlocks a lot of cool possibilities for your app. So we have had embedding support in the AI SDK since it launched, where you could generate embeddings from text and then semantically search that text. We are now today launching multimodal embedding support, so you can generate embeddings for images, audio, video, and then quickly search through them in something like a PG vector database. And I'll show you a demo of it. It's really cool stuff. So to show you how it works, I actually wrote an artisan command. Let me get to the right route. I wrote an artisan command to ingest a bunch of images that I have put in my storage directory. So I have this photos directory, and it just has maybe 30 images in it, different wallpapers. And I wrote this command to ingest them all. So in here, I'm just going to loop through every photo. I'm going to optimize it using the new image stuff that we saw earlier. I'm going to create an AI image powered by our AI SDK, and then I can just call embeddings for and pass it all 30 images at once and generate embeddings using Google's new Gemini embedding 2 model. And then I'm going to put them in a local Postgres database that I'm using PG Vector on to search, and we'll be able to semantically search these images very quickly, and it's pretty impressive. So let's go ahead and run this artisan command, photos index. Artisan photos index. That's going to run for just a few seconds while it generates those embeddings and puts them in our database. Come on, robots. There we go. All right, we got 36 photos indexed. And let's go ahead and hit this route. And you can see we've kind of got this image directory here. And I can just search semantically across any of the images. So I can search like cactus and get hopefully a cactus. Or I could search, lake in gold field. And I get an image that looks like that. Or I can search Ferris wheel. Right, so we've generated semantic embeddings for all of these images. And what is cool is since the AI SDK caches embeddings, you can see how when I search for this stuff, it kind of took a second because it was generating the embeddings for the text that I'm searching for, and then searching the image embeddings. But caching is built into the AI SDK, so now, like if I search cactus again, did you see how fast it was? Or if I search Ferris wheel, it's like almost instantaneous because we're actually caching the embeddings And you don't really have to do anything in your own application to unlock this. We just intelligently cache embeddings based on matching text using your configured cache driver. So you can use this to build semantic search for images in your application. But again, not only for images, for audio, if you want to build semantic search for podcasts or things like that, or even video, if you want to be able to query semantically for certain videos that contain certain content. And the words don't even have to be contained in the video, right? We're just semantically searching them. And you can very quickly build that in your Laravel apps now. And again, multimodal embedding support is available today in the AI SDK. All right, last bonus of the open source section, Laravel LSP. So we have built a language server for Laravel. You may remember, I don't know if it was last year or year before, we launched a VS Code extension for Laravel that gave you kind of intelligence about your app, config completions, environment variable completions. We have now built a language server to bring that to all editors. So if you're using Zed, if you're using NeoVim, whatever you're using, you now can install the Laravel LSP. You get config completion, you get view completion, you get environment variable completion, validation completion, all sorts of stuff. And it can even hook into your agents, which I'll show you in a second. So let me show you how this works. I actually have installed it on my Zed editor here locally. So if I open Zed, let me open a recent project, this Laracon project. Actually, let's go into this one. And let's go to this order controller. And if I'm in this project, I should just be able to yeah, you can see I'm getting completions on my configs. I can do even click through, so order index will take me straight to that component. I can do the env function, and I get all my environment variables. This works across all editors. Really great, and it brings that intelligence to wherever you're writing code. Or if you're using it in an agent, I have got this Laravel app, and let me open it up real quick. And I've got my open code JSON where I've actually configured the Laravel LSP in my open code agent config. And so now, if I start open code and say, I don't know, what is in my routes file? If you look over here on the right on the LSPs, once it reads that routes file, it should activate our Laravel LSP, and that's going to give your AI agents more intelligence about your Laravel apps. And you can see there it activated the PHP IntelliFence, which is kind of the basic PHP LSP, and our Laravel LSP. So even your agent has access to a little bit more intelligence to help it be guided more correctly when it's building your Laravel app. So again, even if you're not manually editing the code, you can still plug this LSP into your agents and get better results, more correct code. All right, so that is the Laravel LSP. That is also shipping today, so you can install that immediately. All right, last reveal of the open source section. Human tool approvals in the AI SDK. This is one of the really big features that I wanted to get out before tagging a 1.0 of the AI SDK, and it is super, super cool. So the AI SDK always had tools, and tools are, things that an agent can do. Maybe you have an agent that sends emails, and it has a tool that it uses to do that using some email provider. But sometimes tools need human approval. Maybe you want to issue a refund, or before you want to send an email campaign, you want a Slack notification that lets you click approve by a human before that campaign is sent. Human tool approvals in our AI SDK let you do that. So let's look at that in the code first. I'll go ahead and open the demo, but let's look at the code first, and you can kind of see how you define these types of tools. So I'm going to open a separate project here. This is basically going to be a campaign email sender that a marketing team could use to work up an email campaign, and then we're going to send it to some audience that our application has registered. So if I go into the send campaign tool, this is a normal Laravel AI SDK agent tool. I can now implement this approvable interface, and this means that this tool potentially needs human approval. And down here further in the class, I just need to define a needs approval method where I can dynamically decide, does this invocation of the tool need human approval? In this case, I'm basically going to require approval before any email campaigns are sent, but I could conditionally check it. I could put an if statement here and return false. If we're sending to a testing audience and maybe we don't want human tool approval, I can do that here. All right, but let me just show you what it looks like. It's a little bit easier to see when you actually see it on the screen, but this is all we need to do. And the AI SDK is automatically going to store all of the pending tool approvals. It's going to serialize them to your database for you. You really don't have to do a lot. All you have to do is like represent the tool approval on the front end however you want, and you can style it however you want. All right, so what it looks like is, let's just say we want to draft an invitation to Laracon speakers for the closing reception. I'll send that to the agent. It's going to generate a potential email. Maybe I want to iterate it on it a little bit. I can say the reception is over at 8 p.m. It's at, let's say, SoWa Power Station. It will update that email. All right, maybe we're good to send this now. So let's just say, looks good. Send it. And we should get an approval before it is sent. All right, so now we get this human tool approval waiting for us. And again, we could show this on the web, we could show this in Slack, we could show it wherever we want. And like I said, this is all persisted for you if you're using the remembers conversations trait on your agent. So if I refresh this, everything's persisted, it loads right back up. I can come back to this tomorrow if I want, and that's perfectly fine. If this all looks good, this does, I can just hit approve and send. All right, that campaign's approved. The agent says it was sent to 42 Laracon speakers. Super nice, super easy. And it's hard, honestly, for me to articulate like how much goes into building this kind of feature. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, and most other like AI SDKs, they don't really give you any of the persistence or any of that state out of the box. They're just like, yep, there's pending decisions, like good luck, like storing them. There's no opinions around anything. But with Laravel and our AI SDK and all of the opinions that are baked into the framework, we know how to store this. We know how to make it as simple as possible for you so that it's just super, super easy to set this up, which is typically not trivial. So that's human tool approvals in the AI SDK available today. So you can start using it immediately. All right, that kind of concludes the open source section of the talk. It took a little bit longer than I expected, to be honest. Almost everything I showed you is available today. I'll recap that at the end, but you can kind of start digging in. Hopefully you really enjoy it. Open source is still at the heart of what we do at Laravel. It's still what I'm super passionate about. I spend probably 2 to 3 hours per day on GitHub, still to this day, for 15 years basically, maintaining the Laravel framework. I still read every line of code that it goes into the Laravel framework. It is not a slot factory. Even though we are just greatly benefiting from agents, I still really enjoy making sure the framework is very highly curated and a great experience for you all, and hopefully you all enjoy it. All right, I want to transition to the back half of the talk, which is going to be about Laravel Cloud, which we have been pouring our hearts into to make the absolute best deployment experience for Laravel that you've ever seen, and it has come a long way, which I think you'll see today. And Cloud's been doing really well, so thank you for your support. 3.5 million plus Cloud deploys, 500,000 deploys in the last month, 50,000 databases we are running here at Laravel now, which is wild. 150,000 Cloud users across 180 countries. There's been an overwhelming amount of support for Cloud, which is really great to see. We recently introduced, if you haven't seen it, a starter plan on Laravel Cloud that is just $5 a month. It is the cheapest way to get started deploying Laravel. You also get $5 of compute included. So what that means is for just $5, and with our new scale to zero stuff, you can run pretty much all of your side projects and stay within that credit, and you don't spend more than $5. We also introduced spin caps, which I'll show you, scale to zero databases, which I'll show you, managed queues, which are just awesome, and you're going to hear more about today. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because it is pretty recent. If you didn't know that there was a new pricing plan on Cloud that is very accessible for almost every member of the community, give that a shot. Cloud has come a long way, which you'll see today. When we first launched Cloud, a little over a year ago, we would show it to people and it's impressive and it's like, cool, but how is that really better than what I have now? Understandable, right? It's 1.0 of the product, it was just out the door. But it has come so far in the last year plus months. And I'm just so proud of the team at Laravel for the work they have put into this. In a way, I feel it feels almost unfair that I get to deliver some of these features to you because So much of the Laravel team has poured their hearts into cloud, and there's so many new features that weren't there when we launched that make it just totally such a game-changing platform. Preview environments, scale to zero Valky, Reverb, MySQL, which wasn't there at launch, managed queues, scheduled auto-scaling, mono repos, which we just launched, and I'll show you. Private cloud networks, secret managers, usage limits, lots of stuff. So if you haven't tried cloud in a while, give it a shot. I'm going to give you a quick tour of it today, as well as some of the new stuff that we're shipping, so you can see what we've been working on. All right, so I'm in the cloud dashboard here. Let's just get started by deploying a fresh Laravel app out on the cloud so you can see what it looks like, and we'll kind of walk through some of the new stuff and what it means. All right, so I've got a Laravel app here. All right, I'm just going to hit Create Application. And then I'm dropped into my infrastructure canvas. This is where I can configure my app. And let's go ahead and add a database. Most Laravel apps use a database. It is super easy to add databases in Laravel Cloud. I've already got one created here, a Laravel MySQL database. I'm going to attach it to this app. That's really all I have to do. What is brand new within the last couple of weeks is scale to zero MySQL. So we have invested a lot of time into our scale to zero technology on Laravel Cloud, which will put your app to sleep when it's not being used. And previously, on our first iteration of kind of hibernation, as we called it, it took like 10 seconds plus to wake up your app. We can now wake it up many cases under a second, in many cases under 500 milliseconds. It feels almost instantaneous, which means that even for your side project in production, you can totally leave scale to zero on. And your users, it's really negligible to your users, and you save a lot of money. We've got great bot protection around it so that your app isn't woken up by bots just constantly keeping it awake. It's really, really a game changer. But what is new is scale to zero MySQL, which lets you have a scale to zero MySQL database. We already had scale to zero Valky Redis caches, Redis compatible caches. And your app compute can scale to zero, and it can all wake up extremely quickly. It is really like full stack scale to zero, which is very hard to pull off, and I'm really proud of the team for making this happen. All right, so let's go ahead and save that configuration of adding the database to the app. And then I'm just going to go ahead and deploy this. While this is deploying and we're waiting on kind of this fresh app to come online, let me show you just how fast scale to zero is. I've got this app right here called Scale to Zero. And if I click on it, I've got a scale to zero app cluster, a scale to zero MySQL database, and a scale to zero Valky cluster. That database and that cache are running on our infrastructure. This is not through third-party providers. It sits right next to your app, so it's lightning fast. And let's go ahead and visit this app. And it should take just like a second. The whole stack is up. And it was totally sleeping. The app woke up, the database woke up, and the cache woke up because this route is pulling users from the database, it's hitting the cache, and of course we're hitting the app route. So everything had to wake up, and that's how fast it was. And now it's awake, very quick. It is unbelievable. So this is really like a game changer, especially around preview environments, which I'll show you in a little bit, where, you know, with agents generating so much code, pull requests and code review and previews is sort of becoming like the bottleneck, right? We're generating a lot of code. But with scale to zero across the full stack, you can have your agents churning out tons of features, ship those all to cloud on preview environments with this whole scale to zero full stack setup, and you're not paying anything while you're waiting on, you know, someone to come review that feature or your team to make sure everything looks good. It's all just out there, scaled to zero. You're not paying anything, and it wakes up less than a second. It's really, really great for an agentic workflow. All right, so I do have a few bullet points. I tweeted I'm not using a script. I did jot down a few bullet points. Let's go back to our main app here that we just deployed. I did forget one more thing on scale to zero, sorry. Let me hop over here. Did I lose internet? Okay, we're back. All right, this is my scale to zero app that I was just showing you. One previous limitation of our old hibernation system was people couldn't use hibernation because they had scheduled tasks, right? Tasks that run every hour or that run every night. And when we first launched Cloud, if you had that, you couldn't scale your app to zero because then the scheduler wouldn't run. We have actually built a scale to zero compatible scheduling system that just works. So you define all of your scheduled tasks like normal. When you ship them out to Cloud, we actually detect the scheduled task in your app. In this case, I've scheduled this PHP artisan inspire command to run every day at 5 a.m. And what happens is we will actually wake the app up, run the scheduled thing, and then it will scale back down to 0 for you. So even if you're using scheduled tasks, or you're using queued jobs, which we'll see in a bit, you can still turn on scale to 0 and take full advantage of the cost savings, still have your agentic workflows, but your scheduled tasks will still run if you want them to. So just making you aware of that, it is relatively new, but a really big unlock for using scale to 0 on cloud. All right, let's go back to that other app we were working on. All right, let's see, what else did I want to show you? Okay, new HTTP auto-scaling stuff. This is also new. So when we build Laravel Cloud, one of the things I think about is we're trying to make incredibly hard problems feel really easy for you. And scaling is one of those things that, if you're managing your own servers and your app's kind of taken off, you're getting more visitors, and you need to add another server. Well, now you need to add a load balancer. Now you got to maintain the load balancer. You got to do security updates on the load balancer. You got to maintain the second server. You got to clone the app onto the second server. It really gets kind of nasty pretty quick. When you're using cloud, scaling is as simple as sliding how much you want us to scale. From 1 server up to 5 servers to 10 plus servers. You can go even higher if you're on Laravel private cloud. And when we first launched, we had these CPU and memory thresholds, which you can see here on the right. We've recently launched, within the last month or so, more intelligent HTTP demand-based auto-scaling in addition to these thresholds. And you don't have to set this up. It's always turned on your app. That's why there's no switch for it here. But when you're auto-scaling, we will actually watch the HTTP capacity coming into your app and how many available PHP workers you have serving your request. And when those are getting saturated, we will also scale up to another replica on your app. And the reason we do that is if your app is highly efficient, your database is super tuned, your code is very fast, you can actually exhaust your PHP worker capacity before your memory or CPU is exhausted. So we will actually intelligently scale even in that scenario now, and you don't have to configure it, totally automatic. And again, this is us solving a pretty hard problem and our infrastructure team kind of going above and beyond to make sure that your life is super easy, which is awesome. So that's just something that's available today. You don't have to do anything. If you're deploying on cloud, you just get that if you have auto-scaling turned on. All right, I want to show you another brand new feature. So we just shipped the Laravel Cloud Secret Manager. So I'm going to go back up to the org level, this Laracon org, and if I go into my settings and go to secrets, I can now define secrets that I maybe use across a variety of my applications, maybe common services I use, maybe I use OpenAI, maybe I use Postmark, Resend, Sentry, companies like this where I'm going to be using these secrets a lot. I don't want to have to copy them to every environment that I deploy on cloud. That's really annoying. So I can add them here. They are encrypted locally. We never see the unencrypted version of these secrets, and we store the encrypted version on our side, but they're encrypted locally on your laptop when you add them. And then I can come to any of these apps, and I'll go into my settings here. I'll go down here to my environment variables, and I can just hit leak secrets, and I can just choose what secrets I want to add to this environment. And that's all I have to do. They'll automatically be injected into the environment when I deploy. I don't have to copy them over every time I'm building a new app. I don't have to copy my Postmark key or my Resend key or my OpenAI key. I can just save them once in the secret manager securely and then add them to any environment really, really quickly. Really convenient. All right, I want to talk about some managed queue stuff. We just launched managed queues maybe about a month ago, and we're almost relaunching it next week. The infrastructure team has been absolutely cooking on the next iteration of managed queues, which is a whole bundle of improvements that I want to show you really quick. And it almost feels like a whole new thing. It is really, really next level. Queues are a big part of the Laravel ecosystem. I love queue jobs. A lot of Laravel apps use them heavily. And when we built managed queues on Laravel Cloud, we wanted it to just work. I just want to put jobs on the queue and I want to know they're getting executed, and it's not going to pile up. I don't have like my queue jobs backing up because I don't have enough workers. And then on the flip side, if I don't have any jobs, I don't want to be paying for 40, 50 workers that I don't need, right? Maybe overnight I don't get a lot of traffic or I don't get a lot of jobs. I don't want to have to pay for excess infrastructure in that situation. And we basically try to take like everything we learned from building like Laravel Horizon, Laravel Vapor, and build just like the perfect queue system, and I think it turned out really great. So I'll show you some of the new stuff. When you go to add a managed queue on Laravel Cloud, you get really just a few options you have to configure, and you almost don't have to configure anything if you don't want. You can give the queue a name. Next week, we're launching support for first in, first out queues. So if you use FIFO queues, which means that the exact order that you queue the jobs in, they will be worked. That is not always the case in distributed queue systems. So under a standard queue, you could dispatch some jobs. It's not a guarantee that they'll be worked in that exact order. They will be worked, but again, they could be kind of shuffled around. But if you want, you can easily enable first in, first out support. You just keep queuing jobs like normal. We will handle the rest. We'll make sure that all of the jobs are handled in the exact order that you queue them. Really, really convenient. All you have to do is pick what kind of queue you want. It really couldn't be simpler. We're also launching support for a pro class of compute on managed queues, which lets jobs run for longer, up to an hour, which is really important in AI workflows where you're working with AI providers. Some of these tasks can take a while when you're hitting the LLM. And if you're doing like multi-step agentic workflows in your queue in your Laravel app, you might need this pro class compute so if you need to run for a longer amount of time. Or if you don't need that, you can use the flex compute if your job just needs to run for a couple of minutes. Use the cheaper flex compute. All right, so that's going to be shipping next week as well. Auto scaling, we've made some improvements here. So of course the minimum workers is 0. This will scale all the way to 0 if you don't have any queued jobs. If there's no jobs on your queue, you don't pay anything for Laravel Cloud managed queues. When we see a job, we will automatically scale up the workers for you. But one addition is you can now actually set a minimum workers if you don't want to scale down to 0. Maybe you always want at least 5 workers watching your queue. You can now easily set that in the UI. And then you can also do scheduled overrides. So you can override your auto scaling strategy. So if you have like a big sale coming up or you have some big promotion coming up, you know you're going to be getting a lot of traffic, schedule like a one-time or recurring override on a certain time, and we will spin up however many queue workers you want so that it's ready, they're warm, they're ready to work jobs. Okay, that's also going to be launching next week. All right, let's go ahead and I guess I'll go ahead and add this to my app. Once you add a managed queue to your app, you see it right here in your canvas. That's really all you have to do. You can just keep queuing jobs like normal in your Laravel app. It will just work, and we can go ahead and deploy that. So I kind of left out the best feature of the new managed queue system that we built and that we're shipping next week. And to show you how it works, I want to jump into this managed queue app. So in the first iteration of managed queues, if jobs hit your queue, it could take like up to 30 seconds if we were scaled to 0 to start up a worker to actually process those jobs. This dashboard right here, it's using Laravel Cloud Managed Queues, the new version that we're shipping next week. I'm going to put 500 jobs on the queue. I want you to watch how fast it starts processing these jobs. It is totally scaled to 0 right now. We're paying nothing for our queue. Let's go ahead and start putting some jobs out there. You can see we're loading up the queue. All right, it's already back at processing. We've already churned through all 500 jobs. The wake-up time is just 1 to 2 seconds to spin up a worker, down from 30 seconds, and sometimes even faster, sometimes 500 to 600 milliseconds to spin up workers on the new Laravel Cloud Managed Queue. It honestly is so fast, I usually just always leave the min workers at 0. It is just imperceptible. If a job comes in, we will spin up a worker and it will start working. We have also made a lot of algorithmic, it's a tough one, improvements to managed queues. So in the first version that we launched a month ago, the scaling strategy was somewhat naive. So if 10 jobs came into the queue, we'd spin up 1 worker. So 100 jobs equals 10 workers. Okay, really simple, pretty naive strategy. The problem with that is, imagine like 5 jobs come onto the queue, but every job takes like 3 minutes to finish. Previously, we would only spin up 1 worker. The infrastructure team has cooked up a new algorithm where we're watching how long it takes your jobs to process. We're watching how deep the queue is. We're watching if the jobs are idle or active. And now if we see that your jobs are taking a longer amount of time, we will actually scale up the workers. Even though there's only 5 jobs on the queue, we might spin up 5 workers if the jobs are taking a longer amount of time. It is much, much more intelligent, and it's just unbelievable. I'm really proud of the infrastructure team for just building just like the queue system I've always dreamed of. And we're shipping this next week. You can turn it on. You can use scale to 0. You can see the fast cold start. It's unbelievable. And I hope you really, really enjoy it. It's one of my favorite features in Laravel Cloud. All right. Oh, I did want to show you on if you use managed queues, I actually put an app out here a few days ago to let it run. When you're using managed queues, you get this new queue tab in your cloud dashboard. So again, this one's been running for a few days, so we have some data. And this is kind of what you get. You can see your job volume over time. You can see the job duration, both average and kind of the max amount of time your jobs are taking, the memory. And then you can also see the auto-scaling that's happening here on the right as we're spinning up and down workers very dynamically to the queue load. You can also see your failed jobs. You can retry failed jobs. You can clear out your failed jobs. We're going to keep improving this, but this gives you a really good start on kind of observing what's happening in your queue. Super nice. You can see here, I kind of tried to simulate like fixing a performance problem on the queue. So right here, the duration drops. And what's really cool is I can actually view these queue metrics by deployment. So let's go to this deployment, and you can see that my average queue runtime was 150 milliseconds per job. I went into the job, I fixed a performance problem on this deployment right here, and now I can see my average time drop to 89 milliseconds. So very easy to kind of dig in across deployments what's happening in your queue. It's really, really sweet, and really we're just getting started on the observability part of managed queues and cloud in general, but this is a good start. So check that out if you haven't already. All right, let's go back into my Laravel app. I'm just going to mention this. I was going to demo this, but I think I'm going to skip it in the order of time. We have streamlined how you set up preview deployments. Now when you put a new app on Laravel Cloud, just hit Setup Previews, and we walk you through it. And every PR that comes into your app, we will spin up a new environment for it. It will scale to 0, so you're not paying for it. Again, like I mentioned earlier, really great for agentic workflows so that you're not paying for the preview environments that maybe your agents are spinning up. And when you're ready to review it, we'll spin it up less than a second, you review it. Once you merge the PR, we will delete all of the infrastructure for you automatically. You don't have to worry about cleaning up your preview environment infrastructure. It just works. But we have streamlined the entire process of setting this up. So if you haven't played with cloud preview deployments, please give that a shot. It is super, super cool. All right. I want to show you just a couple more things before I wrap. A lot of Laravel shops, in fact, based on the surveys we put out, up to about 50% of Laravel shops are pairing their Laravel with a Nuxt or a Next front end in some sort of mono repo or maybe separately. But it's a super common combination, a super common way to build Laravel apps. Is anyone using Nuxt or Next in the audience? Yeah, a decent number of you. Our scaled customers have a separate front-end team and back-end team, super common setup. This was very gnarly to make work in Laravel Cloud. If you wanted to deploy your Laravel app that was within a mono repo, it was very, very hacky. You could get it to work. It was not pretty. We have improved that greatly, which I want to show you now. So if I go to New App, I have a mono repo app. And if you select a repository that is a mono repo, we will now detect that, and we will show you the apps that are within the mono repo. It is very nice. It is very clean. You can even pick a custom directory. And what is also brand new is if you are running Nuxt or Next on the front end, you can actually just deploy that straight to Laravel Cloud. You don't have to go anywhere else to run that. So you can bring your entire stack home to Laravel Cloud. So in this case, I've got a Nuxt front end paired with this Laravel back end. So I'm going to pick my Nuxt app, which you can see the framework was detected. I'll name it Nuxt app. I can pick the region, create the application. All right, we get a canvas just like usual. You can see that we now have a framework indicator. This is my Nuxt front end, and I can just hit deploy, and it just works. We intelligently detect Nuxt or Next set the right environment variables. If you attach a database, we'll inject the right database credentials, and you can deploy this right to Laravel Cloud. You get a lot of the same benefits. You get preview environments. You get scale to 0. You can run arbitrary commands. You can see your logs. You can see your metrics. It just works. So if you're running your front end separately from your Laravel app, you no longer have to go anywhere else to manage that. You can bring your entire stack home to Laravel Cloud and benefit from almost all of the features I showed you today, including all of the scale to 0 stuff, which is really, really sweet. All right, we'll go ahead and let this finish deploying, and hopefully we'll have a working Nuxt app on Laravel Cloud, which was super cool. All right, we're almost done here. And we've made these deployments fast, but when you're up on stage waiting for deployment to finish, there is like no slower time in the world. All right, any second now. There it goes. All right, we've got this app live. We can visit it, and we've got Nuxt running on Laravel Cloud with scale to 0. Really cool. Nuxt and Next support and mono repo support is launching today. So you can play with this tonight if you've got a Nuxt front end, you've got a Next front end that you pair with your Laravel app. We also recently added Symfony support on Laravel Cloud. If you're an agency, you work with Symfony clients, you can also run Symfony on Laravel Cloud. Also have managed queue support for Symfony. So you don't lose out on any features. You know, if you work on Symfony projects, you can run those here as well. So that's Nuxt Next mono repo support on cloud launching today. We decided to go a little bit further. Why the heck not? We're living in crazy times, so we thought we'd get a little crazy. I think in the AI age, we're going to see more and more Laravel teams have the freedom to experiment with all sorts of stacks, right? Laravel's at the heart of what we do, but even in the last few months, I've written a game in TypeScript. I've written a microservice in Go. I've written a microservice in Bun. I've dabbled with Python, right? Probably many of you have been free to experiment with different stacks, different services in your business that just wasn't tenable before. Like I remember 5 years ago, we were gonna write a little monitoring service for Laravel Forge. James Brooks and I were having this discussion in Slack, I remember, and we debated writing it in Go, and I think we actually maybe even did end up writing it in Go at the end of the day. But it was like a big decision, right? We don't have any Go developers on staff. We don't know how to maintain a Go app. But now with AI, right, like those barriers are removed. And Laravel teams of the future are going to be shipping with all sorts of like supporting services that are supporting their Laravel monolith. And it's just much, much easier than it was before. So we wanted to support that as well. So let's go ahead and go to a new app. I didn't know what to call this, so I called it Mega Repo. And this repo actually has a Go microservice supporting my Laravel app and my Nuxt front end. So let's go ahead and pick Go. I'm using the Gen framework from Go. I'll call it my Go app. We'll put this in US East. All right, so now we've got a Go app. Let's just attach one of our scale to 0 MySQL databases. All right, I can attach that. The database credentials will be injected into the environment for me. Let's save it. Then we'll just hit deploy. I don't have to do anything else. It just works. All right, while that's deploying, let's get even crazier. Let's go out here. Maybe we've been dabbling with Python a little bit. Let's get a Flask app going on Laravel Cloud. We'll put that in US East as well. All right, I'm not going to configure anything. It should just work. Let's hit deploy. Get 2 deployments going. Let's go back. Let's keep it going. Let's put a node microservice out there, maybe a Hano microservice. Okay, automatically detected. Create the app in US East. No more config. Let's just hit deploy. Again, it's going to scale to 0. If we get preview environments, we get metrics, we get logs. Okay, we got all 3 of these going. Let's get even crazy. Let's get really crazy. Next month, I'm going to Denmark for Laravel Live Denmark. I'm actually going to be on stage with DHH, the creator of Ruby on Rails, right? Really, one of my programming heroes, one of my inspirations for creating Laravel. I thought it would be rude if I went there and I couldn't run a Rails app. You know what I mean? It just would feel rude. So let's throw a Rails app on Laravel Cloud. Heroku's dead, right? These people need us. They need us, okay? Let's put a scale to 0 MySQL database on that. We'll use Active Record, Rails, it's a good framework. Go ahead and kick that off. We'll let that run. Hit deploy. All right, let's see what's done here. We kicked off a lot of stuff. What do we got? We got our Go app. That's live. Let's visit it. It's hitting our MySQL scale to 0 database. It's pulling users out of the database. We've got Go running on Laravel Cloud with full preview environments. If you want to build a Go microservice to support your Laravel app, maybe there's a Go package that does something really well. It'd be great to have one route that does that. Throw it out on cloud. Your Laravel app can talk to it. You get environment secrets. You get previews. You get everything. Okay, so that one's working. What else do we get? What about Python? Looks like that one's done. We got Python running on Laravel Cloud. We got a Flask microservice going here that can support our Laravel app. Let's see what else. Is our Node one done? Got a little Hano microservice out here running. Node. Again, if I go to this app, I could go to commands, Node version. I can run arbitrary commands against this infrastructure. It outputs. I get preview environments. I get scale to 0. Looks like our Rails app is deploying. That'll be the last one here. All right, looks like we're almost done. Looks like that just finished deploying. Again, we attached a scale to 0 MySQL database. We've got Ruby on Rails on Laravel Cloud. Even DHH is surprised, you know? All right, so that's a bunch of cool stuff. I think the future for Laravel, the future for programming is interesting, right? Laravel is, to me, it's not just a framework, it's a platform for building on the web, built by people who build on the web. Like I said, I'm still on GitHub. As CEO of Laravel, I am on GitHub for hours a day, shipping on the web. So it runs from top to bottom at this company. And you know, I believe in creating a community and a space for people that love to build great things. And I don't think the age of AI changes that. I think it unlocks a lot of crazy possibilities for this entire community to dabble in things maybe we didn't dabble in before. Laravel's at the heart of everything we do, but we can get a little crazy. Maybe we want to ship a Go microservice. Maybe we want a Python service helping our Laravel app. Maybe we have a Nuxt front end, and we can bring it all home on an amazing platform, and we can still share it with this amazing community that loves to build really great stuff. So that's what I wanted to show you on cloud today. We also have something called Laravel Private Cloud. Before I wrap, if you're running Laravel seriously at scale, I would love for you to talk to us at our artisan booth about this. We can give you your own isolated AWS account. We can do, we got SOC 2, we got ISO, we got HIPAA, which is brand new. So if you need us to sign a BAA, if you're doing HIPAA stuff, we can do that. Again, you get your own AWS account. We can do VPC peering. If you already have an AWS footprint, you want to talk to some other stuff on AWS, we can VPC peer to your own AWS account. You can still talk to those resources. We can do artisan support. You get your own Slack channel. We can do RDS. We can do Elasticache. Really, if you think we can't do it, please come talk to us, because I promise we've seen it. We may be running it. We've got great customers already using this at really, really high scale. So if this is interesting to you, please talk to us. You get the same great cloud experience. The dashboard looks the same. It's not like some clunky enterprise interface. The dashboard is the same great interface that you saw today, but just with your own AWS account and access to some more resources, access to higher scaling limits. We've got customers running hundreds, over 1,000 workers on managed queues. So if you need that, please come talk to us, come talk to me, and I'll link you up with the right people. It's a really impressive product that we're really proud of. All right, quick recap available today. Pretty much all of the open source stuff I showed you, artisan dev, image stuff, human-in-the-loop tool approval. On the cloud side, MySQL scale to 0, secret manager, mono repo support, Nuxt front-end support available today. Next week, all the improvements to managed queues I showed you, the fast cold start, The basically zero config is launching next week, and then next month we'll start shipping out some of this Go Python microservice support. So if you want to bring that and start experimenting, supplementing your Laravel monolith, you can do that next month. Hopefully that's fun to you. Hopefully that invigorates you. I know that I haven't been more excited to build than I have been in a long time. It was never really like about the keystrokes for me. I think Aaron said this at a recent event. After AI, I realized, at first I was scared, but then I realized it was never about like the typing of the code. It was about building great software and shipping it to users. And we're now enabled to do that faster, better than ever. So my parting words to you, as always, are to go build something amazing. Share it with who you work with. Share it with me. I'd love to hear about what you're building. And I'll see you all at the after party. Thanks.